Chapter 1, Familiar Script. In July 1991, Kronos Slughorn, who lives on the island of Ireland, finally received his dream admission letter. The envelope was turned over, and I saw the Hogwarts shield coat of arms, with a capital H on it, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Kronos can't wait to open the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Principal, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magicians, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Magician of Sir Merlin. Dear Mr. Slughorn, we are happy to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl before July 21st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Vice Principal, Female. Who? Kronos has looked forward to such a scene countless times, even if he has already imagined the scene of receiving notices countless times in his heart. But at this moment, his heart is still beating. After all, he was a die-hard Harry Potter fan in his previous life. Yes, Kronos Slughorn passed through. In his previous life, he was just an otaku from the Celestial Dynasty. Once again, he suddenly died in front of the computer when he was staying overnight in the internet cafe. When he has consciousness again, he has already come to this world as a newborn child. I was thinking of resurrecting myself in a new life, but I never thought that I really started to be a king bomb. I am an orphan. After recognizing this fact, Kronos's originally planned life collapsed. In this way, I spent the first half of my childhood in a muddle-headed manner. Kronos's life has once again ushered in a change. When Kronos was 5 years old, Mrs. Stuckey from the orphanage told him that a rich family wanted to adopt him. Hearing this news, Kronos's whole person has changed for the better. It doesn't matter what is rich or not. What I long for most is family affection. When he saw the old white-haired man with a big belly in front of him, Kronos was silent again. What about the elegant nobleman who said good? What about the good understanding maid? Kronos felt affirmed that he was not accepted by this world. Otherwise, how could I not blend into this world? What's your name? The old man knelt down and asked for suicide. Kronos, there is no surname. I don't know who my father is. Oh, Merlin's beard. What a poor child. Then you will take my last name. Slughorn. The old man hugged Kronos with affection. Kronos was not in the mood to show him a family relationship with him. He captured a keyword Merlin from the words just now. In a world without Harry Potter novels and magic legends, this old man actually knew Merlin? Could it? Thinking of this, Kronos' heartbeat could not help speeding up a bit. He didn't dare to think about where to go. He was afraid that his little heart would not be able to withstand such big ups and downs. Just take the liberty to ask, how should I call you? The excited Kronos even changed his name from you to you. Oh, my name is Horace Slughorn. I will be your godfather from now on. Stable, absolutely stable. This old man is the former dean of Slytherin. Kronos trembled with excitement when he saw the Don. Horace Slughorn felt his excitement, and patted Kronos Jr.'s intimately. Kronos followed Horace without any doubt, and didn't have any memory of this orphanage that had lived for 5 years. Kronos will live with Horace for the rest of the day, without magic or learning. Kronos once was like Hal Aston, and asked him why he didn't hand him magic. Horace didn't have any surprises on his face. After taking a sip of red wine, he said faintly, Dumbledore is right, you're a smart boy. Dumbledore? What does this have to do with Dumbledore? Kronos was trimmed. He once suspected that he was a twist with no magic power, or a dumb gun that couldn't release magic. But all the doubts are dispelled with the arrival of this letter. Kronos stabilized his excitement, then picked it up and walked downstairs. Kronos found Horace in the kitchen. This old guy has stayed in the kitchen for decades to drink his collection of red wine. Kronos raised the envelope in his hand and said to Horace, "Hey, old man. I have received the admission letter from Hogwarts. I'm going to study at Hogwarts. Take me to the opposite corner. Buy new items in the lane." Horace lifted his heavy head due to alcohol. www.readaloud.com. After a drink break, he said, "Oh, it's Coronas. Congratulations on being admitted to Hogwarts, it's just that it's still early to leave school. Are you so impatient to leave me?" "Of course," Kronos said without hesitation. If Coronas was still moved by Horace's tender offensive at the beginning, then Coronas, who had lived with him for 6 years, would be speechless to him. Okay. Little Kronos is really ruthless." Horace took out his wand and pointed it towards the dark fireplace in the living room. Wow! A raging green flame burned in the fireplace. Fan, Kronos has played it several times. In the past, I used to go to the old man Horace to buy some potion-equipped items, that smelly potion shop. After Kronos was there, he never wanted to go again. Only this time, he finally went to buy the magic wand he dreamed of. No wizard does not yearn for his own magic wand. Before leaving, Kronos stretched out his hand to Horace. "That is a gesture for money." Horace curled his lips and handed a bag that had been cast with the unmarked stretching curse to Kronos. Kronos turned over the bag in his hand. It weighed almost 100 jinjialong. Almost enough. Kronos thought. Horace has never been stingy with him when it comes to money. So he doesn't need to worry. Kronos grabbed a handful of golden fluo powder beside the fireplace, and shouted, "Diagon Alley!" Bang! All his life, Kronos disappeared with the skyrocketing fire. Chapter 2, Goldfinger in Diagon Alley. Bang! There was a loud noise in the fireplace in the Broken Cauldron bar, but the people in the bar seemed to be familiar with it, and no one would make a fuss. Cough, cough, cough. Kronos coughed and slapped the dust on his body. To be honest, he really doesn't like fluo powder. Every time he uses it, he will not only stain his clothes, but also give people a feeling of being thrown into the washing machine and rolling. As the famous Broken Cauldron bar in the Harry Potter series, this place is simply synonymous with dirty, messy, and bad. A few wizards in black robes who couldn't see men and women were sitting in the corner drinking a large glass of butterbeer. One of them was smoking a long cigarette and eating canary biscuits. While the hair that came out of the counter was almost stripped off, the barkeeper who had a long, deflated gourd was wiping the cups. As soon as Kronos came out, the eyes of the people around him came around. They seemed to know Kronos, and the barkeeper picked up a wine glass and asked, "Long time no see?" "Kronos, old rules." "No, Mr. Tom. I have business to do today." He said that. Kronos shook the envelope with the Hogwarts emblem in his hand. "You finally waited for their notice. I mean, you're very happy, aren't you?" Tom teased Kronos deeply. Kronos shrugged, he was really happy today. Talking that, Kronos crossed the bar and came to a small patio surrounded by walls. "There is nothing but a trash can and some weeds here." Kronos raised his right hand, and after counting 3 pieces on the wall, he counted 2 pieces to the left. "Well, this is it," Kronos whispered. Then he kissed the brick 3 times with his hand. Then the brick began to shake and began to move. A small hole appeared in the middle, and the entrance of the hole gradually became larger. Not long after, a wide passage appeared in front of Kronos. Diagon Alley is still the same as last time. There will always be a witch hawking in that drugstore. Well, there are a few new grey forest owls in the IRA owl store. I don't know if there are any creatures like ravens. I can buy them in a while. Kronos thought. Take a few more steps, and you will be the largest broomstick specialty store in Diagon Alley. There is a huge banner hanging on it, and it says the latest and fastest flying broomstick Guanglun 2000. Going further is the Gillen Pavilion as indicated. It is a snow-white building towering high above the surrounding shops. Next to the shiny bronze gate, stands a monster wearing a scarlet and gold system. They are a bit shorter than Kronos, they have a dark face, pointed nose, and strangely long hands and feet. But none of this can stop Kronos's pace. He has only one priority today. That's it. Ollivander Wand Shop. It is a small and broken house, and the signs on the door are blurred. It also reads, Ollivander, a well-made wand since 382 years before the park. In the dusty shop window, there is a lone magic wand lying on the faded purple cushion. Kronos opened the store door, and a ringing bell rang out from nowhere. The shop is surprisingly small, with only one field chair and countless boxes for magic wands. Good afternoon. A soft voice suddenly remembered, which shocked Kronos. Hello. Kronos replied. Oh yes. You are the first customer this afternoon. Are you a freshman at Hogwarts? Kronos Muna nodded. So, which hand are you used to? Ollivander said as he took out a long tape measure with silver scales from the mouth of his clothes pocket. I am used to using my right hand. He said that Kronos raised his right hand. Ollivander immediately measured Kronos, first from the shoulders to the fingertips, then from the wrists to the elbows, shoulders to the soles of the feet, and then from the knees to the armpits, and finally the head circumference. It made Kronos think he was making clothes. All right. The tape automatically shrank and fell into Ollivander's hands. He immediately shuttled between the shelves, busy moving some long boxes out. Then, Mr. Slughorn. Try this, made of beechwood and snake nerves. 9 inches long, is very flexible. Kronos turned out to be a magic wand, and nothing happened after waving it. Ollivander snatched the wand away, still muttering, No, no, not this one. Try this, made of maple, with phoenix feathers, 7 inches long. Kronos' hand was snatched by Ollivander as soon as he touched the wand. Kronos tried a lot of routes, but the results were not satisfactory. Ollivander stroked his chin while walking. Frown my brows and think about something. Soon Ollivander got into the shelf behind again. www.readaloud.com rummaged. Yes, picky customer. Try this one. Yellow rosewood, unicorn core made of unicorn. 11 inches long and very hard. Ollivander said, handing it to Kronos. A brown-black wand with a light fragrance. As soon as Kronos took the wand, his eyes lit up. At the same time, the top of the wand is radiant with gold stars like fireworks. Ollivander clapped his hands and shouted, That's great, it's him. And Kronos was also stunned there, the moment he took the wand. A mechanical voice rang in Kronos' ears. The magic wand matching the host is detected, and the magic card drawing system is installed. This system provides novice hosts with 3 free card draw rewards. After the words, Kronos reacted from the surprise. Yes, as a standard item for the Traverser. How come I don't have cheats? Mr. Slughorn? Are you okay? Ollivander looked at the stunned Kronos and couldn't help but care. Ang? Oh. I'm fine, thank you Mr. Ollivander. I'm just surprised by my wand. Kronos hurriedly replied. Ollivander nodded, then glanced at him with a sharp gaze and then approached Kronos. Mr. Slughorn, your wand is very special. Well, I mean, its core is very special, made of unicorn. Who knows? I have never seen a unicorn, anyway, he is me a magic wand left by my grandfather. I see, Mr. Ollivander. Kronos squeezed the wand in his hand, and after paying 23 gold gallons, he left here. After all, he still had a lot to buy. Chapter 3, System Card. After coming out of Ollivander's wand shop, Kronos first went to Mrs. Morkan's robe shop to order a set of wizard robes exclusively for Hogwarts. Mrs. Morkan is a short and squat wizard with a lovely smile and wearing a purple robe. Then Kronos went to the IRA owl shop again, which was a pity. They didn't have the raven that Kronos liked. After an afternoon of shopping, the sun had already set when Kronos returned. There is still a plate of apple pie and a cup of chocolate milk on the table at home. This is Kronos' favorite food pairing since he came to this world. And the godfather Horace Slughorn is indeed nowhere to be seen. Don't think about it, he must have gone to a party in which wizard's house again. Facing his nightlife of a small gathering for 5 days and a carnival for 10 days. Kronos has long been used to it. It's just that Kronos today is not in the mood to go to dinner, there are more important things to do. Ran into his room on the 2nd floor. As soon as Kronos locked the door, he couldn't help shouting in his heart, "System, system, right. Yes, host." A cold and inaudible voice of men and women sounded in Kronos' ears. "I want to start drawing cards," Kronos said impatiently. There was no sound this time, and the reply was cards with different colors that appeared on his pupils. "The cards are shuffled and crossed, it looks like they are shuffling the cards." After 30 seconds of system operation, 3 cards popped out of the deck. The first card, Sneak. Use this card to make the host enter the stealth state. With oneself as the radius, people 1 meter away cannot find the host. Well, it's not bad. Although it's not as good as Harry Potter's magic clothes, I think I can also go to Hogwarts at night. Kronos comforted himself. The second card, Evil Fire Chain. Use this card host to release a demon chain, imposing a confinement effect on the first enemy hit. Well, the Devil card. After reading the skill introduction, Kronos carefully found the 2 small characters on the top of the card. No matter what, look at the third card, this card is different from the first 2. The first 2 cards exude a weak white light, and the golden light from this card is about to dazzle Kronos' eyes. The third card, Contract card. Use this card to force the host to sign a master-servant relationship with any magical species. Overlord clause, I like it. Kronos nodded in satisfaction. That's not right. Kronos' conversation turned. System, what does this 5 mana point mean? The mana value refers to the mana required by the host to release the card. It is similar to the mana required for the host to release magic. That's not right, the first 2 cards didn't show the need for mana. Kronos soon discovered a new question. The first card is a low-level common spell card, no mana is needed. The second card is a demon spell card. Demons. You know, it costs a little to release their spells. After the system paused for a while, he said very humanely. Kronos is not taking up this topic. He was also an online game expert in his previous life. He understands this cost very well. It just needs to consume one's own life value. Took a look at his own only 3 mana worthy of mana, Kronos really has a feeling of eating Ollie. System, you can tell me all the other types of spell cards besides the demon type. Ding! A large row of text data appeared on Kronos' pupils. Arcane, mainly exists in the spells of shamans. Arcane spells focus on manipulating energy to obtain various effects. Fel, mainly exists in the magic of demons. Fel magic is the magic of demons, allowing you to channel their power and summon them. Note, the magic of the devil does not consume mana, but uses life as a condition for casting it. Holy, mainly exists in the spells of paladins and priests. Holy light spells provide healing and sacred damage. Shadow, mainly exists in the spells of sorcerers, and shadow spells are void magic. Nature, mainly exists in the spells of druids. Natural spells represent untamed wild power. Regular, spells without faction will not benefit from the synergy of any spell faction. Note, regular spells include fire. Fire spells mainly include direct damage and destructive. Frost. Frost spells mostly have frozen keywords, which are used to delay enemies and their followers. Looking at the spell system listed in the forest, Kronos couldn't help feeling, the system is really unrivaledly powerful. He dared to say that the magic spells of these demons are definitely more terrifying than the 3 unforgivable spells. As for the shadow spell, it is a mysterious and powerful spell. System www.readaloud.com. Do I have a basic information panel? Ding! The system is always like this. I am very stingy with my own language, and I never explain much that can be solved by action. Host panel. Host name, Kronos Slughorn. Host gender, male. Age of host, 11. Host status, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, prospective, first-year freshman. Note, after the host has successfully enrolled, he will become a freshman in the first year. Magic props, Huanghu Hollywood Wand Fit, 97%. Mana/magic value, 3/10. Already own cards, Stealth, Chain of Evil Fire, Contract card. Looking at his trivial 3 points of mana, Kronos is really depressed. Is there any way to increase my mana? Kronos still asked unwillingly. The mana value will increase with the age of the host, and it can also be added by the mana boost card provided by the ontology system. Where is the card that tells me how to pass it? Kronos asked hurriedly, knowing that the system definitely has a way. Can be obtained by triggering hidden tasks. The system responded very cleanly. This time the system seems to see Kronos' next problem. Without waiting for Kronos to ask questions, a recharge system appeared in front of Kronos. This system only supports wizard currency Jin Jialong. 100 Jin Jialong can draw a card. Damn, why don't you grab it? Looking at the expensive fee, Kronos couldn't help it anymore, and a beautiful local dialect popped out. Chapter 4, Reunion. Kronos. Hurry up and get ready, we're going to set off soon. Horace Slughorn yelled from downstairs, pinching his neck. I know, I really don't know why I want to go to that so-called boring wizard party with you. Kronos's mouth was muttering, and to this day he still can't forgive the interruption of his immersion in the magical world. Godfather Horace. And he also famously said, establish a good relationship with Kronos, who is about to enter Hogwarts School. Since Kronos came back from Diagon Alley that day, he has been completely immersed in his magical world. He was attracted by the magical power of magic, so much so that after reading all the teaching textbooks for Hogwarts first-year freshmen, he still felt a little bit unfinished. Although Horace Slughorn also has his own library, he does not allow Kronos to enter. And not long ago, Horace Slughorn asked Kronos to join him in the so-called wizarding party. Kronos remembers that in the original book Horace Slughorn is a pleasure-loving and vanity-loving character, but he is not a bad person in his bones. He likes to interact with celebrities, successful people, and important people, and enjoys the feeling of influencing these people. He is a person who enjoys material life very much. This is what Dumbledore gave him. Horace Slughorn is undoubtedly an unqualified teacher as a teacher. He gave absolute help to those students with great potential, such as telling Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Voldemort, how to make Horcruxes, or giving his true memory to Harry Potter at the end. But he may not even remember the name of mediocre students, such as Ron Weasley. Horace Slughorn was buried in his big crimson closet early this morning. The clothes he tried to throw behind are almost as high as a hill. In this regard, Kronos couldn't help but wonder if this wardrobe was cast by him without a trace of stretching curse. Not only did he dress himself up like a European nobleman, he also dressed Kronos. The current Kronos wears a tight-fitting wide-sleeve noble costume with a black background and red pattern. The inner white square scarf and shirt are particularly conspicuous against the black vest. The crimson cross-patterned night-long black boots wrapped up along the knees, his already somewhat fluffy black trousers swelled up, appearing full of extravagance against the backdrop of a coat that was almost knee-length. The coat is not tied with a single row of gold, just a pure black waist and a wide waist. The overall look is tight and tight. It is matched with his action of putting on white gloves at the moment and his unique platinum curly hair. Oh, Merlin's beard! You are like a European vampire earl. Horace Slughorn nodded and praised, very satisfied. Then, my little earl, Horace Slughorn is very willing to give others the nickname. For example, he once called Harry the Potions Prince. We should go, said Horace. He took out his wand made of maple with his right hand, pinched his bare waist with his left hand, and motioned for Kronos to take his arm. Phantom shift. Another way of movement that Kronos hates. It feels like being divided by 5 horses. But fortunately, it was very fast, in a burst of crackling noises. Kronos followed Horace to his destination, a luxurious white castle. There are also various horse-drawn carriages parked outside the contractor, and the magical species of horse-drawn carriages are also diverse. Compared with these, apparition is simply terrible. The castle has round towers, narrow windows, semicircular arches, low domes, and door frames that are picked out layer by layer for decoration. A large number of columns and vaults of various shapes are used to achieve a solid, thick, balanced, stable, and powerful aesthetic effect. The narrow windows form a strong contrast with the vast interior space, which makes the interior of the castle dim and deep. People have a sense of mystery and darkness. This is European style. Kronos gave his evaluation. As Horace Slughorn walked into the castle, the inside of the castle also appeared in front of Kronos. The square structure in the castle is magnificent. There are countless gold and silver vessels and paintings, porcelain, tapestries, and other items that seem to be exclusive to the royal family in the palace. Seeing all this, Kronos couldn't help but sigh with the luxury of the European aristocracy. It's no wonder that Horace is addicted to it. Who doesn't want to spend such a time of spending money? Ha, Professor Hollis! I am so glad to see you here. Kronos, who heard the sound, looked up and saw 2 middle-aged wizards. Me too, Mr. Goodfay, Mr. Cresswell. The meeting here reminds me of the meeting when I was teaching at Hogwarts. Horace said with a smile. Hey? Professor Olas, who is this? As he said that, Mr. Goodfay brought his face closer to Kronos. Of course, www.readaloud.com. This is my godson Kronos Slughorn. Horace pushed Kronos forward. Kronos was very upset, but he still performed a wizarding gift that Horace had given him at the beginning. This move caused the 2 of them to laugh. Hello Kronos, I'm the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet of Barnabas Goof, and this is Dirk Cresswell, who is an official of the Fairy Liaison Office of the Ministry of Magic. We are both Hora back then. A student of Professor S.I. He is also a member of Professor Horace's Slug Club. Kronos raised his brow slightly. I have to say that Horace's vision is very vicious. The people he invited into the Slug Club have all made great achievements. Just like the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, the position of the Daily Prophet in the wizarding world is self-evident. Although the wizarding world also has twist calls and points, wizards have always rejected twists. Well, I want to introduce Kronos to other people, presumably he is not willing to listen to our group of people chatting. Ha ha ha. Of course, see you Professor Olas. After saying this, Olas took Kronos and walked into the castle. Is there anyone else you want to introduce to me? Kronos questioned the words just now. He always felt that Horace, the old man, just wanted to borrow his face to earn the capital to talk. After all, Kronos gave birth to a very good face, his fair skin set off his pale pink lips, handsome facial features, a perfect face shape, especially the dazzling diamond earrings on his left ear. A touch of unruliness has been added to his sunshine and handsome. Such a face attracts a young wizard. Chapter 5, Draco and Snape. Soon Kronos knew who they were in Horace's words. They met in the corner of the hall. When Horace found them, they were toasting and talking. Thin body, straight hair, indifferent and unfathomable eyes, sallow complexion, big hooked nose, and wearing a robe as black as his hair. This person is not Severus. Who else can Snape be? And the people who talked to him are even more familiar, Lucius Malfoy and his son Draco Malfoy standing next to him. Light blonde hair, cold grey-blue eyes, pale and pointed face. He is arrogant, scheming, and good at dominating everything. His arrogant character may be derived from family inheritance, and his father Lucius Malfoy is exactly the same as him. When Horace Slughorn walked into them with Cronus Slughorn, they turned around and found them. Horace directly stretched out his arms to embrace Lucius, who also stretched out his arms. Still muttering, "Long time no see, Lucius. Long time no see." When Horace turned to Snape again, Kronos noticed that Snape had taken a step back obviously. This move almost didn't make Coronas laugh. Horace obviously didn't care, and spread his hands on his shoulders. Then he pushed out Kronos, who was standing behind. Before Horace could start talking, Snape spoke. "I know him, he is the child Dumbledore asked you to adopt." "Ah, you're still so smart, Snape. Just like when you were in the potions class." Horace licked Snape imperceptibly. "He is going to school at Hogwarts, you know, you are now a potions professor at Hogwarts, so I want you to get to know you." "Of course, I know what you mean. If his seemingly smart brain can possess 1/10 of your knowledge of potions, then my teaching process will be very convenient." In the second half of the sentence, Snape's eyes were looking at Kronos and said. Snape's eyes were full, gloomy, harsh, indifferent, mean, and unfathomable. But Kronos, who is familiar with the original book, knows that this excellent professor is a person who is loyal to love. "Ha! That's a coincidence, my son Draco Malfoy is also a first-year freshman at Hogwarts this year, maybe they will become good friends." Lucius saw the coldness of the atmosphere. At this time, our young master has stood out from behind his father, pretending to be a small adult, stretched out his hands to Kronos and said, "Draco Malfoy." Cronus also stretched out his right hand to look at him and said, "Cronus Slughorn. Then two lovely children can go to the other side to increase your friendship." Horace laughed. Cronus wanted to leave this extremely embarrassing place for a long time, and after hearing what Horace said, he couldn't wait to leave them. "Who is that fat walrus-like old man?" When Draco opened his mouth, he was an old nobleman, and he said that his father's teacher would mock him. As the only child in the family like Draco, he is loved by his parents. It's easy to be developed into an arrogant temperament. But Coronas too was a man, and he was completely at his fingertips to treat such a child who had not yet grown up. "He is Horace Slughorn, your father's potions professor at Hogwarts. The current potions teacher, Professor Snape, is also his disciple. It can be said that a lot of this gathering everyone is his student. If you don't say Horace's identity, you can't suppress Draco Malfoy. For someone like Draco Malfoy, his biggest reliance is his father and the family behind his father. Once these advantages cease to exist, he will be honest. I just heard them say that you are also a freshman at Hogwarts this year. Do you know which college you will go to?" Draco started a new topic. "I don't know, it depends on them. Where did I get it?" Kronos helped the curly hair scattered between his eyebrows, and Draco was stunned by the graceful movement. Looking at Draco's eyes, Kronos suddenly remembered that Draco Malfoy was a broken back in his previous life. How else could he be so obsessed with Harry Potter? At the thought of this, Kronos felt a cold sweat on his back. "I will definitely go to Slytherin, where both my father and my mother graduated," Draco said swearingly. Slytherin. Kronos has no opinion on the branch www.readaloud.com, but the best ones are definitely Slytherin and Gryffindor. Ravenclaw is also pretty good. But Slytherin paid special attention to birth. So Slytherin was basically hopeless. "Hey, whatever he does, the Sorting Hat will take care of all this." Kronos shook his head, and shook these things from his mind. The friendship between the two children came very quickly, and Kronos casually told so few stories about the Celestial Dynasty in his previous life to coax Draco away from it. The party went on very late, when Horace took Kronos back. The moon is already very bright. In the following days, Kronos indulged in his study, studying the textbooks in the wizarding world while waiting for the school day to come. Days passed, and finally the first night before school started. Kronos came out from upstairs, coughing his throat. Signaled to Horace that I was down. Horace put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Kronos and asked, "What's the matter?" "My child. Tomorrow is the day when school starts." "I know. Don't you have anything to tell me? For example, a few drops of good fortune?" Kronos said without a match. Horace smiled and shook his head. "Of course not, boy, you are too young to use that thing. Okay, go back to bed. Tomorrow I will get up early to take you to King's Cross Station." After saying that, Horace yawned and dragged his drunk heavy steps to his bedroom. Gone. Chapter 6, Hogwarts Express. The next day, Kronos got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. He was excited and nervous, and had been tossing and turning last night. He got up from the bed and finally found a Muggle suit to put on. Because there are still a lot of Muggles outside King's Cross Station, you can change wizard robes on the train anyway. Kronos checked the Hogwarts list over and over again to make sure everything was prepared except for the owls required above. After that, he started to walk in the room. No way he really got up too early. The snoring of Horace downstairs was like thunder. 2 hours later, at the urging of Kronos, Horace slowly got up from the bed and started to prepare breakfast. The breakfast was very rich, and the table was filled with apple pie and a glass of pumpkin juice. But Kronos was not in the mood to taste their delicacies. His current thoughts had already drifted thousands of miles away. Finally at 8:10, Kronos' luggage was moved to the taxi. Originally, Horace intended to use apparition, but he was strongly opposed by Kronos. They arrived at King's Cross Station at 9:10. Horace put Kronos' suitcase on the trolley and helped him push the station. "Your platform is at the ticket gate between the 9th and 10th platforms. Just go straight in." Horace obviously didn't mean to send him in. Kronos nodded, and he started walking to the ticket gate, being pushed around by Muggle passengers crowding platforms 9 and 10. The closer to the ticket gate, the faster Kronos' heartbeat. Kronos closed his eyes, bent over and lay down on the trolley, determined to hit him up and down. Kronos only felt a brief deafness in his ear, and then there was a chirping voice again. A crimson steam locomotive parked beside a platform crowded with passengers. The sign on the train said, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The thick smoke of the steam locomotive wafted over the dense crowds, and cats of various colors were pierced under people's feet. Kronos' ears were filled with the buzzing voice of the crowd and the noise of dragging luggage, and even the owl was screaming above his head. The first few carriages are already crowded with students. Some of them leaned out of the windows to say goodbye to their families, and some squabbled in their seats. Kronos was not in a hurry. He slowly pushed the cart through the crowd while carefully observing everything in front of him. Kronos walked from the front to the rear of the car, and found an empty compartment at the rear of the car. "Fred, are you in the car, George?" Kronos, who heard the sound, immediately turned his head and looked. Could it be that twin brother? Kronos found them soon. They were so discerning. Red hair on one end was as hot as a flame. Then he saw a boy in a fluttering black Hogwarts robe walking towards them. Even at some distance, Kronos still noticed a silver letter P pinned to his chest. "Don't ask, this is obviously their prefect brother Bossy Weasley." "Hey, Kronos. So you are here. I was looking for you just now, but they all said they didn't see a grey-haired boy." These words were said by Draco Malfoy. At this moment, he was struggling to squeeze from the front carriage towards Kronos. "Oh, hello. Draco." Kronos said hello. "Let's go ahead, I occupied the carriage there, so I can get a little farther away." When he said this, Draco waved his hands in disgust on his nose, as if there was some unpleasant smell here. Kronos smiled and spurned his shoulders. He knew that Draco Malfoy was an unwavering pure-blood supporter. He didn't want to express any opinions on this. Opened the sliding door of the compartment, and there were already 2 boys sitting inside. The 2 looked at each other first, and then looked at Draco Malfoy together. "You can all introduce yourself. This is the Kronos Slughorn I mentioned last time." Draco's voice sounded in Kronos' ears. "Vincent Crabbe." Kronos nodded. Crabbe was one of Draco Malfoy's bodyguards and followed Malfoy closely. He is still a squat, short pot-bottom hairstyle, and has a pair of long gorilla-like arms. Then the other one is Gregory Gore, another bodyguard of Malfoy. His hair is short and stiff, his head is huge, and his arms are as long as a gorilla. But it looks like B-Cram has dementia. Kronos even suspected that Draco's criteria for accepting a younger brother were determined by his body type. Neither of these 2 men looked smart. Kronos and Draco sat across from them, and Draco boasted without listening. "Our whole family graduated from Slytherin. My dad still wants me to go to Armstrong School, you know. Dark magic is taught there, but my mom says it's too far. Dumbledore will not let first-year students bring flying broomsticks. I should tell my dad to fire him. www.readaloud.com. My dad is the director of Hogwarts." That's it, in Draco's 3 words not to leave his mother, and 5 words to his father. Kronos finally ushered in a woman with a lovely smile and a dimpled face. She opened the door of the cubicle and asked cordially, "My dear, do you want to buy some food in the car?" "Great, I happen to be hungry, please give me a copy of each." Kronos yelled, and Draco, who was still talking on the side, was obviously taken aback. "A total of 11 silver sykes and 7 copper nats, dear." There was a smile on the woman's face. Kronos hugged a large amount of food, and suddenly fell over the empty seat. Then took a bite of the pumpkin pie and said, "You guys can eat too. I can't eat so much by myself." Children's friendship comes from such a simple friendship with a snack. Crabbe and Gore became acquainted with Kronos, but their words were still very few. After a while, someone knocked on their compartment door. This time it was obviously an acquaintance who opened the door. "Round-faced boy, Neville Longbottom." "I'm sorry," he said, "I want to ask if you saw my toad." Draco visibly frowned and smacked his lips after hearing these words, without saying anything. And Kronos spread his hands and shook his head slightly. "I lost him again. Neville left here crying." "Toad? I bet he is still alive in the wizarding world of the last century." Draco and his 2 little brothers laughed out after saying this. Chapter 7, Sorting Ceremony. The door of the compartment was opened by Draco, but his face was obviously not as calm as when he left. There was a faint blush on his pale cheeks. "You should really go with us to teach the Weasley family. They are all red-haired, freckled, and they can't afford too many children." Draco Malfoy was in K. Rono's ears kept talking. Kronos raised his eyebrows slightly, stretched his waist, and then asked in a lazy voice, "So, have you seen that famous boy? Harry Potter?" "Hey, of course." Draco Malfoy snorted coldly. "He is sorry for his name at all, he is willing to stay with those alternatives, just like his stupid parents." "Okay." Kronos replied lazily. Then he looked at the scenery outside the car window. The sun had already set, and the sky showed a deep purple against the background of the woods. "I think we should put on robes, I think we may be there soon," Kronos suggested. Kronos took off his coat and put on a black robe. The coats of several people were tailor-made by Mrs. Morkan, so there would be no problems with fit. Kronos's face flushed with excitement, and he saw Draco's face turn paler than before. "I am still an immature child after all." Kronos smiled in his heart. The train slowed down, and finally stopped slowly. The students pushed and shoved, flocking to the car door, and down to a dark and small platform. The cold at night made the children shiver. Then there was a light in the distance, and a rough voice sounded, "First-year freshman! First-year freshman, come here!" When he got close to Kronos, he discovered that Hagrid was huge. Even Kronos only reached Hagrid's knees. Above a crowd of tens of thousands of people, Hagrid continued with a smile on his bearded face. "Come on, the freshmen in the first grade, come with me, watch your feet." They followed Hagrid, stumbling, and walking along a steep and narrow path. At the end of the narrow path is a black lake. On the high hillside on the opposite bank of the lake stood a towering castle with towers and windows gleaming in the dark. "There can be no more than 4 people in the boat every day." Hagrid's rough voice sounded again. Said he made a small boat by himself. Kronos and Draco boarded a boat, and Crabbe and Gore followed close behind. They were sitting opposite Kronos and Draco, and the moment they got on the boat, Kronos clearly felt the boat sink toward them. He was so scared that Kronos couldn't press his elbow hard against the side of the boat, so his heart was calmer. A fleet of boats can sail forward across the flat, mirror-like lake, and Kronos's gaze has been on the inside of the black lake. He knew that there was a giant octopus under the lake. After a while, they came to the other side of the lake. Under the leadership of Hagrid, he climbed a tunnel in the rock and finally reached the huge oak door in the shadow of the castle. "First-year freshman, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid, leave it to me next." Professor McGonagall is a tall, black-haired witch in an emerald green robe, with a serious and unsmiling expression. They followed Professor McGonagall along the shipway floor. Kronos could hear the voices coming from inside the castle. Presumably the freshmen of other grades have already arrived. After all, watching the annual freshman branch is also a major feature of Hogwarts. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said. "The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you go to the restaurant, you must first determine which college you enter. The classification is one item. A very important ceremony, because during your stay at school, the college is like your home at Hogwarts. You have to take classes with other students in the college, stay together in the college dormitory, and spend time together in the college's common room. After school time. The names of the 4 colleges are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each college has its own glorious history and has cultivated outstanding wizards and wizards. During your studies at Hogwarts, your outstanding performance will earn points for your college, and any violations will deduct points for your college. At the end of the year, the college with the highest score will receive the College Cup, which is a high honor. I hope you can win honor for the college no matter which college you are assigned to. In a few minutes, the branching ceremony will be held in front of the teachers and students of the school. I suggest that you organize yourself and be more energetic while you wait." Her gaze shifted to Neville's cloak strapped tight under her left ear, and the dirt in Ron's nose. Harry tried desperately to smooth his hair nervously. Kronos heard Draco's laugh next to him. "Now, in a single row," Professor McGonagall said to the first-year freshmen, "follow me." They walked out of the room, walked through the foyer, and entered the luxurious dining room through a double door at the back. The students from other classes in the college have all been sitting around 4 long tables. Above the tables, thousands of candles floating in the air illuminate the dining room. On the 4 tables were glittering gold plates and goblets. There is another long table on the top table of the restaurant, which is the seat of the teachers. Kronos saw Professor Snape sitting on the far side. Professor McGonagall took the first-year freshmen over there and arranged them in a row facing all the senior class students, with the teachers behind them. The candle light flickered, and hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns. Then Professor McGonagall put a 4-legged stool in front of the freshmen, and Professor McGonagall put a top wizard hat on the stool. The hat was patched, worn out, and extremely dirty. After seeing the hat, Kronos' heartbeat once again ushered in a new peak. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. There is no sound in the restaurant. Then, the hat twisted. There was a wide slit in the brim of the hat, like a mouth. The hat began to sing. You may think I'm not pretty. But don't judge people by their appearance. If you can find a hat more beautiful than me, I can eat myself. You can make your bowler hats black and shiny. Make your top silk hats smooth and crisp. I'm the magic hat used in the Hogwarts test. Is naturally higher than your hat. Any thoughts hidden in your mind? Can't hide the golden eyes of the magic hat. Put it on for a try. I will tell you. Which college should you be assigned to? You may belong to Gryffindor. There is bravery buried in my heart. Their courage, boldness, and boldness makes Gryffindor outstanding. You may belong to Hufflepuff. The people there are honest and loyal. Hufflepuff students are steadfast and honest. Not afraid of hard work. If you are savvy, may enter the wise old Ravenclaw. Those wise and knowledgeable people will always meet their colleagues there. Maybe you will go to Slytherin. Maybe you make sincere friends here. But those cunning and insidious people will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Come and put on me. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. In my hand, even though I don't even have a hand, you are absolutely safe because I am a magic hat that can think. Chapter 8, Slytherin. Whoever I call now, put on a hat, sit on a stool, and wait for the branch. Professor McGonagall said, Hannah Abbott. A little girl with a ruddy complexion and 2 golden braids stumbled out of the queue and put on a hat that just covered her restricted eyes. She sat down. There was a pause. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The people at the table on the right applauded Hannah and welcomed her to sit at their table. But I even saw a fat monk ghost and waved to her happily. Susan Burns. Hufflepuff, the hat yelled again. Susan quickly ran to Hannah and sat down. Terry Butt. Ravenclaw. This time, the second table from the left clap and applaud. When Terry joined them, several Ravenclaw students stood up and shook hands with him. Then Professor McGonagall called a dozen freshmen by name, and Kronos, who was waiting, yawned. Hermione Granger. Kronos became a little interested when he heard the name, and looked forward with his toes and neck curled. It was a pity that the distance was too far, and he only saw an almost vague outline. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. It's coming to me soon. Kronos thought. Finally, it was Kronos' turn when Malfoy walked to the Slytherin table. Cronus Slughorn. Professor McGonagall called. Kronos trot for a while, but he couldn't help but stand a little back. Professor McGonagall grabbed the hat, waited for Kronos to sit down, and gently placed it on Kronos' head. When the hat was about to cover his sight, a voice rang in Kronos' ear. Oh, a funny kid. Very smart and ambitious. How are you going to assign me to Griffin? Kronos asked in his heart. Oh, no. My child, believe me, you don't have the qualities of a Gryffindor student. Kronos heard this and asked, Are you saying I'm not reckless enough? Well, trust me. Slytherin is where you belong. Slytherin. Before Kronos could react, the Sorting Hat yelled. There was a round of applause from the students sitting at the long Slytherin table. There is no way that Kronos's appearance can give people the feeling of a pure-blood wizard. The fit wizard robe, white gold curly hair, and a pair of eyes full of star-like light. Kronos sat next to Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall called. As soon as the name was pronounced, Kronos heard a sudden buzzing and hissing noise in the restaurant. Potter, is she calling Potter? Is that Harry Potter? This is annoying our little master Draco Malfoy. Unsurprisingly, Harry Potter was also assigned to Gryffindor. Albus Dumbledore, who was sitting in the middle of the teacher's seat, stood up. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and stretched out his arms to them. It seemed that nothing made him happier than seeing them all together. Welcome, he said, welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet, I want to say a few words. That is, idiot. Crying nose. Residue. Twist. Thank you. Then the plate in front of Kronos was filled with food. Roast beef, grilled chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, crisps, Yorkshire pudding, pea sprouts, carrots, gravy, tomato sauce, and for some strange reason, there are mint hard candies. It looks so good. These words made Kronos tremble, because Draco Malfoy next to him did not speak. Kronos looked to the side and saw a ghost sitting at the table, very terrible, with dull eyes, described as haggard, and his robe was stained with silver blood spots. This is probably the ghost of Slytherin, Barrow the Blood. Kronos smiled back at him, then lowered his head to concentrate on destroying the food in front of him. After everyone opened their belly to fill their stomachs, the rest of the food disappeared from the plate. The plates and forks have become as smooth as ever. After a while, the pudding came up. All kinds of desserts are out. Finally, the pudding disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore stood up again. The restaurant is also quiet again. Oh, now everyone is full and drunk. I want to say a few more words to everyone. At the beginning of the semester, I want to make a few points for everyone. Attention first-year freshmen, on-campus students are prohibited from entering the woods. Some of our old classmates should also keep this in mind. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the administrator, wants me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors between classes. The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. www.readaloud.com. Anyone who is interested in joining the college team, please contact Mrs. Hooch. Finally, I must tell everyone that anyone who does not want to suffer an accident or die in pain, please do not enter the corridor on the right on the 4th floor. Kronos certainly knew what was there, but there was a novice task that Dumbledore left for Harry. Kronos suspected that Dumbledore had a hobby. Just for that weird prediction? While Kronos' thoughts drifted far away, Dumbledore also led the few students who were willing to open his mouth to sing the school song. It's bedtime now. Let's go back to the dormitory. A senior student sitting at the other end of the long table stood up, turned around and said, "The freshmen in the first grade come with me." Under the leadership of the Slytherin prefect, Kronos, and other freshmen wandered through the unpredictable stairs in the castle. After a while they came to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. A stone door hidden in a wet stone wall in the basement. The password is changed every 2 weeks, this time the password is snake letter. The prefect in front said. Entering the common room, Kronos began to look at it. The public lounge is a translucent lounge located at the bottom of the lake, Black Lake. The walls are made of black Gothic marble. And the ceiling is a transparent semicircle carved with crystals. You can see the sparkling waves above your head. The ceiling was chained with green lights. There is a fireplace with a beautifully carved mantel and some carved chairs next to it. You can often see some huge octopuses or strange creatures through the windows. Your luggage has been sent to their respective lounges. The next thing I want to talk about is Slytherin's prefect's speech. Chapter 9, Message from the Prefect. Congratulations! I'm Gemma Farley. Name I can't find the official translation, so I keep it. I'm very happy to welcome you to Slytherin College. The symbol of our college is a giant snake, the smartest creature. The colors of our college are emerald and silver. The entrance to our common room is in a hidden place in the basement. As you can see, we can directly see the bottom of Lake Hogwarts through the window. We can often see a giant octopus strolling outside the window, and sometimes even more interesting creatures. We like the atmosphere of a mysterious underwater shipwreck where we live. There are some facts about Slytherin you should know, on the contrary there are some rumors about Slytherin you should forget. First, let me tell you some rumored facts. You may have heard rumors about Slytherin. We all like to study dark magic, and Slytherin only recruits students who have a family of famous wizards. You should not believe what the colleges that compete with us say. I don't deny that our academy has produced some black magicians, but all the other 3 academies also have black magicians, it's just that they don't want to admit it. Yes, we have a tendency to recruit descendants of the prestigious wizard family. You can also find that many Slytherin students have at least one parent who is a muggle. I also want to tell you the fact that the other 3 colleges kept silent. The great Merlin was also a student of Slytherin. Yes, Merlin himself, the most famous wizard in history. All his knowledge was obtained from Slytherin College. Do you want to follow in Merlin's footsteps? Or would you rather follow Puffet, a former Hufflepuff student, invent a rag that can be cleaned by itself? I think the answer is obvious. Clarified some rumors about us. It's time to tell you some of our deeds. We are the coolest and sharpest academy in this school. Our goal is victory, because we care about the tradition of Slytherin's reputation. Our classmates also respect us very much. Yes, there is a touch of fear in some respect, because of our reputation in the dark magic world, but do you know? Sometimes it's fun, and it has a big name in a field that no one dares to touch. It can imply that other students can read the books in the entire library, meaning including the forbidden book area, and see if others dare to scribble on your stationery box. But we are not bad guys. We like our emblem, the giant snake, which represents cunning, powerful, and often easily misunderstood. For example, our Slytherin students will take care of each other. Isn't Ravenclaw also like this? But unlike Ravenclaw, who has the most nerds, who always compares his achievements, we Slytherin are more like brothers and sisters. There are often small traps in the corridors of Hogwarts that can fool some careless people. If you have a Slytherin fellow by your side to help you move on, you are very lucky. As far as we are concerned, once you become a member of the Snake Academy, a member of the elite. Because do you know what Salazar Slytherin enrolls students for? Great Seed. You were selected into this hospital because you have the potential to become a great person. Well, look at the people around you in the common room. If you think they have nothing special or great, I advise you not to speak out. Because if the Sorting Hat assigns them to this college, there must be something great in them, don't forget this. Speaking of people who are destined to have no great wisdom roots, I haven't talked about Gryffindor yet. Many people say that Slytherin and Gryffindor represent 2 opposites of the same world. Personally, I think Gryffindor is just a group of people who want to be Slytherin. Note that some people say that Saricha Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor value the same talented students, so we may be similar to Gryffindor. But this does not mean that we are trying to please Gryffindor. They want to beat us just like we want to beat them. www.readaloud.com. Some things you need to know. The ghost of our college is Barrow the Blood. If you get along well with him, he might help you scare the person you want to scare. Just don't ask where the blood stains come from. He doesn't like others asking him that question. The password of the common room will be changed every 2 weeks. Please check the bulletin board. Students from other colleges are not allowed to come to our common room and tell them our password. Our common room hasn't let outsiders come in for 700 years. Harry and Ron are really gods. Kronos thought. I think that's all I have to say. I believe you will like our bedroom. Our bed is a traditional 4-poster bed with green silk curtains and silver embroidery on the bedspread. Medieval tapestries hung on the wall telling the great adventures of the famous Slytherin, and silver lanterns were hung from the ceiling. Listening to the soft sound of the soft waves on the bottom of the lake outside the window beating against the window, you will sleep peacefully. A big speech from the prefect said that the freshmen except Kronos were very excited. Kronos got a few keywords from the prefect's words. He might have the opportunity to browse the banned books in the library's banned book area. This is great news for Kronos. Then after the girl walked in the next door, the boy turned around and walked into the other door. In the end, Kronos finally found his bed. 5 beds with 4 pillars are hung with dark green flannel slow barriers. Their luggage has already been placed on the bed. It's just that Kronos and the others are obviously sleepy after a day of fatigue. Draco Malfoy fell on the bed without even changing his pajamas. To this day, Kronos can't believe what happened before his eyes. It is so real and uncontrollable. Chapter 10, Life at Hogwarts, 1. Hogwarts in the morning is beautiful, it exudes a fragrance of fragrance everywhere. But this first night at Hogwarts was obviously not so friendly to Kronos. Not to mention the snoring of Crabbe and Gore last night, it was the humid environment of this Slytherin lounge that Kronos could not bear. When I woke up early in the morning, Kronos Jr. was already soaked, and when he was blown by the wind in the corridor, it felt like being showered with cold water in the early morning. You got up early. Kronos next to Draco Malfoy found Kronos, who was already making the bed, and he was rubbing the corners of his eyes with his hands at this moment. Well, if you don't want to be late on the first day of class, you'd better get up early. You know, the stairs at Hogwarts are a big problem for freshmen. By the time he finished saying this, Kronos had already put on his wizard robe. Damn it! Draco scolded and got up from the bed, saying that Crabbe and Gore screamed. There are a total of 142 stairs at Hogwarts. Some of them are wide and big, some are narrow and small, and swaying, some lead to different places every Friday, some of them will suddenly disappear when a step is halfway up. You have to remember where it is. Should skip over. These are the top priorities for Kronos, and Kronos keeps these routes firmly in mind along the way. This is an important condition for the night tour of Hogwarts. The dining room in the morning is already full of students. Even some senior students have got up and left and walked towards the classroom. Does any of you know what our first class is? Draco filled his mouth with food and hesitated. I remember it seemed to be a metamorphosis class with the other 3 colleges. Crabbe, who was reticent, said suddenly. Professor McGonagall's metamorphosis classroom is on the 2nd floor. When Kronos and Draco entered the classroom, there were already students sitting on the side seats. The classroom is very wide, and the tables and chairs on both sides are large enough to accommodate students from 4 colleges at the same time. On the front stage of the classroom stood a tabby cat, his sharp eyes swept over every student who entered the classroom. Draco even went forward to drive it when he saw it, but was stopped by Kronos. If you don't want to finish this class with trepidation, I advise you not to provoke him. Kronos said at the time. Although he didn't understand, Draco still took back his outstretched hand after listening to Kronos's words. After a while, the students from the 4 colleges all arrived, but when Harry Potter arrived, it caused quite a stir. After all, everyone wants to see the legendary boy who survived a catastrophe. The tabby cat on the podium jumped down, and the tabby cat was gone. It was replaced by a serious woman. Who else could it be if it wasn't Professor McGonagall? Seeing this scene, Draco also exclaimed, causing Kronos to give him a fierce look. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts course. She said, anyone who wants to be naughty in my class, I will ask him out and never allow him to come in again. I warned you. Is she really bragging? My dad said she is a stubborn old woman. She has worked at Hogwarts for almost half of her life. Draco whispered in Kronos' ear. Kronos didn't want to talk to him about this, and was too uninterested in Draco's child behavior. Professor McGonagall on the podium, she turned her podium into a pig, and then changed it back. Obviously, this operation immediately attracted the attention of most of the students present, including Kronos, and they could not wait to immediately wave the magic wand in their hands. Okay, now turn your textbook to the first lesson. What we are going to learn today is to turn a match into a needle. Professor McGonagall immediately began teaching after seeing the students' interest aroused. After Kronos and the others took down a lot of complicated and obscure notes, Professor McGonagall sent a match to each of them, a very ordinary kind. The people around were all excited to take out their wands, and began to cast spells on the matches in front of the table. Watching the surrounding students waving their magic wands. This reminded Kronos. In Journey to the West, Sun Xingge tricked away the two magic weapons of the King of Gold and Silverhorn in the Lotus Cave by blindfolding at Ping Dingshan. Although blindfold cannot change the nature of matter like transfiguration, Kronos still feels that when he swings his wand, he has to say something in his mouth. Change. Kronos followed the tone of Sun Xingge and said to the match with his wand. Puff, ha 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 ha. Looking at the match that hadn't changed a little bit, Kronos couldn't help it anymore, he was amused by the way he looked. Mr. Slughorn, did you successfully turn the match into a silver needle? Otherwise I really can't figure out why you are so happy. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded in Kronos' ear. Kronos looked up and saw Professor McGonagall standing next to him. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. I mean, why do other spells have spells but transfiguration spells don't? It feels strange, isn't it? The surrounding students also looked at this place, obviously they also have the same questions as Kronos. After feeling the gazes of the students around him, Professor McGonagall took a deep look at Kronos. Then strolled towards the podium. In the long history of the wizarding world, transfiguration has always been a magic that is difficult for wizards to learn and use freely. Transfiguration spells are not simply changing the form of objects, they also need to change the nature of objects. This leads to a single and simple magic. The magic spell cannot restrain the transformation spell. The same lengthy and complex spells on UU reading www.uugonshu.com also violate the original intention of the spells to help wizards to cast spells easily. So when we cast the transformation spell, we must keep in mind what we want to become. At the same time, this is also an effective way to train you to cast the spell silently. Okay. This explanation is perfect. Even some little wizard's eyes lit up after hearing the following words. You know that silent spell casting has become the standard for a legendary wizard like Dumbledore. The time for a class passed quickly, but only one person succeeded in turning a match into a silver needle. Very well, Miss Granger's transfiguration is the first success. Gryffindor adds 5 points. Professor McGonagall said loudly in the classroom. And the one sitting upright next to him must be Hermione Granger. Well, your homework is to master today's course. Professor McGonagall has already started to assign homework. Wait a minute, Professor McGonagall. Kronos raised his right hand. Are there any questions, Mr. Slughorn? Professor McGonagall helped her eyes. She was very fond of this student who could ask questions. Professor McGonagall, I don't think it is suitable for us to turn matches into silver needles. Maybe we should start from simpler ones, such as turning matches into wood. I mean they are all the same substance, don't they? North said his problem. During one class, he had not successfully cast the transfiguration curse once, which made him very upset. Professor McGonagall took a deep look at Kronos again. Of course, if you find it too difficult to become a silver needle, you can go back and forth. After saying this, Professor McGonagall left the classroom with the teaching materials. Chapter 11, Life at Hogwarts, 2. You are great, Kronos. We don't know how to finish that difficult homework. Draco sat next to Kronos, and he took a piece when he said this. The grilled chicken legs that just emerged. I just made a proper suggestion. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall is a reasonable person. Kronos replied. Cronus Slughorn. Mr. What's wrong? Draco, why did you call my full name all of a sudden? Kronos was still questioning for 1 second, and then he realized that he was wrong. The speaker is a girl, but the voice of an 11-year-old child is really indistinguishable from male and female. You are? Ang. I remember you. You are Miss Hermione Granger of Gryffindor. What's the matter? When he said this, Kronos looked up and down Hermione. It is undeniable that she is not as unbearable as in the original book. Perhaps it was the reason why Kronos was a traverser, he naturally brought Hermione into the film actor of the previous life. Do you think you are very smart? Hermione raised her head high when she said this, almost speaking to Kronos through her nostrils. Is so arrogant and defiant. Kronos' eyes fell cold. He hated Hermione Granger's manner of talking to him. And he took back what he thought she was pretty. Hermione Granger really had a pair of big front teeth. When she spoke, she directly negatived her face. I don't understand what you mean, Miss Granger. I don't know where to provoke you. If you think you are a genius wizard in Gryffindor, you can bully the students of Slytherin at will. It's not easy to deal with a little girl. Kronos' simple words made Hermione Granger a target of public criticism. Sure enough, the Slytherin students who hadn't left the dining table stopped the spoon in their hands after hearing Kronos' words and turned their eyes to Hermione Granger. But Hermione Granger obviously didn't care, but continued to increase his tone. I mean, why did you make that suggestion in Professor McGonagall's transformation class? You can't hinder everyone's learning process just because you are behind. I think you are not talking about me, Miss Granger. Kronos also got up from the chair. He was half a head taller than Hermione, which made Hermione have to look up slightly to face Kronos. See? I just made a small suggestion to Professor McGonagall, and you forced your rules on others. Don't you think you are the character that makes everyone uncomfortable, Miss Hermione Granger? Draco had seen Hermione Granger's intentions long ago, and when Kronos finished these last words, he shouted, Gryffindor mudblood, get out of here. You are here, even my favorite cheese and licorice rice has a foul smell. After speaking, he laughed loudly with the Slytherin students behind him. Hermione Granger left the Slytherin table without looking back, looking at her back, Kronos, feeling very upset. It feels like the intimate little padded jacket of his middle school teacher in his previous life. Asking others to do better all the time. Kronos always firmly believes in a principle, that is, individuals are different. An episode during lunch, coming and going fast. Soon everyone discussed other things. This afternoon is a defense against the dark arts class with Ravenclaw students. Many little wizards have been looking forward to this class for a long time. After all, black magic is a very magical term. Black magic represents power, destruction, mystery, and death. It's just that Professor Quirrell, who taught this course, was very disappointing. First of all, there was a smell of garlic in the classroom where he was in class. Everyone said it was to drive away a vampire he met in Romania, fearing that the vampire would turn around and catch him. Secondly, his intermittent speech is really uninteresting. He can often take 30 seconds in just one sentence. If Kronos hadn't known Voldemort under his turban, Kronos would have ignored his existence. Kronos. Mr. Kronos Slughorn. May I call you that? Professor Quirrell didn't know when he came to Kronos. Oh, of course, Professor. Kronos reacted. That, then please Mr. Kronos Slughorn www.readaloud.com to answer what should we do if we encounter the dark magic? Professor Quirrell raised his question. Run. After thinking for a while, Kronos gave an answer that was not so in line with the magical worldview. The Ravenclaw students suddenly laughed. Return, the answer is correct. Slytherin plus 10. Professor Quirrell waved his hand for Kronos to sit down. The presumptuous laughter stopped abruptly. Running is, yes, it's human instinct. Any spell is not traceable. So if you see your opponent's movements in advance, yes, it can be avoided by running away. When? Of course, most wizards choose to cancel the spell. Later. Professor Fluffy will teach you that all spells can be resisted by matter. Kronos discovered an interesting phenomenon. Professor Quirrell, who seemed to kowtow, only stammered when he said the first few words. It is divided into physical defense and magical defense. Physical defense is easy to understand. Like rocks and trees are good physical objects to resist. and magic defenses vary from person to person. For example, if two wizards release spells at the other at the same time, then their magic will not leave the wand carrier, but the magic power. You can refer to Harry Potter's final disarming spell and Voldemort's situation against Wave. Professor Quirrell gets more excited as he speaks, but Kronos does listen more and more sleepily. In this way, Professor Quirrell's 1.5 hours of lectures, the class passed. Beautiful, good times always pass so fast, so let's dismiss get out of class. Professor Quirrell finished speaking and the students rushed out. Chapter 12, Life at Hogwarts, 3. Hogwarts classes are arranged very easily, no more than 4 classes a day. It's more leisurely than college life in the Muggle world. Then every Wednesday night, they have to use telescopes to observe the starry sky and learn the names of different stars and the trajectories of planets. 3 times a week, they were taken by a pudgy witch named Sprout to the greenhouse behind the castle to study herbal medicine, learn how to cultivate these strange plants and fungi and understand their uses. The most boring course is probably the history of magic, and this is the only course taught by ghosts. I think that Professor Binns fell asleep in front of the fireplace in the faculty lounge, and when he went to class the next morning, he forgot to bring his body, which shows that Professor Binns is indeed very old. During the class, Professor Binns kept talking in a dull voice, while the students scribbled down names and dates. As for Kronos, his eyes have been set at the Gryffindor table since class began. Is the sister of the Gryffindor twins. When Kronos met them for the first time, Kronos couldn't help but complain about the innocence of the movie image of the previous life. Sisters Parvati Patir and Padma Patir are the highest surnames in India, Brahmin. They are different from other Indians. They have the white skin of Europeans, tall nose and great Asian-style thick brows and big eyes. It is a veritable Gemini flower of Gryffindor. Twin sisters, every man's dream. It's just a pity that Parvati Petal will always have a figure Hermione Granger by her side. Since the last contact, our Miss Granger seems to have been eyeing Kronos. No matter what time Kronos could feel Hermione Granger's gaze biting himself severely. Although the Hogwarts lunch is also very rich, it will never be possible without those kinds of potatoes, roast chicken, and oats. Kronos was about to vomit. He who ate potatoes and oats every day began to miss the pasta that he said to eat in his previous life. Cuckoo meow, cuckoo meow. There was a cry of an owl above Kronos's head. Hogwarts restaurants have owls hovering over their heads all the time. You still read this? Kronos asked, looking at the Daily Prophet in Draco's hands. This was just thrown to him by Clint the Owl of the Malfoy family. I ordered it for 1 year, and it only costs 10 gold plus long plus 6 silver sykes. Stop, I know you are rich Draco, but you don't have to be able to drive hatred like this. Look at this, Kronos. Gringotts will be stolen. Then Draco handed Kronos the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. Gringotts illegal intrusion incident. The latest report regarding the illegal intrusion into Gringotts on July 31 is still ongoing. It is generally believed that this is the work of unknown dark forces, witches and wizards. The fairies of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing had been stolen. The underground vault that was searched by the intruder had actually been withdrawn earlier that day. A spokesperson for the Gringotts Ferry said this afternoon, "There is no comment on what is stored in the vault, so please do not intervene in this matter. My dad told me long ago that the group of goblins in Gringotts is not credible and will cause problems sooner or later. Fortunately, I have my own vault." Draco, don't keep talking about your dad. You should have some own opinions. I mean, you should learn to be rebellious properly. Kronos felt it necessary to enlighten Germany. Laco. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, has the main line of the story been developed like this? Voldemort is coming back in 3 years. I don't know how much wind and waves my weak butterfly can make. What classes do we need to take this afternoon? Kronos asked Draco next to him as he walked to the dormitory. Take 2 potions lessons with the reckless guys in Gryffindor. I really hope Professor Snape can teach it hard. Before Draco finished speaking, he found that Kronos stopped. Down. What's wrong with you? Kronos. Draco asked puzzledly. Kronos turned Dracora to his side and pointed to Sister Padma Petal, who walked in front of them. www.readaloud.com. What are you doing? Draco came behind Kronos. Look at the beauties, don't you think the twin sisters are beautiful? Kronos said without looking back. He was still looking at the direction Parvati left. Couldn't you be? No, Kronos, you forgot? Are they all Gryffindor? Kronos turned around and passed Draco. Listen to Draco, they are definitely not inferior to your pure-blood wizards in terms of bloodlines. They are Brahmin surnames, and they are the highest nobles in the Indian magical world. Now. Besides, don't you really think they look good? Draco was a little unsure, so he just nodded stupidly. But Kronos still noticed the blush on Draco's pale face. Kronos patted Draco on the shoulder with satisfaction. What a good boy, I can't let him go astray. Since feeling Draco's hot twilight last time, Kronos has made up his mind to help his good friend Della. Kay found a perfect home. Potions classes in the underground classroom at the first question. It's colder than the main castle building above. Glass jars were placed along the wall, filled with all kinds of magical animal specimens, and Kronos even saw the roots of giants. I really don't know what Snape would use him for. Snape, like Flitwick, picked up the roster as soon as class was in session, and like Flitwick, he always stopped when he clicked Harry's name. Oh, yes, he whispered, Harry Potter, this is our newcomer, a famous character. Draco, who was sitting next to Kronos, and his two little brothers Crabbe and Gore immediately covered their mouths and laughed. Chapter 13, Potions After Class. You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of this potion. Since there is no silly wave of the wand, many of you will not believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to really understand it. The simmering cauldron is bubbling with white smoke and the wonderful fragrance of fragrance. You will not really understand the liquid that flows into people's blood vessels, the magical power that makes people's hearts and minds bewildered. I can teach you how to improve your reputation, brewing glory and even preventing death, but there must be one thing, that is, you are not the kind of stupid fools I often encounter. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape also has the deterrent force to keep the classroom in order without any effort. Then, Mr. Potter, Snape suddenly said after he surrounded the students in the classroom with his dark eyes for a week. What will I get if I add narcissus root powder to the wormwood infusion? Kronos saw the boy in front of him clearly, with bright green eyes, dark and tousled black hair. There are always a few strands of disobedient hair curling up on the back of his head, and a thin lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. I don't know, sir. Harry said. Snape curled his lips contemptuously. Tisk, Tusk, it seems that fame doesn't mean everything. And Hermione on the side has already raised her arm high, she can't wait to say the answer. As for Kronos, his thoughts have long been floating. He was really not interested in the love and killing between Snape and Harry Potter. Obviously Snape had been watching Harry Potter, but he was willing to be a villain. Cronus Slughorn? Slughorn? Kronos. Draco stabbed Kronos with his magic wand under the table, and Kronos heard Professor Snape's call. I don't know what is in this basement that would distract the excellent Mr. Slughorn, but Professor McGonagall told me that you are a thinking student. I have to say that Professor Snape is really an old yin and yang, and his words are strange. I was thinking about the question asked by Professor Snape just now. Kronos lied without blushing. Oh? Really? Snape took a deep look at Kronos. Broken, this yin and yang man is not only a master of potions, he is also an excellent user of occlumency and pantheon. Kronos doubted that everything he had just thought of had been discovered by him. Yes, Professor. No matter what I think in my heart, the superficial effort is still to be done to the end. Then you answer, what will happen if I put narcissus root powder into the wormwood infusion? You will get a pair of life and death water, which is a powerful sleeping pill. Where did the bezoar come from? Even if Kronos hadn't read the textbook, Kronos knew about this problem. In the belly of the cow, there is a detoxification effect, Professor. What is the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolf venom aconite? There is no difference, they are both aconitum. If Kronos had not smashed 1,000 wonder herbs and mushrooms when he was at home, he really couldn't answer it. Professor Snape nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Slytherin, plus 10 points. Also, why don't you record all this? Along with the rustle of a quill pen, Kronos sat down. At the same time he also gained 2 eyes. One is Miss Hermione Granger, and the other is Mr. Harry Potter. After looking at Kronos, he immediately moved his gaze elsewhere. The potions class continues, but the situation of the Gryffindor students has not improved. Snape divided them into 2 groups and instructed them to mix and make a simple potion for treating scabies. Snape dragged his long black cloak around the classroom, scared the students in Gryffindor did not dare to breathe. Didn't know if it was Snape frightened, or something went wrong with the production process. Neville somehow burned Seymour's hot pot into a crooked piece. The potion in the pot was spilled on the slate floor, making holes in the shoes of the students. After a while, the entire basement was in a mess. In the end, the first potions lesson ended with Snape's reprimand, Neville's heartbreaking cry, and the unbridled laughter of Draco and other Slytherin students. In the end, Professor Snape found Harry's fault and deducted 2 points from Gryffindor. As expected, he got Hermione's eyes. Cronus Slughorn, you stay. Professor Snape said suddenly after class. Draco looked at Kronos. Kronos spread his hands and signaled that he didn't know what was going on, he could only signal Draco to go first. Come with me. After the students were all gone, Snape said coldly www.readaloud.com and then walked out along the other exit at the back of the classroom without looking back. Snape's office was not far from the potions classroom, and the 2 of them were silent all the way, and soon arrived there. This is also a basement. After passing through a dark corridor and a round arched stone door, a stone room covering an area of almost 90 square meters appeared in front of Link. There is a table and 2 stools in the basement, and the rest are countless bottles and cans. Kronos was slightly cramped. Professor Snape sat on the chair inside, and at the same time pointed to the chair beside Kronos to beckon him to sit down. At the party before you enrolled, your godfather Horace asked me to train you more in private. Snape said that the tone of this sentence matched his gloomy face, and Kronos suspected him. Isn't it the same as Dumbledore's habit of development? After being quiet for a while, Professor Snape said again, your performance in the potions class today is quite satisfactory to me, so I allow you to consult me about some potions and some problems in magic. Thank you, Professor Snape. I always listen to my godfather mentioning you. He said that you are not only an excellent potion master, but also an excellent occlumency. Even in the face of legendary wizards like Fu. You. Mysterious man, you can hide yourself well. Why? Tell me why you want to learn him. I don't think freshmen in the 1st grade need to learn such unpopular magic. There was no joy or anger on Snape's face. I know that occlumency can exercise the wizard's control over his mental power, and the control of a good wizard is obviously indispensable. Chapter 14, Occlusive Cerebral Surgery. If the magic power of the wizard is the energy source for the operation of magic, then the spiritual power of the wizard is the rules that govern the operation of magic. Occlusive brain surgery also allows the user to remain absolutely calm and rational, and colleagues enhance the user's sensory and response capabilities. It can be said to learn it, then your learning of magic will be twice the result with half the effort. There are only 2 people in Hogwarts who can oct. One is Professor Snape and the other is Dumbledore. Asking Dumbledore to teach Kronos was obviously dreaming. I finally got Snape's chance to start a small stove, then wouldn't the one who didn't learn the best be sorry for Professor Snape's talent? Snape stared at Kronos for a long time, and Kronos was sure he was definitely using dementia to detect if he was speaking. But I think Professor Snape is going to be disappointed. Kronos didn't lie. He learns occlumency, really to strengthen his control of mental power. In that case, I will teach you occlumency. You may not be able to learn it anyway. Snape was really an old arrogant. Even if he did a good deed, he would not let you go. If you want to learn occlumency, the first thing you need to master is to empty your brain. Don't think, remember, feel, don't think about it. Because as long as your brain is empty, then even if someone else invades it, your brain can't detect any information. This is the basis of occlumency. If you can't even do this, it proves that you have no talent in this area. Then there is no need to mention the higher and deeper levels behind. Simply speaking, it's just a daze. Kronos suddenly realized it and said a word. Professor Snape's face twitched visibly. You'd better move your giant's brain. The highest level of occlumency is to allow you to give up some senses on your own. Being in a daze will indeed stop you from thinking, but your skin is still feeling the outside world all the time. Says that, but it's not that simple at all. The human mind is thinking all the time. Even people dream when they sleep. It can be said that this kind of thing is completely based on talent. Even if it is taught by someone, it may not be successful. Okay, let's start the first phase of contact. Snape took out his wand. He faced the bench under Kronos for a while, and the chair immediately became a comfortable recliner. Now lie on it and empty your brain, go quickly. Professor Snape said sternly. Kronos spit out Snape in his heart, and then lay down on the recliner, staring at the lights in the office. Or, close your eyes and try. The long stare made Kronos' eyes sore and sore. But as soon as he closed his eyes, Parvati's face appeared in front of Kronos' eyes, and then he fell asleep like that. When Kronos woke up, I didn't know when, Kronos wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He got up and started looking for Professor Snape. If you haven't got enough sleep, please go back to your bed. Professor Snape said to Kronos without looking back while handling his cauldron. Kronos scratched his head with embarrassment, but in fact, he can't rely on him, he just committed a problem that all beginners reciprocate. Walking out of Professor Snape's office, a blast of cold wind made Kronos shrink his neck. Walk to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Password. The man on the painting asked. Snake letter. The password is changed every 2 weeks. But obviously the first week is not over yet. Back next to his bed, Kronos found a plate of apple pie and chocolate-flavored pot cakes beside his bedside table. A note was pressed underneath. I know you didn't go to the restaurant to eat, I brought you this. The following signature is Draco Malfoy. Well, who said that our little master is a selfish guy? Isn't this also very concerned about friends? Kronos ate the dinner Draco had left him in 2 bites, and he was lying on the bed again learning to empty his brain. Only this time it took him a long time to fall asleep. Finally there was a flight lesson on Thursday morning, although it was with Gryffindor students. But this did not affect Draco's love of flying in the slightest. Walking on the way to the flight field, Draco has been explaining his flying skills and his heroic operations in Quidditch in the ear of Kronos. Kronos firmly believes that Draco is not bragging. www.readaloud.com. In fact, Draco's Quidditch technique is indeed very good. Although his father, Mr. Lucius, sponsored the Slytherin team's latest flying broomstick, could Draco enter the Slytherin Quidditch team without any skill? Professor Snape would not take care of Draco in this regard. When the Gryffindor students arrived at the venue, the Slytherin people were already waiting at the venue, and 20 flying broomsticks were neatly placed in front of them. Kronos found Harry in the crowd walking with a red-haired Ron, and Hermione at the end of the line. She was obviously not ready to look at her expression. Soon their teacher, Mrs. Hooch, came. She has short grey hair and both eyes are yellow, like those of an eagle. Okay, what are you all waiting for? She said sharply, everyone is standing next to a flying broom. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. Everyone's broomsticks are very old, but some broomsticks are very obedient. Harry and Draco only called the flying broomstick and flew into their hands. And Kronos' flying broomstick flew slowly, but he was not the worst. Like Hermione's flying broomstick, no matter how Hermione calls it. It was just lazily rolling on the ground. As for Mr. Neville Longbottom, his broom was flying up and down in the air, and Kronos found that he was crying. Okay, as soon as I blow the whistle, you should kick your legs off the ground and kick hard. Madame Hooch said, hold the broom firmly and rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and fall back to the ground vertically. Listen to my whistle 3-2. Before we finished speaking, our poor Mr. Longbottom had ascended to heaven. Chapter 15, Midnight Duel. For the rest of the time, Kronos studied in the classroom during the day and went to Professor Snape's office to practice occlumency in the evening. You'd better add your giant's brain to empty space, and get rid of those messy things. Snape yelled at Kronos. Kronos has practiced occlumency for so long, but there is no sign of getting started. Why don't you refine me some potions that can empty the brain? After Kronos said this, he regretted it. He saw Snape's eyes fixed on him. It looks like a beast that sees its prey. There is no such potion, even if I have it, I won't give it to you. The potion is only an auxiliary, he is not the ability of the wizard himself. Professor Snape continued after a while. Oh. After sighing, Kronos lay on the recliner again. The avenue is invisible, the fertility world. The avenue is ruthless, running the sun and the moon. The avenue is nameless, and it grows all things. I don't know his name and strong name, Tao. Husbands and Taoists are clear and turbid, moving and quiet. The sky is clear and the earth is turbid, the sky is moving and the earth is quiet, the men are clear and the women are turbid, the men move and the women are quiet. Reducing the cost and ruining things, and creating everything. The clear, the source of turbidity. Those who move are the foundation of static. People can always be quiet, and the world will return. The lady is so quiet, and her heart is disturbed. People's hearts are so quiet, but they want to lead them. Can often dismiss their desires, and calm their minds. Clear one's heart, and God clears himself. Naturally the 6 desires do not grow, and the 3 poisons are eliminated. Therefore, those who cannot, but the heart is not clear, the desire is not sent. Somehow Kronos meditated in his heart the meditation curse of the previous life. After reading, Kronos felt a chill spread from the top of his head to his feet. The messy information in the brain has also been excluded. Kronos feels great now, he seems to be able to hear Professor Snape's slightly rapid breathing. And a foul smell poured into Kronos' nostrils, like the scent of a fox and the smell of swill. Professor Snape, what are you doing? I'm going to pass out. Kronos pinched his nose, he couldn't take it anymore. It seems that you are not too stupid. You have learned the basic occlumency. Let's practice the rest by yourself. Professor Snape didn't look back, still focusing on dealing with the demon that was brewing on his desk. Medicine. Then I can come over again. Kronos asked cautiously. If you are willing to deal with these disgusting reptiles, then you are free. After getting Professor Snape's answer, Kronos left his office immediately. The smell is driving him crazy. Kronos walked on the way to the Slytherin common room. With the blessing of occlumency, Kronos's 5 senses have been significantly strengthened, and he is particularly clear about every move of the outside world. Suddenly, the sound is enough to be heard by the entire 3rd floor. Not to mention Kronos' hearing is far better than that of ordinary people. Kronos felt like a grenade exploded in his ear, and the sound seemed to be coming from the prize showroom. Kronos dug out his ears with his hands, driven by curiosity. Kronos couldn't help but walk down to the prize showroom. I remember turning around this corner as if it was all right. Kronos said in his heart. Boom boom boom, a burst of smashed footsteps sounded. Oh! Fuck me! Two screams sounded, and Kronos was prodded by a sharp object at the base of his thigh. He saw clearly that it was a magic wand, 11 inches long, made of holly wood. Harry Potter! You are here! Kronos hadn't finished. Saw Harry get up immediately and said run. And behind him were his good friends Ron, Neville, and our Miss Granger. The expressions of the four people are different. Harry and Ron are panicked and Neville is fear. As for Hermione, it is completely angry. Kronos didn't know why he ran, maybe it was this herd mentality. On the way, Kronos also heard Hermione say to Harry, Malfoy lied to you. He won't come to a duel with you at all. It is possible that he revealed the news like Filch. Kronos knew that he had been innocently involved in that boring wizard duel. However, there is a saying, yes, misfortunes never come singly. After they finally evaded Filch's pursuit, they heard the of a door rattle and something flew from a classroom in front of them. Came out. Is Pippi. As soon as it saw them, it laughed. Lock the tongue and seal the throat. A faint light radiated from Kronos' wand and shot at Peepagui. Only asked Pippi to open his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. Ken only stare at Kronos with eyes the size of a needle. Harry Potter looked at Kronos gratefully. Listen, Pippi. We are going to hide in this classroom now. If you reveal our position to Filch, then I don't recommend letting you disappear forever. When Kronos said this, they also waved their wand fiercely. www.readaloud.com Kronos and they didn't have to walk into the classroom and leaned against the door tightly. Pippi, is it you? As soon as they entered the classroom, they heard Filch's furious voice. I must go to Dumbledore, and I must let him drive you fellow out of the castle. After hearing Filch's footsteps, Harry Potter and the others collapsed to the ground exhausted. Then, Mr. Potter, can you tell me why you are here? Kronos asked knowingly. Then, why are you here? Before Harry could speak, Hermione had already questioned her. I just got out of Professor Snape's office and caught 4 Gryffindor students who were not sleeping. Trust me, Miss Granger, Professor Snape will be happy to testify for me. Dropped a lot of Gryffindor points. You. Hermione suddenly became angry. She didn't go on, because he knew that Kronos had indeed been running to Professor Snape recently, so what he said is likely to be true. Even if it was fake, Kronos would be safe with Professor Snape's spirit of protecting his calf. Okay, Hermione. Harry interrupted them both. Your name is Quirrell. No. Cronus Slughorn, Mr. Harry Potter. Cronus said. Don't be like this, Kronos Slughorn. Just call me Harry. They are Ron and Neville. Thank you for helping us just now. Harry looked very cramped because he was afraid. Kronos would report them to Professor Snape and then expel him from Hogwarts. If that were the case, Harry thought he would go crazy. Chapter 16, Coin. It's Draco. Ron shouted. SHH. Kronos made a silent gesture. I don't care what Draco did, but your rant will bring Filch back. Ron slapped his lips. It is undeniable that Kronos was right. He couldn't help shaking at the thought of Filch's disgusting face. Ron meant that Draco asked us out. He asked us to have a wizard duel in the prize showroom on the 3rd floor at 12 midnight today. Ron was my assistant. Harry helped explain. So what? Kronos looked at Harry Potter with his arms around him. So Draco Malfoy lied to us, he is a total coward, a liar. After Ron said this, Kronos saw him flush with emotion. Although Ron was right, Kronos was still very upset. He had regarded Draco as his friend. Listen to Ron, you and Draco are still just children. Although Kronos is also a child who hasn't grown up, I think Draco only said this on impulse, but you guys' Landfinder's courage seemed to be a little too much. He would actually engage in some wizard duel because of a child's impulse. Kronos still spoke to Draco unconsciously. But Kronos didn't think it was too much, because these people are really not fuel-efficient lamps. Take Harry Potter, for example. Although it was not his intention, the things he provokes every school year are enough for other wizards to brag about for a lifetime. Okay, now we can go back. After saying this, Kronos left, but he always felt as if he had forgotten something. In the transformation class the next day, Malfoy rubbed his eyes in an incredible way. He didn't know why Harry and Ron were not expelled from Hogwarts. And they are talking and laughing together. When eating at noon, the owl flew into the restaurant as usual. But everyone was attracted by the slender package carried by 6 owls. Like everyone else, Malfoy was curious about what was written in it. Until the owl put the package in front of Harry. Draco. Kronos put a hand on Malfoy's shoulder. Did you do something behind my back? What? Kronos, what are you talking about? We are together every day. Malfoy's eyes moved visibly to the left. There is no best, Draco. I don't want to hear bad things about Slytherin in the future. For example, a coward was broken by Gryffindor and was afraid to participate in a boring wizard duel. Kronos was a little closer to Malfoy. Certainly. Kronos patted Malfoy on the shoulder with satisfaction. Draco, don't pay attention to people who are useless to you. If you study magic with your talents, you may not be the greatest of the Malfoy family. Patriarch. Malfoy's eyes lit up when he heard this. Kronos knew he should listen, he felt he cared about him more than Malfoy's father. Midnight, after the snoring of Crabbe and Gore lost Malfoy's sleep. Kronos put on his robe, picked up his wand, tiptoed through the room under the Black Lake, climbed the spiral staircase, and entered the Slytherin common room. No one is quiet here, and there is still some fire flickering in the fireplace. The tables and chairs placed around turned into dark shadows. Kronos walked through the portrait passage, took out his wand and tapped his chest and said, "The phantom is sneaking." Then a silver-white light spread from Kronos's chest, and then Kronos was just like that. The place disappeared, as if it merged with the surrounding things. This is a card drawn to him by the system. Originally, Kronos only needed to meditate in his heart to cast the spell. But Kronos felt that it was too much like a wizard. His goal today is simple, to find a magic item in Filch's room. It was a magical living spot map. Kronos didn't know whether he was still in Filch's room or not. Perhaps Fred and George had taken it away. But the powerful features of this magical item are worth a try by Kronos. Filch's room is also on the 3rd floor, just at the corner at the end of the 3rd floor. A Raho cave is open. Kronos took out his wand and tapped the doorknob of the room. Crack! The door opened gently. It looks like Filch is searching for the castle again. Kronos poked his head in. This old guy always takes pleasure in punishing students. The room is not big with only one cabinet and one bed. Compared with Snape's office, it's a heaven and an underground. www.readaloud.com. Kronos looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on the cabinet next to the bed. That's it, the fluorescence flickers. He said that Kronos opened the cabinet door. Wow! The contents of the cabinet fell out at once. Damn it! Wouldn't the old Filch find a cabinet that has been cast the invisible stretching curse? Kronos started to complain in his heart. What are these? Dung eggs, hiccups. Oh! Damn it! Kronos was bitten by something. It was a teacup that could bite. Kronos did not find a blank piece of parchment after searching for a long time. It seemed that it had been taken by Fred and George. After all, they are not honest guys. Wait! What is that? Kronos' gaze was attracted by a golden coin. On the front of the coin is a man with a crown and a sword, who looks like a king, and on the back of the coin is an old man with a big beard, who looks like a wizard duel. Kronos put it in his mouth and bit it, and found that it was very hard. I don't know what material it is made of. Kronos put it in his pocket, packed up the things on the ground and left here immediately. When did Filch come back suddenly? Walking on the way back, Kronos heard a rapid gasp. Kronos was so scared that he hurriedly pressed against the wall, not daring to move. After a while, Kronos found out, and Harry and Ron ran past in front of them. And Harry also held a well-shaped flying broom in his hand. Kronos thought that it was the Lightwheel 2000 that Professor McGonagall gave him. It seems that Harry's flying talent was discovered by Professor McGonagall. Chapter 17, King Arthur and Merlin. Why are they here? Kronos looked confused. While holding a flying broomstick, could it be that he was too excited to wait for an interview and flew away? Kronos really thought it was possible. Although Harry Potter wouldn't do it, Ron couldn't let a newest flying broomstick there to dust off. Looking at the way they were panting just now and the direction they were running over, it was estimated that they had entered the room guarded by the three-headed hounds. Sometimes Kronos felt that Harry Potter was a walking troublemaker, and he could run into trouble wherever he went. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some of Dumbledore's tests were given to him. The next morning, because it's almost Halloween, the decorations in the corridors have already begun, and the restaurant has begun to smell of sweet and attractive roasted pumpkins. Did you know? Kronos, Harry Potter actually joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and there is a smooth 2000. This is simply a violation. I want my dad to be here. Dumbledore was impeached at the school board. Malfoy was talking endlessly in the morning, and he obviously couldn't accept it. The first class this morning is a spell class with the students of Ravenclaw. The little Professor Flitwick is talking about the levitation charm today. At this moment, he is flying a book around with a floating spell. Well, don't forget the subtle wrist movements that we have been training. Professor Flitwick stood on his pile of books as usual and said sharply. A wave and a wave, remember, a wave and a shake. It is also very important to read the spell correctly. Don't forget the wizard Barafio, he said F2s and found himself lying on the floor. On the chest stood a bison. Professor Flavie, after explaining the essentials of the spell, began to divide the group into two groups for practice. Kronos's object was Vincent Crabbe, the clumsy boy. When he swung his wand and almost hit Kronos, Kronos was far away from him. Boom! Kronos' robes touched the metal corner of the table, and there was a crisp sound. Kronos reached out to touch it, and took out the coin that he took out in Filch's room last night. The golden coin looks more dazzling under the sunlight. I don't know if it is an illusion or something. No matter how Kronos played with the coin, he always felt that the head on the coin was just his eyes. Before he knew it, Kronos met him. Mr. Slughorn, if you want to become a legendary wizard like Merlin, then please learn the most basic spells first. Professor Flavie didn't know when he came to Kronos. Oh, Professor. I'm sorry, Professor. Kronos stood up, making Professor Flitwick look up at him. Professor, I heard you mentioned Merlin just now, didn't you? Kronos immediately raised a topic. He hated being looked at like this. On the coin, the portrait on the coin in your hand is the legendary wizard Merlin. I think you have been staring at him, and I thought you were his fanatic. Professor Flavie explained. Hey! Kronos looked strange. He didn't know Merlin at all. Professor Flitwick is gone. Kronos looks at the coin in his hand. If this person is Merlin, then the portrait on the front must be King Arthur. King Arthur is the legendary King of England, the leader of the Knights of the Round Table, and a near-mythical legend. After the collapse of the Roman Empire, he led the Knights of the Round Table to unify the British Isles and was honoured as King Arthur by later generations. Will this be? An incredible thought emerged in Kronos' heart. Then he shook his head vigorously. How is it possible, if he is really Merlin's magic item, how could it be placed in Filch's room? Dumbledore is not a fool. Maybe this is a souvenir left by a senior who has graduated. Cronus, where are you going? It's a rare afternoon holiday, don't you come with us? Malfoy stopped Cronus, who was leaving. Because today is Halloween Eve, the holiday will begin this afternoon, and there will be a grand Halloween dinner in the evening. You go first. I still have something to do. After saying this, Cronus turned his head and left the classroom. All the Malfoys were left with a puzzled look. The decoration on the corridor has been done. www.readaloud.com. Countless bats are flying on the walls and ceiling, and there are hundreds of low clouds hovering above their heads. Dancing in the hallway made the candle flames in the pumpkin belly flicker. But Cronus turned a blind eye to all this and came to the Hogwarts library with no distractions. There is no one here, because everyone is immersed in the joy of Halloween. Cronus moved the ladder and started looking for books about King Arthur and Merlin. The story of King Arthur and Merlin took place in the 12th century AD, which greatly reduced the scope of Cronus' search. Merlin is a nun named Carmelis and the son of an elf. When he was a child, he told King Arthur's grandfather, King Waldegrand, that the construction of the Welsh mountain city could not proceed because there was a fire dragon underground. He predicted that if the throne was passed to Prince Uther, he would be able to repel the Saxon attack and rebuild the country. He predicted the birth of Arthur to King Uther, and after the death of King Uther, he was called the most trusted advisor of Uther, prophesied to Arthur, and used magic to help him. Merlin likes to live with wild beasts deep in the forest. He often transformed into animals and talked to them, and watched the astrological signs for the future. Some people say that Merlin is still alive. He lives in a transparent city on an island that humans cannot see. Imprisoned in a cage made of air in the forest by a beautiful witch named Vivian, she obeyed Vivian. Cronus maintains a neutral attitude towards this point. Who knows how powerful the legendary Merlin is? Even the legendary of death will follow the holder of the Deathly Hallows as the master. Although this is just a legend, is there anything more nonsense than this when Cronus has passed through? Chapter 18, Unusual Coins. The book introduces all the legendary stories of Merlin and King Arthur, as well as some fictitious and wild history. Cronus even found that some books said that King Arthur and Merlin had that kind of relationship. Cronus was shocked in a cold sweat behind him. How do you feel that the legendary wizards have that kind of hobby? There is Merlin and King Arthur in the front, and Dumbledore and Grindelwald in the back. Inquired for a long time about Merlin's magic and his magic items without a word. Moreover, in Europe at that time, metal refining technology was not so developed, let alone making this product that looked like last week. Go, it's really an ordinary work of art. Cronus rubbed his thumb on the coin. Hiss! Damn it! Cronus' thumb seemed to be pierced by the sword in King Arthur's hand, and Cronus in pain dropped the coin on the ground. What a bad luck! Cronus put his thumb in his mouth and sucked. Not only wasted an afternoon in vain, but also missed the first Halloween Eve spent at Hogwarts. I hope I can catch the tail of the dinner party. Cronus picked up the coin on the ground, put it in his pocket and walked to the restaurant. The lively Hogwarts corridors of the past are now extremely quiet, only the pattering of Cronus' shoes on the ground. Cronus looked up, there was no one. Even the ghosts are celebrating the holiday in their own way. But soon he heard a voice that almost stopped his heart. A stern, terrifying voice. The sound came from the bathroom at the corner in front. Cronus quickened his pace, and at the same time pulled out the wand from my waist and held it in my hand. Turn the corner. What are you doing? The legs are stiff and dead. Cronus shouted. He was very angry. The scene just now simply subverted his three views. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw Harry and Ron at the door of the girls' bathroom, plus the scream that was just a girl. Cronus didn't expect that they were such people, and he was so angry that he cast a curse on Ron. You bunch of despicable, disgusting bugs! Cronus became more angry as he thought about it, pointing his wand at Harry. Harry could see the sharp light from the tip of Kronos' wand. He shook his head and explained, "No, no, no, Kronos is not like that, it's Hermione, Hermione is in it." Hey! Kronos became more atmosphere after listening, "No one can do it." When he saw the jack-o'-lantern shining faintly, his pupils shrank suddenly. "I fuck." A beautiful native dialect popped out of Kronos's mouth. "Araho cave is open." Corona smashed the door open. As expected, the scene was terrifying. It was 12 feet tall, its skin was dull and grey as granite, and its large and stupid body was like a huge pile of mud, with a cocoa bean-like head on top. Its short legs are as thick as a tree stump, and underneath are flat, stubborn, large feet. The smell from it was disgusting. It was holding a thick wooden stick in its hand, and because of its long arms, the stick was dragging on the ground. Hermione Granger shrank by the opposite wall, seeming to faint at any time. The troll was approaching her, and as it walked, it knocked the pool away from the wall. "Keep down and faint." This was obviously a bit redundant. The giant's size completely blocked Hermione, and Kronos could not hit Hermione even if his head was poor. But Hermione obediently moved her body lower. The giant's eyelids sank slightly, and he immediately regained consciousness. The magic resistance was too high, and Kronos' weak magic power was not enough to knock down the giant. The giant was obviously irritated by Kronos, and he let out a low growl. Then he swung it towards Kronos with a wooden stick. Kronos leaned forward to the ground, the coin in his pocket tumbled. "Kronos!" Harry called. Kronos did not respond to him. "Kronos, pocket!" "I know." Kronos has no time to talk to him now. "Pocket, your pocket is on fire!" Harry shouted. "Hey!" Kronos hurriedly looked down. What was on fire? There is a kind of strong light passing through Kronos' wizard robe. Kronos stretched out his hand. "It's a coin," Kronos thought. Kronos took out his right hand. The coin at the moment exudes a strong light, and the light faintly formed a circle with magic patterns that Kronos could not understand. But Kronos could clearly feel that it was about to explode. Kronos instinctively stretched his right hand forward and aimed it at the slow-moving giant. www.readaloud.com. The light in Kronos's right hand became bigger in an instant, and Harry and Ron were stunned by the light. "Open your eyes!" Boom! Harry and Ron opened their eyes after hearing a loud noise. The giant is no longer visible, only Hermione, who is still crying, and Kronos panting heavily. Harry hurried to Kronos's side and asked, "Where is the giant? Isn't that there?" Kronos snorted, and Harry looked in the direction that Kronos said, only to see a dark grey that could barely see the figure. "Let's go see Hermione first, I'm just out of touch with my magic," Kronos said, and the moment the coin burst, Kronos's magic was emptied. Kronos had a feeling, if it wasn't for his weak magic power, coins can explode with greater power. There was a sudden violent knock on the door and loud footsteps, and all four people in the room looked up. They didn't realize how much noise had been made just now. It must be the people downstairs who heard the violent collision and the roar of the monster. After a while, Professor McGonagall rushed into the room, followed by Snape, Quirrell at the end. Quirrell only glanced inside, then let out a weak sob, sitting on a toilet bowl, clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent over to look at Kronos. Kronos saw the doubt in Snape's eyes. Professor McGonagall looked at Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her look so angry. Her lips were pale. The hope of winning 50 points for Gryffindor quickly disappeared from Harry's mind. The curse stops. Professor McGonagall still helped Ron dispel the magic first. He has been locked by Kronos with a mischievous spell, and he is lying on the ground safely. Chapter 19, The Secret of the Coin. "What the are you playing?" Professor McGonagall said, with cold anger in his voice. Harry looked at Ron and saw that he was still standing there with his wand held high. "Fortunately, you didn't get killed by it." Why don't you stay in the dormitory honestly? Snape gave Harry a quick glance with 10 people. Kronos was upset. Please, Professor, I'm a student of your college. What's the deal with you staring at them? Snape didn't let Kronos wait too long. He quickly turned his head and said to Kronos, I need a reasonable explanation, Mr. Slughorn. Kronos could hear him being angry, he used to call him Kronos. At this moment, a low voice came from the shadows. Please don't do that, Professor McGonagall, they are looking for me. Miss Granger. Hermione finally stopped crying and struggled to stand up. Oh, thank goodness. Kronos thought, and at this moment he felt much cuter looking at Hermione's front teeth. I came to find the troll because I thought I could deal with it alone, you know, because I read about them in books and know them well. Ron was startled by his wand. Hermione Granger took a big lie to a teacher? If they didn't get me to me, I must be dead by now. When Professor McGonagall looked at Harry and Ron, they both tried to pretend that they were already familiar with the story. Is that really the case? I really didn't realize that my students could have this kind of courage, so why didn't you go to Gryffindor? Mr. Slughorn. Snape looked at Kay reluctantly. Kronos. I knew it. Kronos thought. Snape wasn't so foolish. Yes, I told him to accompany me to the library to study, Professor Snape. I know that Kronos potions learned well from you. Hermione had already reacted. This wave of flattery shoots really well. Kronos almost laughed out of Snape's weird eyes. Oh, if so. Professor McGonagall stared at them and muttered, Miss Granger, you silly girl, how can you think that you can deal with a giant mountain-like monster alone? Miss Granger, Gryffindor will be deducted 5 points because of this incident, Professor McGonagall said. I am very disappointed in you. If you are not injured at all, you'd better return to Granville as soon as possible. Go to Fender Castle. The students are all enjoying the Halloween dinner at their college. Then Professor McGonagall turned his head to Kronos, Harry, and Ron and said, and you, well, I still have to say you are lucky. Few first-year students can compete with an adult troll. Each of you won 5 points for Gryffindor and Slytherin. I will inform Professor Dumbledore about this. You can go now. Professor McGonagall, I think I might not be able to move. Kronos's voice faintly sounded. Hearing that, Professor McGonagall immediately stepped forward to check Kronos' situation. Oh boy, your magic is exhausted, it seems you need to go to Madame Pomfrey. Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall glanced at Snape. I know. Snape nodded, then squatted down and carried Kronos on his back and walked towards the Hogwarts infirmary. Snape walked fast, but very steady. Lying on his back made people feel safe, and Kronos could no longer hold his heavy eyelids, so he fell asleep on Professor Snape's back. The next morning, Kronos woke up in the school infirmary at Hogwarts. Are you awake, child? A gentle voice rang from Kronos' ear. That's the school doctor at Hogwarts, Mrs. Pomfrey. She looked older than Professor Snape. You are so reckless, child. You know, the depletion of magic power in a child like you will cause sequelae. With that, Madame Pomfrey handed a bubbling black potion. Kronos. Kronos took the potion and drank it without thinking about it. This is some kind of potion that restores magic power. It's just that the taste is really unacceptable, just like cayenne pepper is added to Chinese medicine. Madame Pomfrey watched Kronos finish drinking the potion and nodded in satisfaction. After instructing Kronos for a few words, he left. Kronos still needs to take it here for another day, and he will not be able to go back until the evening after Madame Pomfrey's inspection is completed. Kronos leaned against the bedside, his eyes fell on the bedside table on one side. His wand and the coinless are lying there quietly, as if they also need to rest. Kronos picked up the coin, and once again thinly increased it. The portrait of Merlin on the back is also staring at him. www.readaloud.com. This time Kronos felt that he was right. There must be a secret in this coin that he hadn't discovered. It's just that how did he play with the coin this time, reverse it, and even after Kronos chanted a manifestation spell on it with his wand, it didn't respond. That's right, if this coin really has anything to do with Merlin, can it be solved by me, a little wizard who has not graduated? Kronos laughed at himself in his heart. Hey, system! Do you have any function to help me? Kronos asked in his heart. There was only a moment of silence in response to him. Kronos sighed. Since coming to Hogwarts, the system seems to have never been there. If it weren't for Phantom Sneak it was easy to use. Kronos really felt that everything that happened in Ollivander that day was false. As for drawing cards? Not to mention that Kronos doesn't have so many Jin Jialong, even if he really draws some advanced spell cards, Kronos's poor 3-point magic power may not be used. Kronos looked at the coin again, he always felt as if he had forgotten something. Just when the coin exploded. Hey, Kronos! We came to see you. A voice interrupted Kronos's thinking. It was Harry who was talking, and he still had a bag of food in his hand. Following him was Ron with a reluctant expression. No way, Kronos misunderstood him and gave him a prank spell that day, which made him very unhappy. Hermione was at the back. It seems that they have achieved something, the Salvation Trio. A strange combination emerged in Kronos's mind. Chapter 20, Poor Snape. Hi, how are you? How was the potions class in the morning? Kronos put down the coin in his hand. Don't mention it, Professor Snape's face is darker than usual, and I dared not look up at him for the entire class. Ron said this, and he was terrified when he said it. Harry stared at Kronos, then swallowed and said, Kronos, we have one thing to tell you. Hey! Kronos raised his eyebrows. Harry and Ron, Hermione exchanged glances. Then he approached Kronos and whispered, we suspect that Professor Snape may be Hogwarts undercover. Of course I know Professor Snape is an undercover agent, he is still a double agent. Although his heart was calm, Kronos raised his eyebrows to indicate that he was suspicious of Harry's words. He put in the monster on Halloween. The purpose is to attract the attention of others. Then he has enough time to pass through the corridor on the right on the 4th floor. There is a hyena with 3 heads. It is a trapdoor under its feet, it is guarding something. It's something stolen from Gringa. Kronos looked at Harry and Hermione as you spoke to me. If Kronos didn't know the plot, he would really be confused by their rhetoric. Sometimes Kronos really thought Professor Snape was pitiful. Obviously he was the one who cared about Harry Potter most in Hogwarts, and even Dumbledore was far behind him. But his love for Harry Potter was too cryptic, and he was simply Hogwarts' #1 piggybacker. So, all of this is still your speculation. There is no evidence, isn't it? Kronos still wanted to change his prejudice against Professor Snape. Of course. Harry said hurriedly. I saw Snape's leg dripping with blood when I was in the staff lounge. It was definitely a hound bitten by a hound when he tried to force through the trapdoor. Kronos' mood at the moment is indescribable, he knows everything about it, but he doesn't know how to tell them. I see, Harry. Do you have anything else? Kronos' tone was slightly heavy. Harry's face was full of weirdness. He would only tell Kronos as a friend to tell him all that he knew. But Kronos seemed to be indifferent to all of this, and there was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. I've said it a long time ago, Harry. He is a Slytherin and won't believe what we say. Ron said in a weird manner. It seems that he had something to do with Kronos that day. Brood. Harry took a deep breath, turned his head and left the school infirmary with Ron. Aren't you with them? Kronos looked at Hermione who was still standing next to him. We originally came to invite you to watch the Quidditch game 3 days later, if you would. Of course I will go back, but it's on the Slytherin side. Kronos said. Since everyone can't play happily, Kronos still thinks it's better to part ways as soon as possible. Whatever you want. Hermione stamped her foot and hurried out of here. It's finally quiet. Kronos thought. However, this calm did not last long, and soon Draco and their friends came to see Kronos. Their hands were also full of food, and they sat on the side of Kronos's bed while eating and talking about everything that happened in class today. For example, Harry and Ron were scolded by Professor Snape. Kronos has been listening quietly next to him, and he will ask loudly when he hears the climax, "Really? That's great." Kronos felt like Malfoy was a normal 11-year-old. Unlike Harry Potter, he thinks about saving the world every day. After entering November, the weather became very cold. The mountains around the school were grey and covered with snow and ice, and the lake was as cold and hard as hardened steel. Every morning, there is frost on the ground. The Quidditch season has begun. The first game was Slytherin vs Gryffindor, and it was Harry Potter's first game. To be honest, Kronos is not interested in Quidditch. This game requires a lot of equipment. If you don't have a good flying broomstick, don't just lose it. Moreover, personal heroism is too serious, and basically does not require any cooperation. It is the ability of the seeker alone to determine the team's downline. Early the next morning, the weather was clear and cold. The restaurant was filled with the attractive smell of grilled sausages, and everyone was looking forward to the first one. Malfoy kept talking next to Kronos, and he heard that Kronos really wanted to use magic to seal his mouth. There was a lot of cheers in the stadium, and the entire stadium was surrounded by green and red. This gives Kronos a scene of watching the World Cup. www.readaloud.com. The referee is Mrs. Hooch. She stood in the middle of the court, holding her flying broomstick in her hand, waiting for the players from both sides. With the cheers of the students, the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams entered the field one after another. "Listen, I hope everyone will participate in the game fairly and honestly," she said as soon as the team members gathered around her. Harry noticed that her words seemed to be specifically addressed to Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slywood team and 6th grader. "Please ride on the flying broomstick." Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle vigorously. 15 flying broomsticks rose from the ground and rose high into the sky. The game started. Lee Jordan is a friend of the Weasley twin brothers. He is under the close supervision of Professor McGonagall as the commentator of the game. Kronos admitted that he was very passionate in explaining, but Kronos just couldn't take interest. Harry Potter is indeed an excellent seeker, and he swiftly shuttles between the crowd. It's starting. Kronos looked at Harry Potter in the sky. Suddenly, his broomstick shook terribly. For a moment, he thought he was going to fall. He grasped the broomstick tightly with both hands and clamped it tightly between his knees. His face showed a feeling of fear like this before. Kronos was looking at Professor Snape to one side. He was looking at Harry Potter in the sky with a serious face, and he was muttering words. The counterpart was Professor Quirrell on the side. Kronos suspected that his stumbling was pretended for a reason. At least he didn't seem to squat at all when he chanted the evil curse. Kronos found Hermione. She crossed over half of the tower and finally came to the top of the tower where the professor was. "My poor Professor Snape, I'm about to start slapped again." Chapter 21, Collection of Poetry Beta Stories. Christmas is coming. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts School woke up from a dream and found that it was covered with several feet of snow and the lake was covered with hard ice. A few owls flew across the snowy sky to deliver mail. After all the hardships, they had to regain their strength under the Tower of Hogwarts before they could continue to take off. Everyone can't wait to see the holiday. Although fires were burning in the Slytherin common room and auditorium, the drafty corridors became bitterly cold, and the windows of the classrooms were rattling by the freezing cold wind. Worst of all, Professor Snape's office was also in the basement. When Kronos opened his mouth, a cloud of white mist formed. Kronos would come back to Professor Snape's office for further studies every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoon. Snape would never teach Kronos as meticulously as in class, just let him help. Add 1 ounce of the herb to the first pint of dehydration. Pay attention to the order. Be sure to add the leaves first and then the rhizomes. After the water starts to boil, cover and cook for 30 minutes, and then let it cool completely. Pour out the potion and use it. Idiot, quickly put the lid on. You have to let it cool naturally. This is a solid oil with herbs. Choose the herbs with the power you want, or use magic on the herbs, or both. For medical ointments, the herbs should be selected according to the patient. The ratio is every 3 teaspoons of herbs. A teacup of fat. Vegetable oils are better, especially almond oil and saffron oil. Sorry professor. I mean, what kind of magic should I cast on it? Kronos asked weakly. Fool, you can apply any magic for what effect you need, I really don't know what's in your giant brain. Professor Snape is always like this. He will first gently state the production steps, and then use words to sternly point out Kronos's mistakes. Thanks to his guidance, Kronos's potions class score is already the first in his grade. Professor Snape, won't you go back for Christmas? Kronos thought of this question. I know what you want to ask, Mr. Slughorn. Hogwarts will not restrict the freedom of faculty and staff, so I can go back anytime. Snape stopped his work and turned around and said viciously. You think too much, Professor. I'm just thinking about where I want to send your Christmas gift. Kronos smiled awkwardly. By the way, Professor Snape, what kind of Christmas gift do you hope to get this year? Unnecessary. Others. Professor Snape, are you afraid that I don't like the gift you gave me? It doesn't matter, I'm not picky. I can accept any kind of blessing, Veritaserum, etc. Kronos said shamelessly. Professor Snape looked at him so quietly, squinting his eyes. Passed for a while. If you don't give it, don't you give it? As for driving people away. Kronos patted his and walked to the common room. When passing by the auditorium, Kronos saw Hagrid, the guard of the hunting ground, placing the last Christmas tree in the corner of the church. The auditorium is very beautifully dressed. The walls are covered with hanging ribbons made of holly and mistletoe. 12 towering Christmas trees are erected everywhere in the room. Some trees are hung with small shiny icicles, and some trees are shining with hundreds of candles. There are only a few students in the auditorium. Most of the students have gone home and reunited with their families. Kronos didn't go back, he didn't want to guard Horace's old man. Every year he would take Kronos to a dinner party organized by some so-called high-class wizards. That's too bad. Kronos couldn't help sighing. So when Professor McGonagall came to register the list of students who were staying at school for the holidays, Kronos immediately signed it. There is one more thing that bothers Kronos after Christmas. That's the problem of gifts. In the past, Kronos only needed to give Horace a bottle of red wine. But now that he has made new friends at Hogwarts, it is necessary for him to choose a favorite gift for them. Finally, he chose a flying broom care kit for Draco Malfoy. Malfoy likes flying very much. He gave Professor Snape a new custom-made robe, and Kronos noticed that his robe was a bit worn out last time. As for Crabbe and Gore, it's very simple. Kronos directly packed a lot of chocolate-flavored cakes and apple pie. Finally, they said they sent it through the public owl at Hogwarts. After finishing these, Kronos came to the restaurant to eat with satisfaction. A sumptuous dinner, 100 chubby roast turkeys, hills of roasted meat and boiled potatoes, large plates of delicious small sausages, bowls of peas mixed with butter, plates of thick meat gravy and lingonberry sauce every few steps along the table. There are piles of wizard-colored firecrackers waiting for you. After returning to the lounge, Kronos took out the coins in his pocket again to play. Since Halloween, nothing strange has happened to it. It's as if he is a disposable item. Forget it, no matter. Go to bed early and get up early. Coronas got up and tidied up and went to sleep like that. www.readaloud.com. Hogwarts on the next day was covered with a layer. The white coat, everything in the castle is celebrating the arrival of Christmas. Cronus woke up early in the morning and found Christmas presents piled up like a hill at the foot of the bed. Well, the first one is a gift from Malfoy, and there is a letter. Kronos picked up a gift wrapped in blue. Malfoy gave him a wand storage bag, made of dragon skin. The young master of a big family is different. You must know that dragon skin is the best defense material. It is too violent to make a small bag. Kronos opened his letter. It said that he was very happy when he received a gift from Kronos, and there was some useless nonsense behind it. This small, unpackaged black box must have been given by Professor Snape. Looking at such a crude package, Kronos really thought it was Snape. What is this? A necklace. Kronos looked at the contents of the box. Oh, Merlin's beard. Professor Snape really loves me, he actually gave me a few drops of blessing. Kronos felt that if nothing else, this would be the best he had received this year. Present. As expected, the rest are some very ordinary gifts. Crabbe and Gore's were even simpler. They gave Kronos a lot of snacks. Maybe they think they should give their favorite gifts. Kronos smiled bitterly. Wait, who gave this? Kronos' gaze was attracted by the last Christmas present. Is this a book? The Story of Poetry Wang and Pidu? Chapter 22, Magic Circle. May books enrich your thinking. Kronos opened the cover and wrote a beautiful little print. The signature is, Hermione Granger. This book is actually another book by J.K. Rowling in the previous life of Kronos. It's just a legend that records the story of a legendary wizard in this world. There are many interesting stories recorded, such as the first story, The Magician and the Magic Pot, telling everyone that they should help others and help everyone around them. And the story of Good Luck Fountain shows that everyone has misfortune, but as long as we strive to pursue happiness, we can finally find our own lucky fountain, because this spring water is created by ourselves. P.S. These stories can be found on the internet, it is quite interesting to see. Of course, the most legendary among them is the legend of three brothers. The Deathly Hallows described in it are all real and existing. The old wand, that is, the bone wand, is in Dumbledore's hand, and the resurrection stone is in Voldemort's Horcrux, Gunter's ring. As for the invisibility cloak, Harry Potter should have received it now. I don't know if Dumbledore knows the legend that after possessing 3 Deathly Hallows, he can become the Master of Death. Dumbledore is the closest to this goal. Maybe he treats it as a legend at all. Kronos thought. Kronos turned the book to the last page and saw the sign representing the Deathly Hallows. There is a figure that looks like a triangular eye with a vertical line in the middle of the pupil. There is a small print below. Old Magic Wand. He drew a vertical line on the parchment. Resurrection Stone. He added a circle on the vertical line. Invisibility Cloak. He drew a triangle outside the vertical line and the circle, which together form the Deathly Hallows. Kronos looked at the sign of the Deathly Hallows, just looking at it. He always felt that he had seen this pattern before, so familiar. Stared for a while, Kronos subconsciously stretched his hand into his pocket and wanted to take out the coin to play with. Damn, I remember. When the coin exploded, it exuded a pattern similar to this logo. Kronos slapped his thigh. What the is that? What the is it? Kronos began to walk around the bed. He is sure that he knows that thing, and he has never seen it in this world. Kronos felt that something was about to come out of his mind, but he was so close. Sign, triangle, circle, inverted triangle. Kronos's mouth kept muttering. Triangle, inverted triangle, combination, superimposition. Kronos paused, and he thought of the uncertain thing. 6, 6-pointed star. Magic circle. Kronos seemed to be lost, and after a while, he was reveling in his bedroom as if he had discovered a new world. He even picked up his pillow excitedly and danced. After a while, he calmed down. He wasn't sure whether there were magic circles in this world. He quickly recalled the writings of the previous life in his mind. Finally, he was sure that there might be no magic circle in this world. I'm going to be famous, ha 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 ha. Kronos finally understood Charlotte's mood. Calm down, Kronos. He comforted himself. Maybe I should go to the Hogwarts library, which is definitely the most complete library in Europe. Kronos did what he said, and he immediately put on his clothes and a wizard's robe. He has no time to wash, nor can he take into account the differences in the eyes of the people around him. Now Kronos's is really weird, a hair like a chicken coop. Even the second button of the robe was tied to the first button. The Hogwarts library is so large that the scale of the collection alone is prohibitive. There are thousands of books, thousands of bookshelves, and hundreds of narrow passages. But the books that Kronos found were very purposeful, and books on spells and potions were abandoned. The main target of the inquiry is books on the history of magic and alchemy. But such books alone are enough for Kronos to eat a pot. My dear, it's time for you to go back. I don't think studying on a celebrated day like Christmas. The librarian Mrs. Pants didn't know when she stood in front of Kronos. Oh, is it already night? Kronos looked outside, and the long reading made double images appear in his eyes. But it's worth the exhaustion, at least so far he has not found a record of the magic circle. Kronos came to the restaurant. It was really a splendid Christmas dinner. 100 pudgy roasted turkeys, hills of grilled meat and boiled potatoes, large plates of delicious small sausages, bowls of peas mixed with butter, plates of thick gravy and lingonberry sauce every few steps along the dining table. UU reads www.uuganshu.com has a huge pile of wizard-colored firecrackers waiting for you. Slytherin's long table is here with Kronos alone. After all, Slytherin's students are basically members of a large family. Big family, the rules are very big. Harry and Fred on the opposite side of Gryffindor were very happy. They drew a colorful firecracker together. Instead of a muffled bang, it made a bang like a cannon bombing, engulfing them all. In a puff of blue smoke, a rear admiral's hat and a few lively mice were exploded from it at the same time. In the main guest table, Dumbledore replaced his pointed wizard hat with a millinery decorated with flowers. Professor Flitwick had just told him a joke, and he smiled happily. After turkey is the flaming Christmas pudding. Kronos obviously couldn't eat it. He ate a few bites in a hurry at the beginning, and then spared a big circle. Spare in from the back of the library. The phantom sneaks. Kronos took out his wand and tapped it at himself. This time his target is mainly books in the restricted book zone. One day has allowed him to turn all the books outside. As long as he is confirming these mysterious books. Fluorescence flashes. The back of the library was too dark, and Kronos had no owl eyes. He searches for the books he needs one by one, and I have to say that the books in the forbidden book zone look older than Kronos. Some peeled, faded bronzing letters. I have to say that it makes sense for them to be banned, and Kronos's finger ran through them. I always feel a whisper ringing in my ears. Wow! Damn! Kronos' heart was in his throat at this moment. Because this sound was not made by Kronos at all. Chapter 23, Strange Mirror. Kronos immediately stepped forward and bent down and ran outside along the bookshelf. Who? Kronos touched a silky fabric with his left hand, and Kronos tore it off. It's me, Kronos. It's me, Harry. Harry? Why are you here? Kronos looked at Harry Potter, who was half of his body exposed. Then he looked at the thing on his left hand. Isn't it the invisibility cloak? As soon as Harry was about to open his mouth to speak, Kronos blocked Harry's mouth. Then he immediately got into the invisibility cloak. I have to say that the invisibility cloak is indeed a legendary Deathly Hallows, it is smoother than silk and lighter than light. There were footsteps in the corridor outside. It's Filch. Harry looked at Kronos in horror. Shhh. Bend down, let's get out. Kronos made a gesture. They slowly approached the door, and Filch just passed them. Kronos could hear Harry Potter's heartbeat. They fled to the corridor and ran all the way. After running for a long time, Kronos heard it. They were eager to run just now and didn't care about the direction. Where are we? Harry looked around, but couldn't see anything. I don't know, don't talk for now. Filch must know the shortcut after all these years at Hogwarts. Let's hide first. Kronos took Harry back step by step, stepping very lightly under his feet. Kronos' hand touched a doorknob, and he pushed open a gap. Squeezed in sideways. Thank God, they finally passed. We are safe. Harry leaned on Chiang, breathing deeply. Kronos, why are you in the library? Harry suddenly asked the question in his mind. He always felt that Kronos appeared there a bit abnormal. What about you? What are you doing there? Kronos asked instead. I'm looking for Nicola May, he has something to do with what Snape wants to grab. Kronos was taken aback, then reached out and patted Harry Potter on the shoulder. Harry, why are you doing this? Even if Professor Snape really wants to take something, what does it have to do with you? Really? Harry was obviously hesitated after hearing these words, and he didn't know why he did it. Is it because Snape always makes things difficult for him in class? No. Harry shook his head violently. He's going to kill me. Snape used a spell on my flying broomstick during my Quidditch match. No, Harry, you misunderstood him. Snape taught him. Kronos paused, and he didn't know how to tell Harry Potter. What's wrong with him? I think you are a Slytherin student, that's why you prefer him. Harry noticed Kronos's stumbling, and he strengthened his mind even more. Harry, when you lose him, you will regret it. I will try my best not to let him die. Kronos said the following words in his heart. Harry glanced at Kronos with a weird face, and then he started to mass up the classroom. This seems to be an abandoned classroom. Tables and chairs are randomly placed in the middle of the classroom, but there is a very obtrusive object in this room. Kronos, look! Harry turned his head and shouted at Kronos. What? Kronos heard the sound and rushed to it. In front of is a very magnificent mirror, the height of 2 adults. The gorgeous golden frame is supported by 2 claw-shaped feet. A paragraph was engraved on it, Eris, Stella, Okaru, A Toby, Kavor, A Tang, Vohes. This is, the mirror of Eris. Kronos immediately inferred this item. With a few faint rays of moonlight, the shadow of Eris's magic mirror was pulled for a long time, looking like a demon with teeth and claws. Kronos knew that the mirror of Eris could reflect what people desire most in their hearts. The strong-willed person can strengthen his goal through him, while the weak-willed person will be addicted to it. So as to the good and evil of this magic mirror, it is true that the benevolent sees benevolence, and the wise sees wisdom. Ah! Harry covered his mouth before making a sound. Kronos, mirror, in the mirror. Harry Potter pointed to the mirror. I know. Kronos nodded. I know what a shit, who knows what you desire most in your heart. Kronos vomited in his heart. Kronos approached the magic mirror, he also wanted to see what he wanted most in his heart. With the approach of Kronos, the picture in the mirror began to change gradually. At first, Kronos was alone. Then another person appeared, and Kronos didn't know him. Then the second person also appeared, this should be Malfoy. Although his appearance has changed a bit, Kronos can still recognize it. Then one after another wizard appeared behind Kronos, some of them were Kronos' classmates at Hogwarts, and some of them didn't know him. But their eyes all looked at the same person, Kronos. Their eyes are full of respect. www.readaloud.com, and Kronos, who stands at the forefront, is full of self-confidence. It seems that I still want to be the greatest wizard in the magic world. Kronos nodded. Hey! Kronos frowned. The mirror image in the mirror began to change, and Kronos gradually became smaller and smaller, until he became about 3 years old. Kronos in the mirror was full of smiles. His left hand was holding a wizard with a white beard, and his right hand was holding a very beautiful woman. Little Kronos' eyes were extremely similar to those of a woman. They stood in front of a lake holding hands, and behind them was a jungle. The largest tree in the jungle is their home. This is... Ah! Kronos' head began to ache, and he knelt on the ground and tore his hair fiercely. This terrified Harry, who was aside. He squatted down in a hurry. Kronos, what's the matter with you? Kronos. Kronos' headache was like trying to burst. Kronos suddenly recalled all the things he had passed through. Hogwarts, Horace's home, orphanage. This scene was reversed in his mind like a slide. Hey! Kronos exhaled deeply. I have no memory. Kronos said. What? Sorry, Kronos, can you say it again? Harry Potter looked puzzled. I don't have the memory of before the age of 7. Kronos suddenly discovered that his memory started in the orphanage, that is, when he was 7. He didn't know anything about the things before this. He originally thought he was a simple orphan, but the scene just now made him feel the existence of another. An existence he didn't know. Chapter 24, Forbidden Magic Stone. Kronos, are you okay? You scared me to death just now. Harry squatted next to Kronos. The appearance of Kronos just now really scared him. I'm fine. Kronos stood up swayingly, and with the help of moonlight Harry saw the sweat on his forehead. Okay, Harry. It's time to go back, it's late. Kronos suggested. The next day, the snow has not melted yet. The students' Christmas holidays are not over. The huge common room only has Kronos and a burning fireplace. Kronos thought about what happened last night. I also had parents before. But I haven't seen them, so why would I want to be with them? It shouldn't be. Impossible. As soon as the thought came up, Kronos shook his head violently. It's not so much that Kronos doesn't believe it, it's better to say that he doesn't want to believe it. There is another soul or something in your body, it's simply outrageous. Kronos knew that Harry had been with the Mirror of Eris these days, and Kronos did not dare to pass. He has been helping out in Professor Snape's basement recently. Professor, have you heard of something called Magic Circle? Kronos asked a question abruptly. Professor Snape's hand in cutting the herb slowed visibly, and turned his head to look at Kronos viciously. He wanted to know what was in the head of the giant Coronas all day long. Kronos knew about Professor Snape and didn't know such things as magic circles. It seems that the magic circle really doesn't exist in this world, otherwise Snape wouldn't know it. He had known that he had been with mysterious people in the early years. It's a kind of sacred space for casting powerful spells. I can say that it is used to withstand more magic. Kronos blinked. He didn't like being stared at by Professor Snape, so he felt like a prey. What is the difference between what you are talking about and a magic wand? Professor Snape saw the essence of the problem at a glance. No, not Professor Snape. Of course there is a difference between the two. The wand can only be used in the hands of people with magical powers. Even if the magic circle is, Professor Dumbcannon, they can also use it. Coronorth explained. Kronos looked at Professor Snape and found that he didn't mean to interrupt and continued to explain, I don't know if you feel it. In addition to the magic in our wizards, there is also some free magic in nature. It's so lost, and it's far stronger than us. The powerful magic power needs to be displayed in a sacred space, and the most effective sacred space is the magic circle. Where did you see these? Professor Snape asked. Your student, I have a great talent, I came up with it by myself. Kronos patted his chest with a foul face. Cronus was right, the memory of his previous life is also his memory, and that is his treasure. What plagiarism does not plagiarizes the truth on a first-come, first-served basis. What is your look? Kronos found Professor Snape's eyes full of questions. Is there anyone in the entire magical world who can think of this like me? After a while, Professor Snape nodded. Kronos was sure that this old yin and yang person had absolutely used psychic thoughts on himself, but it was a pity that his occlumency had not been completed yet. Kronos made up his mind to go back and practice occlumency. This feeling of being seen through is really uncomfortable. So what are you going to do? Professor Snape asked the question. The magic circle needs to use some good conductors of magic power to draw it into a magic circle. A small amount of magic power is injected into the magic circle when drawing, so that it runs in a specific trajectory in the magic circle, and interacts with the free magic power of the outside world during the operation. Echoing, attracting the magical power of the outside world, thereby enhancing the magical power of the caster to a certain extent. Kronos looked at Professor Snape. So, Professor, do you have any better medium that can absorb magic to provide me for research? Professor Snape touched his chin and started walking back and forth in the basement. He was also thinking about what Kronos had said in his mind. Then he stopped, Kronos' eyes lit up, and he knew Professor Snape had thought. There is one thing you said. Snape's deep voice sounded. It is a kind of stone. He can absorb the magic power released among wizards. So some families will use them to build walls. Stone. Yes, forbidden magic stone. Professor Snape nodded. P.S. Sorry, I really can't think of any tall names. Here is the forbidden magic stone in LOL. That's great, where should we look for them? Kronos patted his thigh happily. There are such stones in Knockdown Alley, and no one buys them. Professor Snape said lightly. As for the place of origin, in the Forbidden Forest outside the school there is www.readaloud.com. Kronos' eyes lit up. Are you trying to escape Hogwarts and sneak into the Forbidden Forest? Professor Snape suddenly knelt down and stared at Kronos deeply. Ha, ha, of course I won't go back, Professor Snape. Kronos' eyes visibly glanced to the right. That's the best, Mr. Slughorn. If I find you ran into the Forbidden Forest without permission, I will definitely expel you from Hogwarts. Professor Snape warned him viciously. Coming out of Professor Snape's basement, Kronos was in a bad mood. After finally getting the raw materials for the magic circle, Professor Snape explicitly banned it. Who is not depressed by this? A few more days passed, and the Christmas holiday was coming to an end. Hogwarts students all returned to school one after another. They hugged each other and told their friends about the gifts they received at Christmas. Malfoy is no exception to this. He was sitting on the sofa in the common room at the moment, talking to Kronos who was reading next to him about his Christmas holiday. Oh, this is a perfect vacation, Malfoy. Kronos casually said. He was not in the mood at all. Malfoy didn't care about his emotions at all. He also mocked Harry Potter at Crabbe and Gore behind him. Saying he must be a freak in the Muggle world, how else would he spend Christmas at Hogwarts? Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Yes, why did I forget our savior Harry Potter? Kronos put down the book in his hand and patted Malfoy on the shoulder happily. It made the young master look confused. Chapter 25, Follow Harry, Make 3 Mistakes a Day. Harry has been busy training for the Quidditch game recently. As long as they can win the next game against Hufflepuff, they will be able to beat the Slytherin team in the College Cup. This is their first time in 7 years. Of course, when Harry Potter learned that Professor Snape was the referee in this game, his face turned green. Although Professor Snape was to protect Harry Potter from being harmed by Professor Quirrell, our Mr. Potter didn't think so. He always thought that Professor Snape would organize them to victory. Don't participate in the competition, Hermione said immediately. Just say you are sick, Ron said. Pretend to break the leg, Hermione suggested. Really broke my leg? Ron said. I can't do this, Harry said, there is no substitute seeker on the team. If I quit, the Gryffindor team will not be able to play. Just then, Neville fell into the common room. No one can guess how he got out of the portrait hole because his two legs are tightly glued together. Harry and the others knew at a glance that this was a leg-locking charm. He must have jumped all the way upstairs like a rabbit into Gryffindor Castle. Everyone laughed, but Hermione didn't laugh. She jumped forward to cast Neville's curse, and Neville's legs suddenly separated. He stood up, trembling all over. What's the matter? Hermione asked him as she led him and sat with Harry and Ron. Kronos, is it you? Hermione turned her head and looked at Kronos viciously at the Gryffindor common room with Parvati. Hey! Kronos looked puzzled. He finally blocked a student before coming in, and was questioned as soon as he came in. I'm sorry, Hermione. It was him. Parvati whispered. I know, Parvati. Hermione's attitude towards girls is much gentler. You are not welcome here, nasty Slytherin. At this moment Ron also stood up. Malfoy, it's Malfoy, Hermione. Nakeng said in a trembling voice. I ran into him outside the library. He said he had been looking for someone to practice the spell. Thank God. Kronos looked at Neville, and he felt that this little fat man was also quite likable at the moment. At the same time, he scolded Malfoy as a pighead in his heart. Look! The truth is revealed, I was wronged. Kronos was burdened. Then we won't welcome you here either. Ron was still reluctant. Kronos was already a little unhappy in his heart, but he still smiled. Don't do this, Mr. Weasley. I know there are some unpleasant misunderstandings between us. I am here to apologize to you. And I can also apologize to Mr. Longbottom for Malfoy. Speaking of Kronos, he walked up to Neville, bent over and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Longbottom. I am ashamed of what Malfoy did. We are all Hogwarts classmates, and that's a family. People should help each other. There is no way, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Kronos's words stunned the people who were still in the Gryffindor common room. Slytherin has turned? When did they become so amiable? This was the most true thought in everyone's heart. Okay, Kronos. What are you doing here? Hermione asked the purpose of everyone present. Don't do this, Miss Granger. I'm here to reconcile you. For this reason, I brought my sincerity. Here. Just a card? Do you think we are 3-year-olds? Ron's disdainful voice came again, wondering why he didn't like the people of Slytherin. In front of me, you are no different from a 3-year-old kid. Kronos replied to him in his heart. No, no, no. Listen to this. Kronos shook his head. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include, defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon blood, and being very effective in alchemy with his partner, Nico Le May. Kronos stretched out the syllables when he talked about Nico Le May, for fear that they might not be able to hear him clearly. Nico Le May. Harry and the three looked at each other. And this? Kronos handed Hermione a note. The three immediately got together and looked at it. Ancient alchemy involves the refining of the Philosopher's Stone, which is a magical substance with amazing functions. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold. Immortal. There have been many reports on the Philosopher's Stone for many centuries, but the only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the famous alchemist and opera lover Mr. Nicholas. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now lives in Devon with his wife Perinal, 658 years old. So, you know. Kronos looked at the three of Harry. The three of them glanced at each other and said in unison, "Sorcerer's Stone." Bingo! Kronos gave them a thumbs-up gesture. www.readaloud.com. But how did you know we were looking for Nicoleem? Hermione still couldn't believe Kronos. Harry, you told me. It was during the Christmas holidays. Kronos threw the question to Harry. Hermione and Ron looked back at Harry, especially Ron. He didn't go back for Christmas, but he didn't even know about it. Harry scratched his head embarrassedly. Thank you, Kronos. Harry quickly changed the subject. He couldn't hold back his friend's eyes. It's okay, aren't we friends? Did you forget? During the Christmas holiday, in the evening, we... Kronos grabbed Harry, spitting out some tiger wolf words. Hermione's eyes changed when she looked at Harry. Okay, I'm leaving, Harry. If you have any trouble in the future, please remember to call me. Good friends need to help each other. Kronos gave Harry's shoulder a bit, and then left the Gryffindor common room. Don't you think this is too weird? Ron asked, looking at his two friends. Maybe, he really wants to be friends with me. Hermione said her own point of view, and she had no misunderstanding about Kronos. But... okay, Ron. Kronos can still pass us in the hands of the giant. Harry also said. Ron's face flushed red, almost the same color as his hair. Kronos' purpose is very simple. He vaguely remembered that Harry Potter would be sent to the Forbidden Forest during this semester. He wanted to use this opportunity to find the forbidden magic stone in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Snape. You can't blame me for that. Kronos was happy all over. Chapter 26, The Disappearing Magic Circle. In the next few days, Kronos followed his usual life, starting and ending classes. But whether in the classroom or in the corridor, everyone is chatting and discussing. There is no other reason. In a few days it will be the Quidditch game between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. This not only determines the outcome of the Quidditch game, but also determines the ownership of this year's Academy Cup. Are you really not going with us? Kronos. Today is our first game between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Malfoy turned around and asked Kronos before he left. One last time. Go ahead, it's too cold outside. I still like to stay by the stove. After that, Kronos shrank and showed that he was really afraid of the cold. Okay, see you later. Malfoy waved and left the common room. Kronos has more important things to do in these 2 days. Although Kronos knew the principle of the magic circle, he did not understand the production of the magic circle at all. But fortunately, the omnipotent golden finger gave him the light, as long as Kronos can draw a reading card from thousands of items. He can read any book in the system library. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Kronos asked the system loudly when he knew it. You didn't ask me again. I don't know if it was Kronos's illusion, he felt ridiculed. Then he asked for 50 gold gallons from the godfather Horace for the reason that Professor Snape gave him a small stove, and he received 20 gold gallons from Malfoy and the 30 gold gallons left by him. Finally made up enough 100 Jinjialong to redeem a lottery. Kronos took a deep breath, opened the bottle of fortune medicine hanging around his neck and drank it. He still didn't forget to fill the bottle with water and hang it around his neck, otherwise he would continue to ask if he saw Kronos using a fortunate with Snape's personality. Kronos' face was very red at the moment. I don't know if it was too close to the stove or the cause of nervousness. Kronos took a few deep breaths before letting his beating little heart calm down a bit. Come on. Baby, one shot into the soul. Kronos fell in love with his eyes, and silently read the word extraction in his heart. Countless cards appeared in Kronos's mind. They began to scramble, cross, spin, 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 spin. The last card appeared in front of Kronos' eyes, and Kronos followed the texture of the card and looked towards the text below. Congratulations to the host, get a free reading card. Hey! I was drawn. Kronos was not as excited as he thought, but collapsed on the sofa as if he had been overwhelmed. System, open the book interface. I want to make a magic circle. After a while, Kronos gave an order in his heart. Ding! Calling up books, please wait a moment. The voice of the system rang in my ears. Brush, 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 brush. Volumes of books appeared in front of Kronos' eyes, each of them exuded the color of gold, waiting for Kronos' selection. System, this book is not 10,000 but 8,000. How do you tell me to find it? Kronos looked back, and the bookshelves were too much to see. Host, you can enter keywords here to search. A golden frame appeared in front of Kronos out of thin air. Just say the keywords directly, right? Kronos asked rhetorically. There is no sound, and the system is obviously not willing to talk to him. Kronos rolled his eyes. Enter keywords, magic array, ... There was another brushing sound, and countless books disappeared in front of Kronos. Finally, there is a bookshelf left. That's a lot. Kronos looked at the dozens of books on the shelf. Enter keywords, the basic principles and production methods of all magic circles, ... This time he narrowed the scope of his search. Wow! This time there is only one book left, but this book is very thick and scary. It's 20 inches thick. The cover made of cowhide is written with several bronzing book titles. The magical array disappeared. This is it, the system. Ding, any book reading card has been used. The magic book The Lost Magic Circle has been put in the warehouse. The host can read it through meditation. Ding! Corona's consciousness had returned to the real world. The fire nearby was extinguished, and there were footsteps outside. It seems that the Quidditch game is over. Kronos got up and prepared to go back to bed and read the newly arrived books. As soon as Kronos turned his head, he heard wailing. It's the voices of Draco, Crabbe, and Gore. Kronos turned his head to find that they were helping each other into the common room. www.readwn.com. Malfoy's aristocratic atmosphere has long gone. The meticulous hair he had combed had now been tucked into a chicken nest. Crabbe and Gore were even more miserable behind them. One of their left eyes was circled and the other got a layer of tooth marks on their right hands. Have you a fight? Kronos stepped forward and asked. Of course. Malfoy's chest was so tall that he was very proud. Who did you fight with? Of course it's the poor Weasley and that idiot Longbottom. It's gone. Kronos asked incredulously. It's gone. Malfoy repeated Kronos's words again. Malfoy, I really don't know what you think. 3 fights and 2 have not won. Why are you embarrassed to push your chest so high? Kronos stretched out his finger and poked Malfoy. Of course it was. Malfoy wanted to explain, but Kronos raised his hand to interrupt. Okay, Malfoy. Don't mess with them anymore during this time, I need them to help me do something. What can they do for you? Malfoy was puzzled. Okay, don't ask so much. You just listen to me. Why have you been friends for so long? Have I lied to you? Kronos brushed Malfoy's hair with his hands. Malfoy shook his head. That's fine, stay away from them recently. Unless you want to be expelled from Hogwarts like them. After saying this, Kronos turned his head and went upstairs. If you don't tell Malfoy, he's really dishonest. After all, it's the child's temperament. Kronos lay on the bed and shook his head, then closed his eyes and began to read Disappearing Magic Circle. Chapter 27, Volcanum Tellus Magic Array. Kronos was completely immersed in the creation of the magic circle, and he used all the time he could learn. Even Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class and Professor Binz's history of magic lessons were occupied by him. Even the overwhelming homework of the professors couldn't stop him. He just found a reason and threw the homework to Crabbe and Gore. Draco, he has been like this for several days, is Kronos all right? Gore looked at Kronos lying on the bed and asked Malfoy who was beside him. How would I know? You quickly wrote me and Kronos's homework. Remember to use the imitation quill that Kronos gave you. Malfoy also threw his homework to Crabbe. The imitation quill pen is a Christmas gift from his godfather Horace when Kronos was 8 years old. It can perfectly copy the handwriting of others so as not to be discovered by the professor. At this time, Kronos finally got a general understanding of the principle of the magic circle. He found that the difficulty and esotericness of the magic circle was not weaker than that of Professor McGonagall's transformation class and Professor Snape's potions class. You know, the transformation class and the potion class are the two most rare subjects in the wizarding world. But the magic circle is better than them. Magic array generally needs to echo the sun, moon, and stars to achieve the maximum effect, and it should be as close to the regular pattern as possible to reduce the loss of magic power when it runs in it. So magicians are usually mathematicians, astronomers, and geometers. Cronus finally knew why there is no magic circle in this world. Just look at Malfoy's family. Mathematics is completely learned by Muggles, and it is impossible for pure-blood wizards like them to learn Muggle things. Even if a wizard or half-blood wizard from a Muggle family like Hermione had access to mathematics, it was just extremely simple. In a country like the United Kingdom that implements happy education, if you go to a government public school, you must at least learn geometry in high school. Coronas has never been so thankful for the 9-year compulsory education in his previous motherland. The composition of the magic circle is more complicated. An effective magic array must have a magic core, inner magic ring, basic spell, inner array diagram, not all of them can be drawn but not without, an outer array diagram, light stars generally 3 types of pentagrams, 6-pointed stars, 7-pointed star, magic lead, small circle on the star, runes, magic text, etc., momentum, the texture of the sun or moon or star, outer magic ring, weakening text or fixed text, foreign magic text, magic attribute, level, symbol of God. Magic system, type, auxiliary magic circle, may not be. For example, stabilize, strengthen, expand or reduce magic power, etc. Let's not talk about these numerous magic texts. It is the collocation of the outer array map and the magic core, these complex geometric figures, which can be seen by Kronos dazzled. Every angle, every moment angle has different requirements according to different magic arrays. It can be said that the difference is 1,000 miles away. The general magic array is divided into 6 categories: non-element, element, pentagram, combination, decomposition, symbol, and physical combination. Except for the combination of physical objects, the first 5 magic arrays all have their own basic arrays. And the combination of objects is the highest drawing. It is often used when intensively gathering a single element and when summoning the element master or the master demon. It is an extremely dangerous drawing. The drawing process basically combines all the points of the above 6 types. Seeing this, Kronos realized that the magic circle has another use, and that is to summon monsters. In theory, an excellent painter can draw his own magic circle by combining physical objects with magic circle. The more he deals with the solution, the more Kronos is surprised at the coin in his hand. The outer magic circle of the general magic circle is mostly round, because the circle represents the cycle to ensure that the magic will not be lost. The inner matrix in the magic core generally chooses polygons, among which triangles are the most common. Because the triangle has extremely high stability, it is the safest choice. And the coin in Kronos's hand, even the inner formation is round. Anyone who has studied geometry knows that with the same circumference, the area enclosed by a circle is the largest. However, although the circular shape can accept greater magic power, it also has a strong instability. This also shows how powerful the wizard who created this coin was. This involuntarily made Kronos wonder if there is really no one in this world who can draw magic circles. What makes Kronos most interesting is that the magic circle that clearly has so many requirements for drawing, actually does not have high requirements for drawing conditions. It can be painted on stones, sheepskin scrolls, clothes, www.readaloud.com, woodboards, magic wands. A powerful wizard can even draw a void in the air. Note: the magic circle that summons monsters needs a special summoning stone as a magic core. There are many different painting methods. In ancient times, people used carving knives to carve on the stone, but the accuracy was too poor and it was a waste of time. Later, they were gradually abandoned. Now use sacred powder to paint the magic circle. The sacred powder is again made of sacred flesh and the tears of God. At first glance, Kronos thought everything he had done was in vain. Holy flesh or something is still possible, what is the tears of God? Until he saw the following note: holy flesh is bread, and the tears of God is wine. Kronos's expression is the doubt on the face of the black emoji, of his previous life. Further back, there are various ways of making magic circles. Kronos gave up after flipping it a bit, because it was too difficult to understand at all. Kronos finally chose this as his hand training, an elemental magic array that is most suitable for novices to draw. Volcanum Tellus magic array. P.S. There are 4 elements in the West, both water and fire are rustic. Also, I can't transliterate this Latin text, which probably means Vulcan. The magic core is a triangular inner array, and the outer array is a pentagram. P.S. Elemental magic arrays are all pentagrams. Sun Shi Wen, and the outer magic ring is a circle. There is no auxiliary magic circle for the time being. Kronos knows the truth that more greedy can't chew, and he waits for the strength of his painting to improve in the future. It's not too late to make improvements. Now everything is ready, I only owe Dongfeng. Kronos counted the days. Hagrid's dragon should also be born. Kronos had thought of using the contract card to obtain the dragon, but he gave up after seeing his poor 3 mana points. Chapter 28, Norwegian Spinosaurus. There are 2 months to go on vacation, and Kronos' first year at Hogwarts is about to end. During this time, Kronos was going crazy with his homework. The professors seemed to be crazy and they assigned a lot of homework. Kronos didn't sit idle either. He first got a large piece of Itakrumi rock from Professor Sprout. From the outside, this kind of stone was just the appearance of a mere rock. When North took it in his hand, he was shocked by the characteristics of its QQ bombs. When Kronos dragged it, the middle part even sank slightly. Afterwards, Kronos used the knife for cutting herbs in the potions class to divide it into several even-sized stones, which he used to practice drawing the magic circle. Kronos' contact information is very simple. He used a carving knife to draw the formation of the magic circle on the stone. After he can skillfully carve the magic circle on the stone, then painting the magic circle on other media must be more effective. But he still thought too simple. Looking at the waste rocks all over the house, Draco thought that Kronos was crazy. Even Kronos himself didn't know how many stones he had carved out, and that distorted magic text surrounded Kronos' mind all day long. Even when he opened the textbook, he would treat the densely packed small characters as magic texts. The library on the weekend is full of students studying on their own, and the atmosphere of the final exam is getting denser. Kronos is also rare to not stare at his stone. At this moment, he is holding a book called A Thousand Miraculous Herbs and Mushrooms and studying hard. One is that he needs to change the environment and he feels like he is stunned, and the other is that Professor Snape has noticed that his recent potions class has dropped a lot, which makes him very unhappy. Kronos. A call interrupted Kronos' thoughts. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Kronos saw the visitor clearly. Why did you come to the library to review? No. We actually came to you for help. Harry looked a little impatient. Come on. Kronos moved slightly in his heart. What do you need me to help you? Harry drew closer to Kronos. Can you cast a spell on a dragon? I mean to use your spell to make it invisible. The phantom is sneaking? Of course it's okay, don't you have a dragon? When he said this, Kronos had already seen Ron's injury on his right hand, and he was swollen twice as much. Hush! Harry made a silent gesture, then immediately turned his head and looked around. Don't worry. Harry, Draco never comes back to the library when Draco is not here. Kronos patted Harry on the shoulder, motioning him to feel relieved. It's not us, it's Hagrid. Hagrid has a Norwegian spiny back. Hagrid calls it Norbert. We will take it to the tallest tower at Hogwarts at midnight on Saturday. Ron's brother Charlie's friends will take the dragon away there. Hermione explained. So, what do I need to do? Kronos asked rhetorically. Noble is too big, the invisibility cloak can't hold creatures other than the three of us. So, I need to sneak Norbert to the tower with the phantom. Kronos continued with Hermione's words. No problem, right on Saturday at midnight. I will wait for you at the gate of Hogwarts. Kronos agreed. Thank you, Kronos. We will pass by in invisibility. When we arrive, we will learn to cat meow as a sign. Harry looked at Kronos gratefully. Kronos is gone. Can we really trust them? Ron was still a little worried. He didn't agree to ask Kronos for help at first. It's no use saying anything now, even if it's going back. We don't have time to send an owl to Charlie. This is our only chance to send Norbert away. Harry said. At midnight on Saturday, it was a dark, clouded night, and it was a little late when they arrived at Hogwarts Gate. Meow, meow, meow. Harry learned a few meows quietly, but he didn't dare to shout loudly because Pippi was playing tennis against the wall in the hall. He must have lied to us, maybe he has already brought the professor over. Ron flushed with anger. It's not like Gryffindor's style to slander others behind. Mr. Weasley. Kronos's voice rang quietly behind Ron. Harry was so scared that they covered their mouths and made no sound. Kronos, why are you so slow? I don't know who said this, they are all wearing invisible cloaks. Kronos guessed that Harry should have asked this. You are so embarrassed to say. You are too late, I'll wait for you all Fangda to fall asleep. After saying that, Kronos also yawned a big yawn. www.readaloud.com. A tear from Coro, the corner of North's eyes, came out. Sorry, Kronos. Okay, okay. I grab the corner of your invisibility cloak, let's go. Kronos waved his hand. Hagrid's cabin was not far from Hogwarts. When he was not even closer, Kronos heard Hagrid's cabin seemed to be knocked by something, and the shaking windows clicked. Kronos' heartbeat also speeded up unknowingly. This was the first time he had seen a creature like a dragon. Hagrid, it's us. Harry knocked on the door. Immediately, come right away. A rough voice came from the room. With a creak, the door was opened. Hagrid was still the same as when Kronos saw him for the first time. This is Kronos, Harry introduced. Hello, this is Hagrid. Hagrid stretched out his right hand. Hello, Hagrid. Kronos also stretched out his right hand, and his arm was hurt by Hagrid. Hagrid is going to say goodbye to Norbert. If it weren't for the weird atmosphere, Kronos will definitely be moved by this mother-child relationship. Hagrid dragged Norbert out. Kronos took advantage of the fire in the wooden house to see this magical creature clearly. He has lizard-like hind legs and tail. On his brown-green back, there is a thing protruding along his back. There are bat-like wings on both sides of his back. Kronos can't believe it, it's only 2 weeks old. Hagrid put it in a wooden box. Hey, I have a suggestion. Kronos said, you put the invisibility cloak on the wooden box, and then I cast a phantom sneak for each of you. How about the 4 of us then carry it away? Chapter 29, Punish. As midnight approached, they lifted Norbert up the marble steps in the hall and walked through the dark corridor. Go up 1 floor, go up another floor. Even though they took shortcuts, they didn't worry at all. The little guy has been tossing in the wooden box. It's almost here. They were on the corridor one floor below the tallest tower, and Harry gasped. There was a sudden movement in front of them, and they almost threw away the box in their hands. They forgot that they were invisible, and quickly retreated into the shadows, looking at a place 10 steps away from them, with the light on. It's Professor McGonagall, let's not move, wait for him to pass first. Kronos lowered his voice. As the lights went away, the steep spiral staircase leading to the tower seemed to be the easiest part of the world. They have been under the cold night sky before removing the invisibility cloak on the box. How nice, finally I can breathe freely again. Hermione also did a quick step dance. While they waited, they chatted first. Norbert kept beating the box with his tail. 10 minutes later, 4 broomsticks descended from the night. Charlie's friends are all cheerful people. They showed Harry and Hermione some ropes they had so they could hang Norbert between them. They hurriedly tied Norbert to the rope safely, and then Harry and Hermione shook hands with them, and said many thankful words to them. Finally, Norbert left and disappeared. They quietly walked down the spiral staircase, and finally got rid of the heavy burden of Norbert. Their mood was as light as their hands. Kronos followed. He had been waiting for someone. When he saw Filch, the caretaker, walking out of the dark corridor, he was relieved. Filch led them to Professor McGonagall's study on the 2nd floor, where they sat without saying a word. Hermione and Ron trembled. Harry quickly imagined many excuses and reasons to justify himself, and made up some lies in order to confuse him, but found that they were more untenable. Only Kronos took a leisurely look at Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall came back, her gaze swept over the 4 people. The intense anger made her unable to say a word. I can't believe it's just a few of you. Filch said you're on the astronomical tower. Don't forget that it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Explain yourself. All looked down at the low floor, as if there was Jin Jialong on the floor. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. It's all my fault. I asked them to go to the astronomical tower together. I lied to them too. Make up a lie that can be seen at a glance. Harry and they both looked at Kronos with wide-eyed eyes. They couldn't believe that Kronos took most of the responsibility for them. It's really not that Kronos is a good old man. He originally came here after being punished to go to the Forbidden Forest. Punishing him alone is no different from 4 people. It's better to sell a good impression to 3 of them. It will be better used in the future. Very well, Mr. Slughorn. Do you really think I can offend if I'm not the Dean of Slytherin? I'm the Vice Principal of Hogwarts, and I also have the right to punish you. McGonagall, the professor growled. Kronos suddenly felt that Norbert was not so irritable anymore. Of course I know. Kronos felt indifferent. Professor McGonagall looked at the 4 people in the office again. Each of you has to deduct 50 points for your college. 50 points? Harry thought it was incredible. He seemed to hear Hermione's crying. Yes, 50 points per person. At the same time, we must also be confined. Professor McGonagall's voice resounded in the office. Okay, now you all go back to your bed. Filch will watch you. Professor McGonagall issued an eviction order. Harry and Ron looked dizzy, and Hermione kept crying. On the contrary, Kronos was the one with the highest mood, which made him pretend to be a depressed face. Everyone parted at the entrance of the stairs. Thank you today, Kronos. Harry whispered. It doesn't matter, we are friends, aren't we? Kronos also pretended to be a pity. Hurry up. Filch's voice sounded behind him. Okay, Harry. I'm leaving first, see you tomorrow. The next day www.readaloud.com. When Gryffindor's classmates passed the Academy Cup score hourglass, they were surprised to find that Gryffindor was 150 points short and took 3rd place. Although Slytherin also deducted 50 points, he returned to the 1st place. When they learned that it was the famous Harry Potter and his 2 idiot classmates who had lost 150 points, they suddenly became the target of public criticism. Even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff didn't look good to him, because everyone had always wanted to see Slytherin lose the Academy Cup. Looking back at Kronos, Slytherin originally had an opinion on Kronos. As a result, there was a huge reversal in the story compiled by Draco Malfoy. In the air in Malfoy, Kronos spotted a trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's Gryffindor who had been unscrupulous. Kronos followed the three of them under the premise of violating school rules. Finally, Kronos at the observatory fought the Gryffindor trio, although it was finally discovered by Professor McGonagall. But he still pulled Gryffindor from the first place with his own power. Kronos suddenly became the hero of Slytherin, and the version became more and more outrageous. In the end, Kronos seemed to be the great heroes who saved the world, and the three of Harry became the great monsters who did no evil. As a result, Professor Snape had a much better attitude towards him during the potions class. Kronos looked at Malfoy, who was eloquent. I sighed in my heart, this kid really should go to the Daily Prophet, he can definitely become a gold medal writer there. But it was the note that really made him happy, your confinement starts at 11 o'clock tonight. Look for Mr. Filch in the foyer. Professor McGonagall. Chapter 30, Forbidden Forest. Coronas bid farewell to Malfoy in the common room at 11 that night. Malfoy has been clamoring for Professor Snape to cancel Kronos' confinement punishment. I really thank you. Kronos thanked Malfoy once in his heart. Kronos walked out of the common room, a cold wind blew, Kronos couldn't help pulling his robe. Although it was now in spring, the common room in Slytherin was damp and wet. Kronos went downstairs to the hall, where Harry, the others, and Filch were already waiting there. Come with me, Filch said, with a light in his hand leading the way. Along the way, he was talking about his punishing students. Harry and the others were stunned. They can't beat through the pitch-black field. The moon above their heads is very bright. From time to time, clouds float over to cover the moon and plunge them into darkness. There was a light not far away, it was Hagrid's cabin. Then they heard a shout from a distance. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, we're leaving. Kronos heard Harry and all three of them exhaled heavily. It's just that this ease didn't last long, only to hear Filch say, you probably thought you would have fun with that idiot. Think about it again, kid, you are going to the Forbidden Forest. If I can come out unharmed, even if I estimate it wrong. As soon as Filch's voice fell, Ron screamed from the side. Shocked by Kronos, he turned his head and gave Ron a roll of eyes. But it was too dark, I guess he couldn't see clearly. Okay, Filch. Your mission is over, now give them to me. Hagrid strode towards them from the darkness, Fang following behind. Hagrid carried his huge crossbow with a full quiver hanging from his shoulders. I'll come over tomorrow morning, to collect their bodies. Throwing down these words, Filch walked towards the castle with the light on. Are we really going into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid? Harry looked at Hagrid. Kronos heard fear in his trembling voice. Yes. Unless you don't want to stay at Hogwarts anymore. Hagrid ruthlessly shattered the little hope in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Kronos couldn't help sighing in his heart, Harry. All of this was designed by Dumbledore, otherwise the Forbidden Forest cannot be punished even if the students make a big mistake. What? Okay, Harry. You have to pay the price if you do something wrong. Hagrid comforted Harry from the side. On the contrary, Kronos seemed a little impatient. You know that the Forbidden Forest is so big, you don't know if you can find the Forbidden Magic Stone in one night. Okay, come with me. Hagrid led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raised the lamp high, and pointed to a path of sheep intestines gradually concealing into the depths of the dense black forest. They looked into the Forbidden Forest, and a breeze was blowing through their hair. Look there! Following Hagrid's fingers, Kronos saw a pool of gleaming things on the ground. This is the blood of unicorns. Kronos once again became interested in the magical species in this world, but it was a pity that his contract cards could not be used. Well, we're going to be divided into 2 groups now, as long as you are with me and Yaya. The animals in the Forbidden Forest will not hurt you. Hagrid said, don't leave the path. Harry and Hermione will be with me. Ron and Kay. Kronos. Oh, yes. Ron and Kronos are still together. I don't want it, I want Hagrid with you. Ron was the first to stand up against the team. Oh, all right. Hagrid looked at Harry and then at Hermione. It was obvious that he could not be separated from Harry. Hermione obviously knew this too, and she slapped Ron and came to Kronos's side. Okay. If anyone finds a unicorn, it will emit a green spark. If it is in trouble, it will emit a red spark. All right, everyone be careful. Let's go. The Forbidden Forest is dark and silent. They walked in for a while until they reached the fork in the road. Kronos and Hermione walked to the left with Fang and Harry, Ron and Hagrid walked to the right. They walked silently, their eyes fixed on the ground. From time to time, a moonlight shed from the branches above, illuminating a silver-blue blood stain on the fallen leaves. Hermione walked quickly, and she was obviously still angry about what happened just now. Actually, Ron can't be blamed for this. Although Gryffindor is known for his courage, he is only 11 years old. Oh no! He is 12 years old. Hermione didn't speak, but kicked a stone away from her feet to answer Kronos's words. Kronos shrugged. They walked past a stout stump. www.readaloud.com. Kronos could hear the gurgling water. Obviously, there was a stream nearby. On the winding road, there are still spots of unicorn blood. Kronos looked around, and found that he was surrounded by large and leafy trees and some plants that he didn't even recognize. Obviously this is not the place where the forbidden magic stone should be stayed. It seems that we still need to search the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Kronos looked inside by the moonlight. The front is pitch black, and the trees inside are so prosperous that moonlight can't penetrate it. They continued to walk through the dense, dark jungle. Kronos was always looking around, looking for what he wanted. Kronos walked for nearly half an hour, and went deeper and deeper into the Forbidden Forest. The trees became denser and denser, and the paths were almost impassable. Kronos always felt something was wrong, he seemed to have forgotten something. When he watched the blood on the ground getting denser, he knew that the tree was splattered with blood. Kronos' head twitched, and he hurried to catch up with Hermione in front of him. I want to go forward and take her out of here, I guess I'm going to meet Voldemort before. Damn it! Fool! Kronos scolded himself harshly in his heart, he was too excited tonight. Finally he saw Hermione under an old tree, he was about to tell Hermione to leave here. Who? A dazzling green spark shot from Hermione's wand, and huge green fireworks bloomed in the sky. But Kronos has no leisure time to appreciate it. He had already seen a figure wearing a hood quickly walking towards Hermione. Kronos wanted to leave like Yaya. Yes, the dog broke free of Kronos's hand as soon as it saw something was wrong and ran by himself. Chapter 31, Full Load. Who? A bunch of red fireworks shot from Kronos' wand and hit the hooded figure. Run! Idiot! Kronos pulled Hermione away, who was already stunned by everything in front of her. She was originally the first person to spot a unicorn. She happily took out her magic wand to inform everyone, but was frightened by the sudden change. Kronos pulled Hermione into a dash, he was already panicking. Just kidding, that's Voldemort. Even a weak Voldemort can't be dealt with by a student who hasn't graduated in the first grade. Kronos ran fast, and the potential of humans to burst out in dangerous situations is endless. The surrounding trees quickly flashed past Kronos' eyes. I don't know how long it took before Kronos stopped after a big rock. He opened his mouth wide and breathed the air greedily. After calming down for a while, Kronos looked around for a while, he was just running around. He didn't know where he was now, but fortunately Voldemort did not catch up. Kronos looked at Hermione, who was also paralyzed on the side, and burst out, "Did you know? Miss Granger. Without me, you would be lying there with the unicorn now. I beg you to do it. Take a good look at your surroundings before the event, okay? Does your seemingly smart head only learn? If Gryffindor calls this fearless courage, then I really feel sad for Gryffindor. Your courage has no meaning other than meaningless death." Kronos said he was tired. The surroundings fell silent, and only Hermione sobbed. Kronos didn't want to comfort her at all, but felt that her tears were very annoying. Fluorescence flickers. The moonlight was no longer infiltrating, and Kronos had to borrow his wand to gain some light. He began to look at everything around him, and they came to a completely unfamiliar place. The dense leaves covered the sky perfectly, and also dispelled Kronos's plan to use the North Star to identify the position. Kronos looked down at his feet, hoping to find his own footprints and then return to the same path. This is... Kronos was attracted by a white stone under his feet. He touched it with his hand. The texture was hard and pure white, a bit similar to marble, but cleaner than marble, without a magazine. It can't be wrong. This should be the forbidden magic stone that Professor Snape said. Kronos looked at his feet, and they were all such stones. He immediately lowered his head and picked it up. When he came out, he brought a bag that stretched out without a trace. The next scene is very strange, and Kronos is very happy picking up rocks. Hermione looked at her strangely. "Here." Hermione handed Kronos a stone she had found. Kronos took the stone and put it in the bag. Without speaking, he turned his head and continued to start the mining industry. Kronos discovered that the boulder he was leaning on just now was also a fast forbidden magic stone, but it was too big. Kronos didn't know any offensive spells yet, so he reluctantly gave up the boulder. A swaying sound of leaves interrupted the movement in Kronos's hand. He extinguished the fluorescent curse and pointed his wand at the place where the sound was just made. Hermione also took out her wand and stood beside Kronos. The Forbidden Forest is full of dangers, and Kronos didn't know it was Voldemort who had caught up. Or other creatures in the Forbidden Forest. No matter which one, Kronos could not run. He looked at the demon card in the system, and he had no choice but to do that. Compared with losing one's life, the loss of a point of life is what counts. "Thank God, you are all fine." The voice from the woods made Kronos put down his wand. "It's Hagrid," Hermione said happily. After a while, Hagrid stepped out of the woods on his heavy boots. To the left and right are Harry and Ron, his teeth still being held in his hands. Seeing Yaya, Kronos' eyelids jumped unconsciously. "It's great for you to be fine." Hagrid came over and patted Kronos. "When we saw your green fireworks, we rushed over there immediately. But there was nothing but unicorns that were already dead. There is nothing left." "Hermione, are you okay?" Ron seemed to care about Hermione. Hermione rolled his eyes and ignored him. "Then how did you find here?" Kronos asked rhetorically. "It's the footprints www.readaloud.com Hagrid and I found your footprints. We followed them all the way," Harry explained. "Fortunately you didn't go any further, you are moving forward a little bit. There is the depths of the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid smiled. Kronos saw his beard tremble. "Have you seen the murderer of the unicorn?" Hagrid finally remembered the business. "I saw it, but it was too dark. I didn't see it clearly, I guess it might be something like a vampire." Kronos lied. "Vampires? What did they do to kill unicorns?" Ron obviously didn't believe what Kronos said. "Who knows? Maybe people too much blood and want to change their taste. You know, they are all dark creatures. Who knows what they think? Okay, okay. Little guys, we should go. Your confinement is over." We should hurry out and it will be dawn soon." Hagrid interrupted their argument. In fact, Hagrid was right when they were about to get out of the Forbidden Forest. The sun is already showing its head above the horizon. Filch was standing in front of Hagrid's cabin waiting, and saw them come out intact. Filch's ugly face suddenly became even more ugly. The handover work went smoothly, and Filch walked ahead without a word. Hermione and Kronos followed, Ron and Harry at the end. Fortunately, this time it was not in vain. Kronos patted his backpack with satisfaction, which was full of forbidden magic stones. At the same time watching Hermione next to him and Harry and Ron behind him. Kronos came to a conclusion: I won't have anything to do with Harry in the future. Unless he wants to see if his life is hard enough. Chapter 32, First Draw the Magic Circle. Since the night in the Forbidden Forest, Kronos has been deeply aware of his insignificance. Not to mention the legendary wizards of Professor Snape like Dumbledore and Voldemort, even the senior students of Hogwarts. He didn't have the confidence to deal with it. Kronos became more determined to study the magic circle, and at the same time, the practice of portraying the magic circle on the stone became more frequent. Now the magic circle he portrayed finally had a little appearance. Hogwarts, which is about to be on holiday, is already very hot, and every time Kronos wears a wizard robe to go to class, he will sweat all over his body. The students are actively preparing for the upcoming final exam. What Kronos is really worried about is only two courses, one is the History of Magic by Professor Binns, and the other is the Defense Against the Dark Arts by Professor Quirrell. The former is that Kronos hasn't learned at all, and the latter is that Professor Quirrell can't teach anything at all. Kronos will never know how he passed those exams. His mind is completely filled with the magic circle painting method and dense magic texts. The last test is the History of Magic, as long as one more hour is enough. Fortunately, the questions on the test paper are multiple choice questions. Kronos chose 3 shorts and 1 long election for the longest, and 3 longs and 1 short election for the shortest. Choose B for 2 short and 2 long, choose C for irregularities. I skipped all the multiple choice questions that would not be possible, and it took Kronos less than 15 minutes to finish the paper. Caused Malfoy to mistake him for the whole city, and frequently winked at him wanting to get the answer from Kronos. However, Kronos just pretended not to see it, and Malfoy left without waiting for Kronos when it was finally rewinding. Kronos could only explain this to Malfoy when he had to wait for the results. Now he has more important things to do. Kronos packed the forbidden magic stone found in the Forbidden Forest that day in a bag and swaggered toward Professor Snape's office. Professor Snape didn't look up when the door was opened. He was staring at Malfoy's potions paper. Malfoy, the scumbag, had mistaken the order of the forgotten potion, and fortunately, he still read Kronos' papers by Professor Snape's default. The result was not clear. "Professor Snape, I need to borrow your basement." Kronos watched Snape ignore him, so he had to take the initiative to say his purpose. Snape looked up at the bag in Kronos's hand, then looked up at Kronos's impatient expression. Professor Snape gave a look of sudden realization. "Did you go to the observatory with Harry Potter that day, and go to the Forbidden Forest to find these broken stones from time to time?" Snape's voice was a bit dark. Kronos immediately shook his head, and said awe-inspiringly, "How is it possible? I am a law-abiding student of Miyoshi, and I was solely for the purpose of exposing the illegal behavior of Harry Potter and others that day. Do you really think that Malfoy's nonsense can fool me?" Professor Snape stood up suddenly. "I don't know who was the happiest after learning that Slytherin was no one." Of course, Kronos didn't dare to say this, but he said pitifully, "I admit that Malfoy's words are exaggerated. But I do it for the glory of our college. Besides, how could I know that they are going to the Forbidden Forest? You know, divination is an elective course that can only be taken in the 3rd grade." Professor Snape stared into Kronos' eyes like that. After Kronos was too panic, practice made perfect, and he stared at Snape without any fear. Humph! Professor Snape snorted coldly, "Come with me." Professor Snape took Kronos to another basement. As soon as he entered, it was filled with the smell of various herbs and the smell of animal corpses. It looked like a warehouse where Professor Snape used to store the raw materials for the potion. Professor Snape found an open space, drew out his wand and waved it, and a table appeared in front of the two of them. "Okay, you can start." Professor Snape conjured up another chair and sat on it coldly, not intending to help at all. Kronos took out the forbidden magic stone and various tools and placed them on the table, all in a decent way. Kronos took the carving knife to Snape. Snape looked at Kronos for unknown reasons. "Professor, this forbidden magic stone is very hard." "My carving knife?" Kronos was a little embarrassed. Professor Snape took out his wand and pointed to the carving knife and said, "Extremely sharp," and a cloud of grey light shot from the top of the wand. Kronos took a deep breath, and read the occlumency curse in his heart. A refreshing feeling radiated from Kronos's brain, and after a while, there is no emotion in Kronos' eyes. www.readaloud.com Recalling his previous practice, now the outer magic circle of the magic circle is carved on the forbidden magic stone, a circle. Then engrave the foreign magic text on the outer magic circle: magic attribute, fire, level, 2, name, Volcanum Tellus, magic type, element type, trigger method, magic trigger. It is relatively simple to portray these for Kronos. After all, he has practiced tens of thousands of times in normal times. Then comes the first difficulty, the outer team map, Mang Star. All elemental magic arrays use pentagrams as their outer arrays. Pentagram refers to a star with 5 front ends, and the lines forming the star cross respectively. In Western white magic, it symbolizes that the magician is standing between the sky and the earth, with the head in the middle, with his hands raised and his feet standing on the ground. Similar to the Chinese thoughts of heaven, earth and man, and heaven and man in one, that is, between the heavens and the earth, people can gather and condense the energy between the heavens and the earth and transform them into their own use. When the head and feet are turned upside down, it is the inverted pentagram used by black magic. Conjurers regarded this as the footprint of the devil, and used it to summon the demon god, or to keep the demon from coming close. When Kronos portrayed the pentagram, a slender man had begun to appear on his forehead. Because the characterization of the pentagram is extremely demanding, the first thing that bears the brunt is the absolute equality, the same side length, the same angle, and the same diagonal, all of which consume the spirit of Kronos. After Kronos finished drawing the outfield, half of the candles in the basement had been burned. Next should be the magic guide, circle on the star, symbol. This does not need to be portrayed, it will emerge by itself when the final magic circle is completed. In the post of the sun, there is no need to portray this, and the magic circle will also emerge by itself after the completion of the magic circle. Chapter 33, Reason of Failure. The last step is also the last component of the magic circle, the magic core. First, we need to describe an inner magic ring with a ratio of 3:1 to the outer magic ring, also a circle. Secondly, on the inner magic circle, write the basic mantra representing this circle: O Magnum Vulcanum, ut vehementa virtud perdiremios. P.S. This paragraph is in Latin, translated into Chinese Taizhong 2. If you are interested, you can translate it on beta by yourself. After portraying these, there is still an internal map left. Kronos has practiced so many times, but he feels that the inner formation is the best to draw. The inner matrix is an inverted triangle, which corresponds exactly to the midpoint of the 3 sides of the pentagram. When Kronos finished all this, the candles in the basement had gone out. The one that was lit now was what Professor Snape had just lit. That's it. What do you call the magic circle? Snape looked at the ordinary stone in front of him. Of course not, I haven't done the last step. Kronos shook his head. Then you don't hurry up. I don't have time to accompany you to mess around here. Professor Snape yelled angrily. Kronos thought of hundreds of ways to retaliate against Snape, but the situation is better than others. Now he can only think about it in his heart. Kronos walked to the magic circle he had just portrayed. I took out my magic wand and pointed at it. Vanachari, P.S. I can't transliterate this either. A red energy beam shot out from the tip of the magic wand, and they were greedily absorbed by the magic circle. Kronos glanced at the magic circle and found that the outer magic circle of the magic circle hadn't even been lit up, and his magic power had been swallowed up. Boom! The energy connection between the wand and the magic circle broke, and a powerful magic force bounced Kronos to the wall behind. Professor Snape hurriedly came to the side of Kronos and found that he had only passed out after the depletion of his magic power, and then he took out a potion filled with green liquid from his pocket and poured it into Kronos' mouth. Inside. The first sensation of Kronos' awakening was that it was hot, a burning pain in his throat, as if a knife was cutting his throat. Professor Snape, what did you pour into my mouth? Are you trying to murder me? Kronos asked in a hoarse voice. Professor Snape's open mouth didn't say a word. Looking at Professor Snape's appearance, Kronos felt much better. Of course he knew that Professor Snape would not harm him, he just wanted to make him sick. Now the goal is clearly achieved. What's the matter with you? Didn't you pull me over for the experiment before studying it? I'm telling you, you can't miss any of the herbs that are crushed behind you. As expected, it's you, Professor Snape. Kronos murmured. No, when I was chanting the spell just now, I could clearly feel the flow of magic in my body, and the magic circle was also lit up just now. This shows that there is no problem with my painting, Kronos replied solemnly. Up this problem. Then why are you unsuccessful? Professor Snape asked. I think it's because my magic power is too low. Just that moment, my magic power was emptied. Kronos scratched his head. How about you try, Professor? Kronos suggested. Well, what is a spell? Professor Snape nodded, he was obviously interested in what the student had researched. Vanachari. Vanachari. Professor Snape repeated. I have to say that Snape is indeed a magic genius, and his pronunciation is extremely standard when he chants the spell. Professor Snape took out his wand and said to the magic circle on the table, Vanachari. A ray of red energy that was obviously stronger than Kronos poured into the magic circle. The outer energy ring of the magic circle quickly lit up by a quarter. There is hope. Kronos thought. But that's it. There was another bang, and Professor Snape flew out as well. Kronos seemed to have known it a long time ago, and got up early to make room for Professor Snape. Professor Snape's state is very ugly, but he didn't faint like Kronos. But Kronos saw his robe shattered in several places. Kronos resisted not letting himself laugh, and quickly stepped forward to convince Professor Snape. Professor Snape pushed Kronos away, and his body shook a few times. He obviously had a lot of grievances against Kronos. Professor Snape, why did you fail? I just saw that the outer magic circle of the magic circle has been lit up by a quarter. Maybe you are insisting on. Persevere. Professor Snape's voice grew louder. Do you know that a quarter is more than half of my magic power? If any wizard can fill your magic circle, then I guess only Dumbledore can do it. Professor Snape's words hit Kronos all at once. If that were the case, then Kronos would have no meaning in creating the magic circle. Kronos didn't know how he got back to the common room, he only knew that his mind was messed up. He lay on the bed thinking about every step he took www.readaloud.com but couldn't figure out where he was wrong. For this reason, Kronos lost interest in everything, and even his favorite potion class was listless. Professor Snape also specifically scolded him. He said, if you are still staring at your magic circle, then you will never have to grab my class again. Kronos, what's wrong with you? I've always been listless these days. Hagrid handed him a large cookie. Harry and the others thought he was in a bad mood and brought him to Hagrid. "He's been like this for several days, Hagrid." Hermione was also worried about Kronos's situation. "Oh, poor little guy. But don't worry, I will show you a good thing today." After speaking, Hagrid turned and entered the wooden house. After a while Hagrid came out of the house, and he was holding something in his arms. "Look, what a cute little guy. Nature is really a magical creator." Hagrid was holding a eagle-headed horse-winged beast. "Hagrid, you shouldn't." Hermione looked at Hagrid in an angry manner. She didn't want to deal with another dangerous and mysterious species after sending away a day of Norwegian Spinosaurus. "I know, Hermione, I know, but—" "What did you just say, Hagrid?" Kronos interrupted Hagrid. "I said I know. Last sentence." Hermione. "In the previous sentence. Nature can." "Yes, that's it. Thank you. I understand, haha." Kronos ran back to the castle with a burst of laughter. What does he understand? Hagrid looked at the same three people with different faces. Chapter 34, Force of Nature. A powerful spell needs to be cast in a sacred space, and the most effective sacred space is the magic circle. And this sentence is the interpretation of the magic circle. People misunderstand the magic circle and think that the greater the magic power of the caster, the greater the magic power, but in fact, the activation of the magic circle only needs to borrow the magic power that drifts in the natural space. It exists for the convenience of the magician and can be activated by the flesh magic, which is represented by the ancient Roman Church. Angel Advent art was originally initiated by a 3000 chorus, but after the magic circle borrowed from the magic power of nature, it can be done by one person alone. Although the power is reduced, it is still the top magic. Looking at the problem explained on the first page of the book, Kronos couldn't help regretting his stupidity. "I am too fond of the drawing process of the magic circle, but neglected to form the basis of the magic circle." But the old problem is solved, and the new problem comes again. How should he perceive the magic in nature and guide them? Kronos scratched his head and grabbed a handful of hair. He has been using his brain too much recently. Then, Kronos changed again. He is no longer decadent, nor is he silent. He resumed his previous study in Get Out of Class and went to study in the library after class. In the eyes of others, Kronos seemed to be back to him. Just a new habit, always running to the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest during the rest time. And one sitting is all afternoon, and Kronos's thoughts on this are very simple. If you want to feel the power of nature, you should get close to nature first. But it's a pity, he is obviously not a druid, and nature doesn't like him either. It's too difficult. Kronos was lying on the grass of the Forbidden Forest, looking at the white clouds in the sky. The breeze brushed his cheek lightly, and Kronos closed his eyes. He is so tired, he has forgotten his surroundings. Heaven and earth live side by side with me, and everything is one with me. Kronos suddenly opened his eyes. The sentence in his mind just now was so simple and clear, but profound and profound. Heaven and man are one. Kronos looked around. It was already dark, and the moon was already hanging high. It turned out that he had been asleep for so long before he knew it. Kronos recalled everything he felt when he slept, although he couldn't see it. But his ears were unusually clear. He seemed to hear the horseshoes of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, the sound of plants blooming, and a sound he never knew. Maybe it's nature's breath. The next day, Kronos once again came to the place where he slept yesterday and lay down. Yesterday's lethargy gave him some inspiration. He should be like when practicing occlumency. First of all, it is necessary to relax the whole body and be unrestrained, whether you are sitting or standing, as long as the form is unrestrained and the form is unobstructed. The lying position is undoubtedly the most relaxed and comfortable posture for human beings. Secondly, I feel comfortable, expressionless, my heart is as leisurely as a white cloud, and soft and quiet like cotton, so that my heart is not disturbed. Then just gently relax the whole body to perceive nature, gently perceive your thoughts and attention, the whole body is relaxed, quiet and comfortable, and there is no thought in my heart. Feeling quietly just like that. Just like that, quietly guarding this relaxed and peaceful wonderland. Slowly, with the whole body relaxed and the body and mind at ease, Kronos found that his breathing seemed to stop slowly, and slowly he had rough breathing, and became unable to hear or feel the breath. With his own breathing, he dared not move any thoughts at this time. He continued to guard quietly, guard gently, and perceive gently, until he felt the slight warm feeling of nature. This is the initial integration with nature. 1. Continue to guard, lightly perceive this warmth, perceive this tranquility, and guard this wonderland. Kronos was like an old hatred, lying there motionless. From time to time, a field mouse crawled over Kronos's body, and Kronos didn't know it at all. In such a wonderland, there was a sudden bang, and in an instant, I entered an unknown state, my head was blank, and the whole person was like a dumb with speechlessness, and suddenly there was no breathing, the whole world, the whole person, it had all disappeared, and Kronos felt all this carefully. In this way, quietly guarding this wonderland, allowing one's mind and nature to become one, just like the harmony between man and nature in the previous life. Man is also a part of nature. At this moment Kronos returned to the warm embrace of nature. Kronos remembered this feeling. He stood up from the ground, everything seemed so unhurried, as if he was the nature of you. Kronos took out the magic circle in his pocket and took out his wand to face it. Vanachari. A powerful and gentle magical power poured into Kronos's body from all directions. www.readaloud.com stepped back and followed the magic wand to gradually light up the magic circle. The outer magic ring lights up, and then the outer array map, and its unique symbol emerges on the pentagram. Then came the core of the magic, and finally the sun sign that represented the sun also emerged. It's done. Kronos felt like he was accomplished. It took him nearly half a semester to finally make the world's first magic circle. Look at its power, yes. Let me try its power first. Once this idea was formed, it was lingering in Kronos's mind. Since it is an elemental magic circle with fire attributes, I will try it next to the Black Lake. Kronos just said to do it, he came to the Black Lake non-stop. Kronos put away its wand. The magic circle does not need a wand to release it, it only needs a spell. Kronos raised the magic circle with his right hand, magia release, PS, still can't be transliterated. The magic circle pattern carved on the forbidden magic stone immediately glowed, became bigger and bigger, almost 10 times larger than the original. The image of a fire with a red body and a crown appeared above the magic circle. Vulcan and Kronos had the same mind, and he smashed his fist towards the Black Lake. There is no water splashing as expected, but a hiss sound, like a car tire giving up. A huge steam rose on the surface of the lake, and the entire Black Lake was covered by this cloud of steam. It felt like the Loch Ness monster was about to come out. Fuck me. Kronos was not in the mood to watch the beauty. He knew that the water vapor on the lake was as high as 100 degrees Celsius, and it would really peel off the skin when it was so hot. Chapter 35, Surprise. After the steam dissipated, Kronos dared to take a closer look at the power. Hiss. When he found that the shoreline of the entire Black Lake was 3 inches lower than before, he couldn't help but breathe in. This is just a secondary strength elemental magic circle. It's so terrifying. It's not much better than Avada's life. It punches a bunch of children. However, the shortcomings are also obvious, the accuracy is too poor. Before the attack fell, the apparition wizard ran away early. So this magic circle is not very threatening to wizards, so it can barely deal with cumbersome creatures like dragons or giants. So next Kronos will target those non-element holy magic circles or dark magic circles. What's inside is the real murder invisible. Kronos. Cronus hadn't finished thinking about it, but his thoughts were interrupted by a roar. Professor Snape was running towards him, and it seemed quite atmospheric. Professor Snape was teaching his senior classmates when he heard a boom. Then he discovered that a huge cloud of water mist appeared on the Black Lake, which was so wide that it covered half of the Black Lake. He thought there was a big monster in the Black Lake. After he threw down the sentence of self-study, he hurriedly dared to come to the Black Lake. It is not just Professor Snape, it is estimated that all the professors in the school have come. It's just that the classrooms of other professors are above the 3rd floor, and his classroom is a basement. So he came sooner. Professor Snape, you came just right. I made it. Kronos said excitedly. What? What did you say was successful? Magic circle. It's the one I studied that day. Did you forget? Professor Snape. Professor Snape became furious when he heard this. Okay. I didn't tell you to stop studying your messy things. If I find out, I will let you. Half of the curse, Professor Snape seemed to understand. You mean, all that just now was caused by your magic circle? Yet. I don't believe it, look. Kronos handed the magic circle to Snape. Snape looked carefully at the stone in his hand. The circles that he could understand last time were now obscure. Snape frowned as he looked at the magic quotes and essays above. At this moment, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout are also here. Mr. Slughorn, why are you here? Did Professor Snape bring you here? Professor McGonagall made a fuss when you saw Kronos. Kronos looked at Professor Snape. Professor Snape passed the forbidden magic stone with a magic circle in his hand to Professor McGonagall. What is this, Professor Snape? Professor McGonagall looked at Snape in confusion. Then Snape told Professor McGonagall the cause, the process, and the end of the incident. Kronos also helped to add something that he didn't know. Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. I would never believe that a 12-year-old child can burst out with such a great magical power. Professor McGonagall shook his head frantically. To be precise, this is not my magic power, it is the magic power that is free in nature. I just use them through the magic circle. Professor McGonagall. Kronos explained. No, I still can't imagine it. This has subverted my view of the world, Mr. Slughorn. The many professors behind him nodded together. Don't be like this, Minerva. We have to be brave enough to accept new things, don't we? An old and majestic voice suddenly sounded. Dumbledore, do you believe everything he said? A 12-year-old child can burst out such magic. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore, who was slowly walking. Kronos was surprised by Dumbledore's strength for the first time. Kronos did not see where Dumbledore came from. It's almost as if it appeared out of thin air. It's hard for me to believe it just by listening. But can't we watch it again? Dumbledore walked up to Kronos. Hello, Kronos Slughorn. I am the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. I know. Kronos nodded stiffly. It was the first time that he had close contact with this legendary wizard. His beard was as grey as his hair, and his eagle-like eyes revealed under the half-moon-shaped lenses. Well, it's a wonderful pattern. Dumbledore carefully looked at the magic circle depicted by Kronos, and then handed him to Kronos. Then can you show us that wonderful magic circle? Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but it revealed an unquestionable tone. Kronos nodded, but after the magic circle, he took out his wand and pointed at it and said, Vinaturi. An amazing magic power circulates around Kronos. www.readaloud.com. Professor Snape frowned slightly, while Professor McGonagall and other professors opened their mouths wide. They all clearly felt that the magic surrounding Kronos was not weaker than Dumbledore. Dumbledore walked away 30 steps away from the crowd. Then he used the magic wand against his throat and used the sounding loud spell. Said to Kronos, Child, get ready. Just let me go, don't worry. I can solve it. Worry? I'm not worried. Kronos just wanted to see the true power of Volcanumtelus magic circle when facing the ceiling of the wizarding world. Vinachari. Kronos put away his wand and said the spell. The half-length Vulcan statue once again appeared in front of everyone, when everyone was surprised. Vulcan's right spring had already slammed into Dumbledore, who had originally had a white barrier in front of him. But it didn't even resist for a second. With a boom, Kronos felt the earth tremble. But it was not over yet. A hot flame wave spread from Vulcan's fist in all directions. The flame waves look scary, but they are nothing more than ordinary flames. The professors quickly extinguished the flames with a magic wand. Will it be good to switch to fierce fire? Kronos suddenly thought of this. After the fire went out, everyone looked forward. A large circular pit with a diameter of 50 inches appeared in front of everyone. Very good, powerful. No wizard can resist his attack. Dumbledore suddenly appeared behind Kronos and gave his evaluation. Chapter 36, Ministry of Magic. Kronos was not surprised that Dumbledore was unscathed. If it really hurts Dumbledore, Kronos would find it strange. Then, Kronos, how many times can your magic circle release such magic? Dumbledore asked the question in the hearts of the professors present. As long as the carrier of the magic circle, that is, this forbidden magic stone is not damaged, it can always exist. Of course, after each use, I need to add magic to it. But in the future, you can also add some auxiliary magic circle. Let it slowly replenish its magic. The next sentence seems to be what Kronos said to himself, but it is different when it reaches the ears of the professors. They looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Dumbledore looked at Professor Snape and said, "I'm sorry, Severus. I need to borrow your students for a few days." Professor Snape nodded. There was no wave in the gloomy glasses. "Kronos, would you like to go with me to the Ministry of Magic in London? Your invention is too powerful, so I need to take you to the Ministry of Magic. Of course, I think they should reward your invention. Say, a third-level medal of Sir Merlin." The latter sentence was obviously an advantage given by Dumbledore. With the recommendation of the greatest white wizard at the time, it can be said that the medal is a certainty. "But my semester is not over yet, Professor Dumbledore." Kronos struggled. He didn't want to be famous so early. "The final exams are over. Haven't they? Besides, I often hear Professor Snape mention your potions class talent in front of me." Dumbledore would obviously not let him go easily. Kronos glanced back at Professor Snape and found that he was looking far away and not looking at him. "Okay. Professor Dumbledore, go now." Kronos sighed helplessly. "Of course." Dumbledore stretched out his left hand and motioned for Kronos to grab it. After a moment of distorted body feeling, Kronos came to a street in London. There are a few dilapidated buildings on the street, a bar, and a mess of dirty streets painted on one side. Across the street is a dilapidated red phone booth. Dumbledore pulled Kronos in and dialed the number 62442 in the phone booth. After spelling the letters on the dial pad, magic was formed. "Hello, welcome to the British Ministry of Magic. Please report the name of the visitor and the purpose of your visit." A nice voice rang, not from the phone. Kronos could hear it, as if the man was standing opposite you. "Albus Dumbledore, come to Minister Cornelius Fudge." Dumbledore didn't speak into the microphone either, it seemed like a combination lock. "Go to the minister directly." Kronos was startled, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the Ministry of Magic really didn't have a department that could handle his own thing. There are 7 affiliated agencies of the Ministry of Magic. Department of Magical Law Enforcement Square, Department of Magical Law Enforcement Squad, the largest organization under the Ministry of Magic, responsible for the implementation and maintenance of the laws and regulations of the magical world, and the trial of criminal wizards. Magical Accidents and Disasters, Department of Magical and Catastrophes, mainly responsible for dealing with major accidents and disasters caused by magic. Its internal organization includes the Reversal Incident Team, the Training Department of Memory Write-Off, and the Muggle Issue Regulation Committee. Magical Creatures Management and Control Department. Department for the and Control of Magical Creatures, mainly responsible for all matters related to magical creatures. International Magic Cooperation Department. Department of Magic. It is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the magic world, mainly dealing with external affairs, coordinating matters related to the Ministry of Magic around the world, and organizing various types of exchange activities. Department of Magical Transportation. Department of formulate rules for the use of all magical vehicles, and try to ensure that wizards are not seen by muggles when using vehicles. Department of Magical Games and Sports, mainly responsible for the promotion and organization of various magical sports. Department of Mysteries, the top secret organization in the Ministry of Magic. No one has ever known what they are doing. Their mission is top secret. Staff members are called silent people. These institutions also have their own subordinate offices. For example, the Counterfeit Defense Curse and Protective Equipment Detection and Collection Office, where Mr. Weasley works, is under the Magic Law Enforcement Department. After a while, a silver badge with the name and reason will be spit out. Then the phone booth descended like an elevator. After falling for about a minute, Kronos finally saw the main hall of the Ministry of Magic. The main hall is a large hall. At the front is the wand registration. Behind the gate is a smaller hall with many elevators. The entrance hall is on the 8th floor, and the elevator here can take people to other floors www.readaloud.com, but does not include the 10th floor. There are flue-net fireplaces on both sides of the main hall. Although it is noon now, there are still a continuous stream of wizards coming out of it. Ahead is the Magic or Power Monument, next to it is the Magic Brothers Fountain. It hasn't been destroyed by Voldemort yet. Very luxurious, isn't it? Dumbledore smiled as he looked around at Kronos. Kronos curled his lips and said in his heart, anything else is gold and jade, but it's lost. It's no wonder that the Ministry of Magic will have countless wizards who are greedy for it. After Dumbledore and Kronos checked their wands, they took the elevator to the ground floor. The minister's office is there. Dumbledore asked Kronos to wait outside first, and went in to explain the situation himself. Kronos walked outside and looked at the minister's office. The minister really has the most power, and an office occupies a floor alone. Kronos sighed in his heart. He seemed to remember that Hermione seemed to become the Minister of Magic in the end. Dumbledore had been in for too long, and Kronos couldn't help but start wandering around the Ministry of Magic. Looking at the huge Ministry of Magic, Kronos suddenly remembered something. When Voldemort returned 3 years later, he wanted to sneak into the Prophecy Hall of the Department of Mystery of the Ministry of Magic to steal the crystal ball that predicted Harry Potter would defeat him. Although it failed in the end, it can be seen that the Department of Mysteries is definitely the most mysterious department of the Ministry of Magic. This also caused it to generate many rumors. For example, Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood, argued in his Contrarian that Cornelius Fudge used the Department of Mystery to develop terrible poisons and secretly drugged people who disagree with him. But it is clear that there is no significant evidence to prove that this is true. Chapter 37, Department of Mysteries. Kronos is not a hesitating person, something decided in his heart. It will definitely take action. The Mystery Department is on the 9th floor of the basement. To reach the Mystery Department, you must go through an elevator. The Department of Mystery? You are a kid, what are you going to do there? The elevator staff looked at Kronos suspiciously. Dumbledore asked me to go. He is in the minister's office. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Kronos pointed to the silver sign on his chest. I have to say that Dumbledore's reputation is good, and the staff just took a look and didn't say much. The elevator descended slowly, about a minute or so. After exiting the fence of the elevator, a simple corridor leads to the plain black door. After opening this pure black door, enter the round black room. Kronos was standing in a huge round room. Everything here, including the ceiling and floor, are all black. 12 identical, black doors with no markings and no handles are spaced apart some distance from each other and embedded in the surrounding black walls, some with blue flames. Candles were dotted on the wall, cold, faint flashing candle light reflected on the bright marble floor, making the floor look like a puddle of black water. In the original work, the author does not describe the Department of Mysteries much, so Kronos can't figure out which is the Hall of Prophecy. The most important thing is that when the door leading to the round room is closed, the round wall will rotate quickly, making it difficult to figure out which door you entered. Kronos opened a door casually with his heart. This square room looks very bright. The room was almost empty, with only one table. In the middle of the room, there was a huge glass water tank containing dark green liquid, which was big enough for Kronos to swim in it. Many white things were slowly moving floating around inside. Kronos thought it was a jellyfish-like creature at first, when Kronos wanted to get closer to observe. The white thing suddenly jumped out of the liquid, and the tentacles floating behind it immediately entangled Kronos's hand. Ah! Kronos yelled and sat on the ground, his feet quickly leaping away from the glass water tank. What kind of jellyfish is that white thing? And the zigzag patterns and shapes are clearly the human brain. The most frightening thing is that its antennae are clearly disconnected nerves. Kronos somewhat believed Luna's father, and he even suspected that Fudge was conducting terrible experiments to manipulate the human brain. Kronos looked around this weird room and found that except for the door behind Kronos came in, there is also a door connecting other rooms on the side. Kronos swallowed and put his hand on the handle of the other door. This one was a little bigger than the one just now. It was dimly lit, square in shape, and sunken in the center, forming a huge stone pit, about 20 feet deep. The stone steps surround the whole room, like stone benches, gradually descending from one level to the next, and each level is steep, just like an amphitheater. The center of the stone pit is a raised stone platform with an arch on it. It looks very old and in dilapidated condition. Kronos is a little surprised that it can still stand there without falling down. There is no wall support around the arch. A tattered black curtain or a drapery hung on it. Although the air here is cold and there is no wind, it swings gently, as if it has just been touched. If Kronos remembers correctly, this should be the place where Sirius died. He was hit in the chest by Bellatrix and fell behind the curtain. It is said in the original work that Harry and Luna can hear someone talking behind the curtain, but Kronos can hear nothing but his own breathing. The other side of this veil may be the land of death. Kronos guessed the answer in his heart. This veil may be like Yechi, only those who have truly witnessed death can perceive it. There is also a door on the side of this house, and Kronos walked towards the side door without hesitation. This time, Kronos had good luck and looked at the dazzling array of crystal balls. Kronos knew he was in the Hall of Prophecy. The Hall of Prophecy is a huge, icy room, as high as a church, and it is lined with towering shelves. There are small glass puffing grey on it. A small yellow label is attached to the shelf under each glass ball. Some small emit mysterious flowing light, while others are vague and dark, like extinguished light bulbs. More candlesticks are embedded on the shelves at intervals. The flames are blue like the black hall. www.readaloud.com. The shelf closest to the door of the brain hall is the 53rd row. On the right is row 54, followed by row 55, and so on. The light in the hall was very dim. The candles are located at the ends of each row of shelves, that is to say, from this end, the other end in the distance is pitch black. Some small glass faintly glowed from the inside while others were cold and dull. The prophecy involving Harry was placed at the end of the 97th row a little further in. Kronos trusted his memory very much. He found the crystal ball, but he didn't actually confirm it. It's just that the crystal ball was originally bleak, but when Kronos approached it, it emitted a dazzling blue light. Kronos can't learn divination, so he had to hold the crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball felt like its owner, and its own blue light was even more rumored. A prophecy sounded in Kronos' ears, the child of the devil and the elves, the creator of the circle. It will open the gates of hell, and the demons will treat him as king. Kronos hadn't understood the meaning of the prophecy, and the illusion that he had seen in the magic mirror of Eris appeared in his mind. Ah! Kronos covered his head, and the thrown crystal ball rolled aside. The 3-year-old Kronos is holding a white-bearded wizard in his left hand and a beautiful witch in his right hand. Backed by the dense forest, in front is a pure lake. This time Kronos saw it clearly. Kronos' eyes and platinum hair were exactly the same as those of a witch. Whhhhhhhh. Kronos panted heavily, and the illusion in his mind flashed by. But his forehead was already covered with slender guys, and he seemed to have just experienced a big battle at this moment. Chapter 38, Weisengama. Kronos tidied his hair, he didn't dare to stay here. He was afraid that Dumbledore would come out to look for him. But fortunately, Dumbledore and the others talked long enough that when Kronos came back, the door of the minister's office was still closed as if they had never come out. "Where have you been, Kronos?" Dumbledore's voice came from behind Kronos. Kronos was frightened and shivered. He turned around and saw Dumbledore standing behind, looking at him. Professor. I didn't feel well just now, so I went to the toilet." Kronos said the reason he had thought on the road. "Oh. But the bathroom of the Ministry of Magic is hard to find. When I first came, I went in a big circle." Dumbledore said intentionally or unconsciously. "It is indeed, Professor. I also asked the staff working in the main hall and found it at the left corner of the second basement floor." Kronos calmly offset Dumbledore's temptation. It's also a shame that he kept an eye on him, and he really went to the bathroom before returning. Dumbledore controls people too much. He likes to keep everything firmly in his own hands. It's like everything in the wizarding world is his pawn. Kronos was also dissatisfied with Dumbledore's inaction on many things in the magical world. For example, he advocated that everyone is equal in the magical world and opposed the power of dark wizards. However, he did not attempt to change the privileged status of pure-blooded nobles in a practical sense, nor did he attack the soil where dark power breeds, such as Knockdown Alley, Magic Ministry, and certain interest groups at Hogwarts. "We should go now, Connolly is already waiting for us in the 10th courtroom." Dumbledore's voice interrupted Kronos's thinking. The courtroom is located on the 10th floor of the basement of the Ministry of Magic, and there are a total of 10 courtrooms in it. It was created to try criminals who violated the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. Harry was also tried for releasing the patron saint curse in front of Dolly. The trial organization is a management organization called Wizengamot. Wizengamot is an organization that predates the Ministry of Magic and is now a combination of court and council. Composed of about 50 members, the highest officer is known as the Chief Magician of Wizengamot. Dumbledore served as Wizengamot's chief magician for a long time. The members of Wizengamot are all wearing purple-red robes, with a delicate silver W embroidered on their left chest. "Professor, why are you going to the courtroom?" Kronos didn't understand. "I persuaded Connolly to summon all the wizards of Wizengamot. If the magic circle you created is really recognized, then they will have to witness it sooner or later." Dumbledore never looked back. "Explain." "And I consider that your magic circle is too powerful. The courtroom was originally used to judge those dark wizards, so the walls of the courtroom are all built with forbidden magic stones. It is the carrier of your magic circle. He is a good magic absorber." Kronos nodded, admitting that Dumbledore had considered it well. "And the wizards of Wizengamot can also be said to be the actual power holders of the Ministry of Magic. Here. This time the elevator has dropped for about 5 minutes, and its depth can be seen." Dumbledore held Kronos's hand intimately. "Follow me, boy." The courtroom is not very big. In the middle is a chair. Opposite it is the sofa of the presiding judge, on which a stout little man is sitting. The surrounding walls were extremely dark, and the light from the torches was dim and gloomy. On both sides of it is a row of gradually rising empty benches, which surround the middle chair in a semicircle shape. It seems that Connolly has not told them the purpose of coming. Dumbledore smiled, and then took Kronos into it. Dumbledore's appearance eliminated the sound in the room. Everyone turned their attention to Dumbledore and Kronos. Okay, Kronos admits that he can't bear it. They looked like they were about to strip Kronos. Even in the previous life, Kronos had not violated the law, let alone entered the courtroom. Dumbledore pulled Kronos to the middle chair. Kronos saw the armrest of the chair with a chain from the left to the right. Kronos was sitting on it, and Dumbledore was standing behind Kronos. This made Kronos feel much better. On the sofa in the middle of the row of benches in front, sits the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. This was the first time Kronos saw the Minister of Magic. Fudge was a big fat man with a dark yellow-green yard top hat and a smile on his face. "Very good, it's all here," Fudge said. Then he got up and looked around. "Dumbledore came to me today and told me that they were freshmen at Hogwarts." Cronus Slughorn www.readaloud.com Minister. Dumbledore reminded him from behind. "Oh, yes. Mr. Kronos Slughorn created a magic item that is stronger than a magic wand. So let us verify it together." After Cornelius Fudge sat down with a smile, Kronos saw it clearly this time. What kind of smile is this? Obviously a mockery of contempt. As soon as Fudge's words fell, the surrounding wizards screamed. Cough cough cough. Dumbledore cleared his throat, and the noise around him stopped immediately. All eyes fell below. "Everyone, I have brought people here. Why don't you let him test it out for us? Instead, there will be a blind quarrel." It can be seen that Dumbledore has a great voice, and he finished his words. Later, the wizards present collectively turned their heads to Cornelius Fudge, who was lying on the sofa. Fudge straightened up and stared at Kronos for a while. Then listened to Mr. Dumbledore and let K. Cronus Slughorn, Minister. Dumbledore seemed to have endless patience. "Yes, Kronos Slughorn will cover it up." No surprise, no sigh, only the sound of falling walls. When Kronos released the magic circle and summoned the majestic Vulcan to smash at Cornelius Fudge, our Minister of Magic appeared calm and sat motionless on the comfortable sofa. Had it not been for Dumbledore to use apparition to pull him away, maybe Kronos would have seen a wizard who could resist the Volcanum Tellus magic circle. Chapter 39, Certification. "Mr. Kronos Slughorn, did you really do this?" Fudge clearly remembered Kronos. Kronos shrugged, then looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled slightly and took out his wand. Said to the damaged wall around, "Restore as before." Soon the wall became exactly the same as before. "Mr. Minister, let's continue the next process first." Dumbledore helped Connolly stabilize his yard top. The sound of "Mr. Minister" made Kronos just want to laugh, but he resisted it. "Yes, you are right, Dumbledore." Connolly returned to the sofa in the middle, but he didn't sit down. He looked at the wizards around, then cleared his throat. "Do you have any questions? Ask them all again." There was another chirping sound around, but this time his eyes fell on Kronos. "Mr. Dumbledore." A witch stood up. "Are you sure this isn't something you researched and gave it to your students? We all know that you are a great wizard." "Of course, Ms. Bones. I can use my magic wand as a guarantor. This magic circle was independently developed by my students. Maybe Professor Snape helped a little, but the whole process was completely done by Kronos." Dumbledore's words caused another uproar. In the wizarding world, the wand is the wizard's second life. So Dumbledore used a magic wand as a guarantee, and the credibility was very high. So, Mr. Slughorn. Ms. Bones stood up again. Can you tell us why you created this magic item and why you stayed away? The world is like this. When people see your strength, they will fear you and respect you. Kronos nodded, but instead of getting up this time, he sat in a chair. The principle of the magic circle is to use the magical power that is free in nature to facilitate the wizard to use the flesh to launch more advanced magic. Coronis talked freely, and the Wizard of Weisengama was staring with big eyes. This theory has no less impact on him than the impact of an asteroid hitting the Earth. And Kronos didn't worry about them going back and researching on their own. Just kidding, let's not talk about feeling the power of nature and using it. Even the magic text on the outer magic ring is only known by Kronos. I can completely hand over this forbidden magic stone with Volcanum Tellus magic circle to you for your research, and use it to prove my theory. As soon as Kronos said this, the wizards of Weisengama looked at Kronos. Their eyes are different. Fudge, who was standing in the middle, planned to come down and hug her. Kronos noticed that Dumbledore had also looked at him consciously or unconsciously, which obviously meant, he also likes this magic circle. Mr. Kronos Slughorn. A voice silenced the courtroom again. Mr. Kronos Slughorn, I have to admit that the magic items you created are indeed powerful. However, such a powerful magic circle is not suitable for the current wizarding world. Now we are in peacetime, and there is no external threat. You may be useless to create such a powerful magic item. Kronos saw the woman speaking clearly and knew her. Senior Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic Dolores Jane Umbridge. The description in the original work says that she is a pale giant toad. He was short and fat, with a wide, loose-skinned face, and the fat one could not see his neck, with a big mouth pulling down the tower. Her eyes are bulging, round, and slightly convex. The original book really doesn't deceive me. Kronos said in his heart. Kronos also found a small black velvet bow on her short curly hair. Kronos's stomach turned upside down. Kronos resisted the vomiting and said, "This." He deliberately glanced at Dumbledore. Dolores Umbridge, the senior minister of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore introduced her identity. "Oh. Ms. Umbridge, I have just explained it. The creation of the magic circle is to make it easy for people to use the flesh to launch large-scale magic. This is not only you wizards, but the dumb cannons in the wizards can also be used. Even some magic arrays with small loads can be used by humans." Hearing the last sentence, the wizards of Weisengama took a deep breath. They looked at each other, and both saw surprise and a trace of fear in each other's eyes. And Kronos's words were not over yet. "Who told you that I only have this kind of magic circle? Ms. Umbridge. There can be sacred magic in the magic circle to heal the wounded wizards, and it can also depict some powerful defensive magic circle to protect things. The most important thing is the difference is that the wizard can portray the magic circle in advance for emergencies. www.readaloud.com. The biggest difference between the magic circle and the wand is that he does not consume the magic power of the wizard when he activates the magic." Umbridge was speechless, and she smacked her lips. "Okay, Umbridge." Fudge interrupted her. "Now show your hands to vote. Please raise your hands if you agree to use the magic array as the latest magic item." Fudge stood in the middle and shouted. "Swipe, swipe, swipe." All the wizards of Weisengama raised their hands, and even Dumbledore raised his left hand. Kronos almost forgot. Dumbledore was also the wizard of Weisengama, or the chief wizard of lofty status. "Okay, I announce now. The magic circle and the wand are listed as magic props, allowing the British Magic School to open and teach students the knowledge of the magic circle." With Cornelius Fudge's final word, Kronos' reputation is destined to be it will be a household name tomorrow. "Mr. Slughorn." Connolly Fudge blocked Kronos, who was about to leave. "What? Is there anything else?" "Minister." Kronos looked at the pudgy old man in front of him. He couldn't remember his name just now. Now he has a friendly face. Mr. Slughorn, we will announce today's affairs tomorrow. So I would like to invite you to attend the press conference tomorrow, when the major media in the wizarding world will be back. Fudge looked at Kay with a flattering look. Kronos, he glanced at Dumbledore next to him again. Of course, we also invited Mr. Dumbledore to float here. You, the principal, are also indispensable for teaching such an outstanding student. Dumbledore smiled, not clearly winning Fudge. I will go, Mr. Minister. Kronos agreed, and he was ready to stand on top of the wizarding world. Chapter 40, Delta Summoning Magic Circle. Cornelius Fudge arranged for Kronos to move in, while Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts. Mr. Slughorn, is it convenient to have a chat with me? Connolly said. Of course, Mr. Minister. You can call my name. Kronos sat on the sofa in the living room. He pointed to the sofa opposite him and signaled Fudge to sit down too. Thank you, Kronos. Fudge sat across from Kronos, and his colleague took off his bowler hat to reveal the British standard Mediterranean hair. As far as I know, Kronos, your godfather is Horace Slughorn. Fudge began to get close to Kronos. Kronos nodded. I was an orphan in a British orphanage. My godfather adopted me when I was 7. But he generally respects my choice and will not interfere with my behavior. Kronos knew it well, but my godfather couldn't control me. There is almost nothing to do with me, I have to come up with real things if I want to cooperate. Fudge smiled awkwardly. Then what kind of person do you think Dumbledore is? Mr. Minister, you know. A wizard like Dumbledore is very busy every day. I don't have much chance to contact him. Kronos was slippery like a loach. Don't give Connolly any chance at all. Fudge couldn't help it anymore. I mean, Kronos, do you plan to work at Hogwarts in the future? Kronos smiled slightly. Mr. Minister, I am only a 12-year-old boy. Dumbledore did not invite me to be a professor of magic circles. That's natural, you are still too young. Fudge nodded quickly. Then do you have the intention to work at the Ministry of Magic? As for the Ministry of Magic, there is no suitable job for me, right? Of course, if you are willing to come after graduation. I can create a separate department for you. Connolly threw his biggest bargaining chip. Cornelius Fudge, a weak, irritable, but also a very greedy for money and power. It is precisely because of the various mistakes he made during his reign that gave Voldemort enough time to make a comeback. Kronos squinted and looked up at Cornel Fudge. The wizards in the courtroom today are not fools, after listening to Kronos. They all know what impact the magic circle will have once it is announced in the wizarding world. That is no less than an industrial revolution in the wizarding world. The reason why they didn't find Kronos right away was because on the one hand, Fudge blocked them for Kronos, and on the other hand, they were anxious to go back to discuss countermeasures. And Cornelius Fudge was just near the water, and got the month first. It's too early to talk about this, Mr. Minister. It's 6 years before I graduate. Kronos didn't agree to him. Kronos wanted his own power, not anyone else. Although the Ministry of Magic is the government of the wizarding world. But it is just a tool, and any powerful wizard can control it. For example, Voldemort. It's a bit early. Fudge smiled awkwardly. In that case, I will leave first. Don't forget the red tomorrow morning. I will send someone to pick you up, Mr. Slughorn. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Kronos sent him out. Finally sent him away. Kronos sighed as he lay on the bed. It was exhausting to deal with politicians. Kronos took a rest and asked the hotel staff to find him parchment paper, quill pen, bread, and wine. Yes, Kronos is ready to draw the magic circle again. Since he successfully portrayed the first magic circle, he has coveted this magic circle for a long time. Delta-style summon magic circle. A symbolic magic circle. Symbols, generally, it is a stable magic array drawing used by seal magic or space magic. It is basically a very inert drawing, but if its power and poor control are underestimated, it will also lead to dangerous consequences. Delta-style summoning magic circle, you can connect to different worlds to summon monsters and sign contracts with them. It is a relatively ordinary magic circle, so ordinary enough to summon any monster depends on luck. Is also a circular outer magic circle, and it also has a dual magic circle of the sun and the moon. The outer array is a 5-pointed star, and the inner array in the magic core is a staggered 3 regular quadrilaterals. First put the holy meat, bread, into a container filled with the tears of God, wine. Then fully rotate and stir until it becomes a powder. Kronos stirred suspiciously, as it was written in the book anyway. We don't know, we dare not ask. I don't know how long it has been. www.readaloud.com. Kronos' arms are sour. There was a small bowl of black and red sacred powder. This thing doesn't need a quill. Kronos looked at the slimy divine powder. You can only get started. Kronos confided. Putting the spread parchment on the table, Kronos let out a deep breath. Kronos drew a circle as the outer magic ring. After working out on hard stones, Kronos is handy on parchment. Then write the foreign magic text on the outer magic ring: magic attribute, space, level, 2, name, delta, magic type, symbol type, trigger method, magic trigger. Then there is the outer team map, pentagram. These are already unavoidable for Kronos. Inner magic ring, the inner array map is very simple. It's just that this time the magic ring is not a circle, but the corners of 3 regular quadrilaterals in the inner matrix. A total of 12 besieged exactly 1 circle. The inner magic text is no longer a basic spell, but the zodiac sign corresponds to the 12 horns. After the formation, the sun's power text that emerged was in the east, and the moon's power text was in the west to cover the symbols of the 2 constellations. Although it is different from the first Volcanum Tellus magic circle, the basic structure is similar. Kronos did not spend too much experience in painting it. Kronos closed his eyes and felt the magic of being free in nature. Because of the rapid development of London, there is no longer any large vegetation. This is very unfriendly to Kronos. Vanachari Kronos took out his wand and read the spell on the parchment. The magic circle on the parchment slowly lit up, and finally the light gradually dissipated. It's finished. Kronos thought. Chapter 41, Night Evil. Looking at the magic circle that had just been drawn, Kronos was struggling again. Although it is a second-level magic circle, I don't know what monster it can summon in Kronos. What if I get a bone dragon out? Kronos had to cast a Muggle deportation curse on the room. He only learned this curse, which is barely a protective measure, and he learned it in the Hogwarts library. Looking at the magic circle emitting light purple light, Kronos couldn't help it. Contract Act Assist. Kronos chanted the spell, and the parchment glowed with purple-black light. The shape of the magic circle gradually became larger, and black mist continued to overflow from the magic circle. The first thing that appeared in the black mist was a pair of yellow eyes. Seeing these eyes, Kronos really felt like he had released some demons. Then the black mist gradually dissipated, but Kronos still did not see clearly what he had summoned. There is no other reason, the master with the yellow eyes is also very dark. Kronos boldly stepped forward to check what he had summoned. It looked like a black ball, and when it was close to Kronos, it was discovered that it was densely covered with small scales. Is this a reptile? Kronos guessed in his heart. The black ball saw Kronos approaching. There was a sound of ho-ho-ho. What? You said you were hungry. Kronos discovered that he could actually understand what it was talking about. Kronos handed it the steak that the hotel staff had just sent. After he stretched out his nose and smelled it, he finally stretched out his body and started to eat. Kronos finally saw the species he had summoned. A body the size of a cat, wings like a bat, and the most important thing is that he has ears like Urha. Isn't this Yeshat? Kronos looked at it in disbelief. He never expected to summon a dragon. Still the smartest dragon. Hey. After eating the steak, Yesha watched Kronos made another hey, and it sounded like a cat meowing. It told me that it was not full. Kronos thought it was incredible, but it was his lunch plus dinner. No way. Kronos contacted the hotel staff and asked them to send a few catties' steak. When the hotel staff came up, they looked at Kronos' eyes and made him straighten his hair. Seeing the food, the little guy rushed forward impatiently, regardless of his small mouth. But one bite was a steak, and Kronos stared straight at it. When he was full, the little guy flapped his wings and landed on Kronos' shoulder, rubbing his head against Kronos' cheek. I don't know if it was bought by a meal, or because of the magic circle. The little guy pestered Kronos especially. How did you come? Kronos touched Yasha's head. Hey. You mean that the place where you live was originally dark, but suddenly a light spot appeared. So you flew in. Hey. The little guy nodded anthropomorphically. Then do you have a name? That's it. Then I'll call you. How about Toothless Boy? Kronos also liked the Toothless Boy in How to Train Your Dragon in his previous life. Giving it this name is also considered fulfilling my wish. Hey. Toothless Boy slapped his wings happily as if he understood. Kronos discovered that there were as many as 3 pairs of wings on the Toothless Boy. This allows them to fly longer, but also has the characteristics of faster and more flexible. As the rarest and most intelligent dragon, Yasha is known for its black appearance, sharp light green eyes, slightly smaller size, calm rib cage and stubby neck. They have the largest wingspan ratio of all dragons and can fly higher, longer and faster than other dragons, and their incredible weight to power ratio gives them the ability to take off vertically. Although the Toothless Boy is only the size of an owl now, Kronos feels like a stone is hanging on his shoulder. Okay, Toothless. Time is running out, find a place to rest by yourself. Kronos touched Toothless' head. Toothless Boy possesses the characteristics of all biological cubs, that is, it has a lot of experience, as if it has energy that can never be used up. Kronos played with it for a long time, until the latter half of the night. Kronos couldn't stand it, and gave an ultimatum. Although Toothless Boy was naughty, he obeyed Kronos' orders very much. Kronos frowned, and it was honest. His big bright yellow eyes flickered, and he was extremely aggrieved. Early in the morning, Kronos was woken up by officials of the Ministry of Magic. www.readaloud.com. Mr. Slughorn, we should set off. The Ministry of Magic official outside the door said at the door. I see. Kronos replied listlessly. Toothless Boy was lying on the side of Kronos's bed. Kronos patted his head. It wiped its head like a cat, and then buried its head deeper. If you don't sleep at night, you can't afford it in the morning. Kronos shook his head, and he had to pick up the Toothless Boy. Mr. Slughorn, if I'm not mistaken, this is a dragon. The official of the Ministry of Magic rubbed his eyes incredulously. You read it right, it is indeed a dragon. Kronos yawned, and they got up too early. However, the Ministry of Magic prohibits raising dragons without a license. It is illegal for you to do this. The official of the ministry kindly reminded Kronos. Kronos waved his hand and said, You said just now. It is not illegal to raise dragons, but it is illegal to raise dragons without a license. Let's go. Connolly Fudge is still waiting for us. The official of the Ministry of Magic looked at Kronos, wanted to say something but did not open his mouth. Boom! The green fire in a fireplace at the Ministry of Magic lit up and then quickly went out. Kronos got out of it. Fudge was already waiting, and today he was wearing a decent black wizard robe. When he saw Kronos coming out, he stepped forward to shake hands with Kronos. When he saw the toothless boy in Kronos' arms, his hands stopped in mid-air. Kronos, you are... I'm sorry. Mr. Minister, as you can see. I am holding a dragon, so I can't shake your hand. Kronos gasped a little when he spoke. Toothless boy is too heavy. Chapter 42, Daily Prophet. But, Mr. Slughorn. You know, wizards bought 1709. A bill banning dragon raising was officially passed. Kronos interrupted Fudge. Don't get excited, Mr. Minister. I did this entirely for academic research. The magic circle I just made allows wizards and magical creatures to sign contracts. Just like me. Kronos lied, he couldn't tell them that Toothless was summoned from another world. Fudge pursed his lips, and said impatiently, Okay. Mr. Slughorn, you should prepare with me first. However, the dragon can't be with you. I will find someone in the Department of Magical Species Control and Management. The people who work take care of it. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Kronos shrugged. There are many people in the main hall. Some of them have cameras from the last century, and some have notebooks ready to record the news. Most of them already know some inside stories. Kronos came out from behind, with Fudge. As soon as they came out, the reporters moved the camera quickly. Kronos couldn't open his eyes with the dazzling flash, and then looked at Fudge next to him. He was smiling way Mimi, and seemed to enjoy this scene. Fudge stood on the podium, and Kronos was on his left. Ahem. Fudge cleared his throat, and Kronos yawned. He was ready for Fudge's tirade. Fudge did not disappoint him, except for the beginning. He talked about Kronos and his magic circle. The rest is all about propaganda of one's own political views. Kronos yawned as he listened. Kronos went to the mysterious Animal Control and Management Department and found the toothless boy. The little guy was lying comfortably on the ground. After seeing Kronos coming, he made a whoop sound. Listening to the Ministry of Magic staff say, the little guy was very impatient when he woke up, but after they fed a few catties of beef, the little guy lay lazily on the ground. This is really a mother with milk. Kronos smiled, then raised his arm. Toothless boy's huff flew to Kronos's shoulder with 2 blows. Kronos walked fast along the way, ignoring the eyes of the wizards around him. He is too sleepy. He just wants to go back to the hotel to sleep, but the reality is always so unsatisfactory. 2 figures blocking Kronos, 1 man and 1 woman. The man he knew was Barnabas Goof, the editor of the Daily Prophet, whom Horace had seen when he took him to the party. As for the woman on the side, Kronos probably guessed it from her appearance even if she didn't know her. Her hair is made delicate. Stiff. The weird big curls, matched with her face with a big jaw, looked particularly awkward. She wore a pair of glasses studded with jewels, her fat fingers clutched a crocodile leather handbag, and her nails were 2 inches long and painted red. The most important thing is that she also has a green shorthand quill on her body. This is not Rita Skeeter, who else can it be? Hi, Mr. Slughorn. Do you remember me? In the castle, Professor Horace introduced me to you. Goofy Eye stretched out his right hand. Of course, I remember you, Mr. Coffee. Kronos also extended his right hand. Thank you, Mr. Slughorn. Goof said. This is the gold medalist of our Daily Prophet. We want to give you a separate interview. Is that okay? Kronos glanced back and forth between the 2 of them. Of course he knew their purpose. But it is undeniable that the Daily Prophet still has a relatively large influence in the wizarding world. Of course, Mr. Goofy. Kronos nodded. That's great, Mr. Slughorn. Please come with me. Then Goofy led the way. They took Kronos to their hotel on the Ministry of Magic. It happens to be the same hotel as Kronos, which really saves a lot of things. Kronos sat on the sofa, and Goofy poured him a cup of coffee. "Can you start, Mr. Slughorn?" Rita Skeeter couldn't wait, her eyes fixed on Kronos. This is the first exclusive interview of Kronos, and she seems to have seen a steady stream of Jin Jialong entering her pocket. "Of course." Kronos nodded. "Okay. Mr. Slughorn. First question, we know that you are an orphan. You were adopted by your godfather Horace Slughorn when you were 7. You are in this capacity. After being assigned to Slytherin College, will students be bullied on weekdays?" "Of course not." Kronos refused decisively. "On the contrary, it is because it is Slytherin that I will live well at Hogwarts. www.readaloud.com. Slytherin is the most united one of the colleges. At least in unity with the outside world," Kronos added in his heart. Rita Skeeter was a little disappointed. The image she had originally portrayed for Kronos as a rising genius disappeared. But distorting the facts has always been her strong point. "Okay. Second question, Mr. Slughorn." Rita Skeeter glanced at the fast-moving quill next to her. "For what purpose or reason did you create the magic circle?" Kronos also wanted to take a quick look at the notes written in a quill, but he didn't see it. Then he rolled his eyes. "You know, there are always so many geniuses in this world. I am one of them," Kronos said casually. Anyway, he knew the other party would not report truthfully. Rita Skeeter gave a dry smile. "Last question. Mr. Slughorn. Many wizards compare you with mysterious people because you are so similar. Same identity, same age, and the same talent. What do you think about this?" Kronos smiled slightly. "I am me, and Voldemort is Voldemort. We are not related in any way." When Kronos called out the name of that person, the air there obviously froze. Rita and Goofy looked at him in surprise. As for Kronos, didn't understand their fear of Voldemort, so he had to pick up the toothless boy. Back to his room alone. "Finally, I can sleep peacefully." Kronos threw himself on the bed. Boom, boom, boom. Before Kronos could have slippers, his door was knocked again. Chapter 43, Professor Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore. When Kronos opened the door and saw that it was Dumbledore standing at the door, Kronos's prepared emotions also vented. "Why are you here, Professor? I didn't see you in the main hall this morning." Kronos didn't understand, and someone as busy as Dumbledore came back to find himself. "Kronos, not everyone likes to stand in front of the camera like fudge." When Dumbledore said this, Kronos could hear the disdain in his tone. "Indeed." Kronos laughed. "Then you came today to bring me to Hogwarts?" "Back to Hogwarts?" Dumbledore looked back at Kronos. "Hogwarts is already on holiday, you just have to wait for the next school year to go again." "Did you also destroy the Philosopher's Stone?" I mean Gryffindor won the Academy Cup." Kronos said halfway, and found Dumbledore staring at him. Dumbledore stopped adding sugar to the coffee and said, "You are really smart, Kronos." Hat. Kronos chuckled twice. "I hope you don't help Harry too much, Kronos." Of course. Kronos didn't want to mix him with Harry too much. He knew how miserable Harry was being trained by Dumbledore. Dumbledore's actions are tantamount to facilitating. "By the way, I came to have good news to tell you." Dumbledore patted his forehead, as if his memory had really deteriorated because he was old. "You have been awarded the Merlin second-class medal. The award ceremony will be tonight." Kronos was a little surprised. He knew that he would be awarded the Merlin medal, but he did not expect to be awarded a second-level medal. You should know that most of the members of the Merlins are third-level medals, and the hands of the second-level medals can be counted. As for the first-class medal, apart from Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and Dumbledore in front of him, only the suspended petty dwarf Peter had it. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Kronos should have thought that Dumbledore had won for him. "Thank me? No, no, no. Kronos, you should thank Connolly." Dumbledore shook his head and refused. "Thank him?" Kronos looked puzzled. "Yes. He won your second-level medal for you. I just made a name for you," Dumbledore explained. Kronos nodded, and Cornelius Fudge was trying his best to win him over. "Don't you know what he meant, Professor?" Kronos wanted to try Dumbledore's attitude. "Of course I know, but Hogwarts can't interfere with students' decision-making." Dumbledore took a sip of coffee. Kronos nodded. "Dumbledore is the principal of Hogwarts. His every move really represents Hogwarts. But, I have another request." "Kronos." Dumbledore said his true purpose today. "I knew it." Kronos smiled bitterly in his heart. "If you have any request, you say, Professor. I want to apply for you to be the professor of Hogwarts Magic Circle class." Dumbledore said his purpose without rush. "But I'm still a 12-year-old kid. Those seniors are several years older than me." Kronos directly refused. "Come on. Kronos, your reputation is no less than mine." Dumbledore looked directly at Kronos with a smirk. "You underestimate the ability of the Daily Prophet." "Wait. You'll know in a moment." "But..." Kronos wanted to shirk, so Dumbledore interrupted. "Listen to me first, Kronos. This course of yours is an elective course, so you don't have to worry about conflicts between your studies and your teaching. And you only need to teach at Hogwarts for 6 years, which is your remaining school time at Hogwarts. When you graduate, whether you are still willing to teach at Hogwarts or leave Hogwarts." "I agree." Dumbledore finished speaking and glanced at K. Kronos. "How about, think about it?" Kronos nodded. Dumbledore did not restrict him too much. It also gave him enough freedom, but the feeling of this empty glove white wolf made Kronos very unhappy. "Since the professor said so, I can't refuse. But I also have my own requirements," Kronos said, staring into Dumbledore's eyes. "Well, tell me." Dumbledore nodded. He had already guessed that Kronos had the conditions. He was not afraid that Kronos had the conditions, but he was afraid that he would not agree. "The first is that although this is an elective course for me, it is not the students who choose me, but I choose students." Kronos put forward the first condition. Dumbledore wanted to take away knowledge from him in vain. It was impossible. Kronos wanted to develop these students into his own power, just like Voldemort's Death Eaters. Dumbledore nodded, agreeing. The second condition: www.readaloud.com. Other Hogwarts faculty members must not interfere with my teaching methods. I also require the same benefits as other professors. This one is much simpler than the previous one, and Dumbledore accepted it without hesitation. And Kronos continued. "More." Dumbledore raised his silver eyebrows. "How do I calculate my salary?" Kronos made an act of asking for money at Dumbledore. "Salary." Dumbledore repeated Kronos' words aloud. "Of course, are you going to let me do it for nothing?" Kronos was satisfied with Dumbledore's attitude. He just wanted to disgust Dumbledore. 400 gold gallons a month. Dumbledore stretched out 4 fingers impatiently. "This is the most, and it can't go up. A gold gallon is equal to £5. 2,000 pounds a month. It is quite a lot." Kronos nodded, indicating that he accepted it. "Professor, do you have anything else?" Kronos smiled. "No, don't forget that there will be an award ceremony for you in the evening. At that time, all the medal holders of the Merlins will be back." Dumbledore did not forget to remind Kronos before he left. "I see, Principal." Kronos sent Dumbledore out of the room. What's that in your mouth? Toothless boy. When Kronos came back, he saw Toothless boy biting a mass in his mouth. It looks like a ball of newspapers. Daily Prophet. Kronos took it from Toothless' mouth. Although the above is all saliva, it does not affect the viewing. Or today. They are really fast enough. Kronos praised their efficiency. Chapter 44, Award Ceremony. After the mysterious man, another rising star in the magical world, Cronus Slughorn. As soon as I opened the newspaper, the huge headline of Rita Skeeter's exclusive report attracted the attention of Kronos. Putting me with the name of the mysterious person is really eye-catching. Kronos had to admit that the Daily Prophet was very good at pondering readers' hearts. Cronus Slughorn, a first-year Hogwarts freshman who is only 12 years old. He has already experienced a miserable life at a young age, with the same miserable life experience as a mysterious person. But he has more mysterious people have a stronger talent. Kronos frowned slightly. This Rita Skeeter is really a mysterious person. Kronos himself also showed his disdain for mysterious people, and called him by name. He is a student I have seen who is not as talented as mine. Dumbledore gave him the highest evaluation. But there are also many wizards who know that Kronos has been studying in Hogwarts Slytherin, and they have expressed their concerns. They are all worried that Kronos will become the next Black after the mysterious man in Grindelwald. Devil. At the bottom is a photo of Kronos in a Hogwarts school uniform standing in the main hall of the Ministry of Magic. Kronos finally understood what Dumbledore said when he left. As soon as this report came out, Kronos' fame could be said to be on par with Voldemort and Dumbledore. It's not that Kronos is afraid of Voldemort, but Kronos knows how to kill. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Kronos threw away the newspaper. He thought that he would be famous one day, but he never thought it would happen so quickly. He can only accept it calmly. He just wants to make up for it. But today, it is destined to be unable to follow Kronos's wish. Kronos just lay in bed for a while. His door was knocked again. No matter who is standing outside the door, I must give him a vicious spell to taste. Kronos took out his wand in an aura. Little Kronos, it's been a long time since I saw him. The person standing outside gave him a big bear hug. The curse that Kronos had prepared could not be pronounced again. Who else can call him this way but his unreliable godfather? Why are you here? Kronos finally broke free from Horace's arms. Are you embarrassed to say? Horace gave Kronos angrily. You have made such a big noise, can I not come as your godfather? And why don't you write to me for a semester? Isn't this an owl without my own? Kronos scratched his head embarrassedly. He did ignore the lonely old man. Hey! These are no excuses. Hogwarts has public owls. Eh? Where did you get this dragon? Why have I never seen it before? Horace found the toothless boy lying on the ground basking in the sun. Stop, stop, stop. When Kronos saw Horace's eyes shine brightly, he knew that the old professor had another occupational disease. He always likes to collect some rare potion raw materials. This is my partner who signed a contract with the Magic Circle. From now on, it will replace my owl's duties. Kronos quickly stopped Horace. He saw Horace put his hand in his arms. It is his habit to carry equipment with him. Okay. Horace reluctantly left the toothless boy. The innocent toothless boy was still lying there lazily, not knowing that he was missing parts just now. What the did you come here for? Kronos quickly changed the subject. Oh, yes. Horace patted his bald forehead. Aren't you going to attend the award ceremony of Sir Merlin tonight? I'm here to give you a dress. Horace had already taken out a set of European aristocratic services. I knew it, Kronos thought. The Lord Merlin's awarding ceremony was attended by the holders of the Merlin Medal, but the family members of the recipients were also allowed to accompany the ceremony. How could a person like Horace, who likes noble occasions, miss such an opportunity? Since he walked in the door, Kronos found out what he was wearing. He wore a well-cut, simple and slim linen dress, with a Scottish shirt with a strong European Academy on his neck. But the formal clothes couldn't hide Horace's big belly, whenever she stood up and walked around. Kronos couldn't help but want to laugh. On this day, Kronos couldn't come back to sleep. www.readaloud.com. The ceremony of awarding was in the auditorium of the Ministry of Magic. The special glory of medals above grade. And by a second-level medal winner or first-level medal winner. Kronos is the second-level medal winner, so the awardee can only be Cornelius Fudge. At this time, the members of Sir Merlin gathered together to celebrate the joining of new members. When Kronos came, some wizards were already there. Today's Kronos is particularly dazzling by Horace. I saw that Kronos was extremely handsome, with a carved face with distinct features, and an unusually handsome face with horns and horns. The appearance seems to be slutty, but the inadvertent light in his eyes makes people dare not look down upon it. A pair of platinum curly hair, but a pair of slender peach eyes under a pair of sword eyebrows, full of passion. People will fall into it if they are not careful. With a tall nose and moderately thick red lips, there was a dazzling smile. Coronas and Horas attracted the attention of many people together, and Horas directly took Coronas to introduce them one by one. In Kronos's little head, for a while, he really couldn't remember these long outrageous names. After a while, nearly 100 Sir Merlin in various dresses were gathered in the auditorium. They each formed a circle and held a goblet to chat in their own circle. Horace took Kronos for a few laps and then threw Kronos down and started talking. "You are Kronos Slughorn." A kind voice sounded behind Kronos. Chapter 45, Newt's Commander. "I am, sir." Kronos looked back and saw a middle-aged man with golden curly hair and a thin face. He wears the cool and gleaming Merlin Class II medal on his gown. There are not many winners of the second-level medal. Kronos couldn't help wondering which winner this was. "I'm Newt's commander." The middle-aged man seemed to see Kronos's question and introduced himself. "Oh, so you are Mr.'s commander?" Kronos said suddenly. Many people have the impression of Newt's commander that his grandson married Luna Lovegood, that weird girl at Ravenclaw College. In fact, Newt's commander is a famous British magic zoologist and the author of Where Are the Magical Animals, which later became the textbook for the protection of magical creatures at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In 1947, he almost set up the werewolf registry. For example, Lupin was able to be hired by Dumbledore as a professor at Hogwarts, which was part of his credit. However, he said that he is most proud of the prohibition of feeding for experimental purposes order passed in 1965. This ban has effectively stopped the prevalence of creating new untamed animals in Britain. Mr. Scarman once worked for the Fire Dragon Research and Restriction Bureau, and has many opportunities to travel abroad. During this period, he collected a lot of information for his world-selling work Where Are Fantastic Beasts, which is already the 52nd edition. Because of Newt's commander's research on magical animals, that is, his contribution to magical zoology, he was awarded the title of second-level magician of the Merlins in 1979. But what interested Kronos most is that Newt rewritten the preface in the new edition of Where Are Fantastic Beasts. In the preface, he admitted that he was the first wizard to successfully capture Gellert Grindelwald. "Mr. Commander, I want to ask if you really played against Grindelwald." Kronos asked the question he most wanted to know. Newt froze for a moment, then pursed his lips and said, "I did fight him, but only in cooperation with Dumbledore." Kronos nodded, and then asked, "Mr. Commander, what do you think Grindelwald is like?" Kronos was very curious about the former lover of Dumbledore. Newt's commander thought clearly. Grindelwald was a charming and outstanding wizard when he was young, and most people who met him thought so. Even Albus Dumbledore himself admitted that Grindelwald was very charming and even fell in love with him. Kronos nodded. Grindelwald and Albus had planned to find the Deathly Hallows, become the masters of the gods of death, and use this power to lead the revolution in the wizarding world, to overthrow the international secrecy law, and to establish wisdom and power. The new global order led by witches and wizards. Otherwise, they accidentally killed Dumbledore's sister in their fight with Aberforth. I can't imagine what the wizarding world will be like after the two great wizards join forces. Grindelwald is a complex figure. He is very idealistic and talented at the same time. He will achieve his goals at all costs. He has achieved reforms outside the law and committed numerous crimes with his followers. Newt gave his fair evaluation. After saying this, Newt obviously didn't want to continue this topic. Are you a student of Dumbledore? Aren't you? Kronos asked rhetorically. Yes. Dumbledore is really a great wizard. When I was about to be expelled from Hogwarts, only Dumbledore believed me. You know, he was just a professor of transformation. Kronos nodded. Dumbledore is indeed the greatest wizard in the wizarding world today. And just at this moment, the crowd not far away suddenly burst into laughter. Fat Fudge and Dumbledore came in together, and Fudge stood on the stage. Dumbledore beckoned to him. Okay, it's time for you to play. Mr. Scamander said with a smile. Kronos walked slowly onto the platform, with Fudge standing on his left. I don't know when his godfather Horace has also been on the platform, now standing behind Kronos. Fudge first introduced Kronos, and then personally put on him the Merlin Class II medal. When Kronos thought it was over, Fudge grabbed Kronos's arm. He began to talk a lot about his political views. Hearing Kronos was sleepy. Kronos also found Rita Skeeter and the quill that was quickly recorded next to her. I forgot that she was still an animagus. The party went on very late, and Kronos had long wanted to leave www.readaloud.com. The main reason was that his godfather Horace had been pulling Kronos to introduce him, which made Kronos roll his eyes. Kronos just woke up from the room he had been away for a year, while washing downstairs. There was a sound of a Pegasus neighing and the sound of a carriage landing outside the door, and Kronos' toothpaste was squeezed out in fright. Before Kronos went out, he had heard Draco's voice. Hi, Draco. I'm here. Kronos greeted him with foam in his mouth, slurred like Kronos. Kronos received Malfoy's owl last night, and he invited himself to spend the remaining half a month of vacation in his manor. What do you think this is? Kronos. Malfoy shook a card in his hand. Peace. Isn't this the celebrity card in the chocolate frog? You know, I don't collect this. Kronos recognized Malfoy's hand at a glance. No, Kronos. This is your card. Malfoy said excitedly. You got a celebrity card. Kronos took the card and took a look. It really was. On the front is a photo of himself at the award ceremony, with a dazzling second-level medal on his chest. The self in the photo was blinking at Kronos. Looking at the back again, it is Kronos' contribution to the wizarding world. Cronus Slughorn. Magic Props, the creator of the Magic Circle. The first magister in the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic stipulates that a wizard who can make a magic circle is called a magister. P.S. Forgive me, I really can't think of any tall names. Chapter 46, Malfoy Manor. Draco's father Lucius Malfoy in the living room was talking with Kronos' godfather Horace, and Kronos could tell from their expressions that they were talking very happily. They stopped talking when they saw Kronos coming out. Long time no see, Kronos, Lucius said. I always hear Draco talk about you at home, and I have seen you're extraordinary since the last party. Thank you. Kronos calmly accepted Lucius's compliments, and you can follow the compliments of others in Europe. Let's go. Kronos, I have put Dobby into the carriage with your luggage. Lucius said. Dobby? Dobby, who prevented Harry Potter from going to school this semester. Kronos wanted to tell Lucius that Dobby, your house elf, had defected. Let's go, Kronos. Draco took Kronos' arm and walked out. After Kronos bid farewell to his godfather Horace, he went out with Draco. Stopped outside the door was a 4-horse Pegasus carriage with the Malfoy family badge printed on the black carriage. The family crest is a tribute to Salazar Slytherin, in black green silver with a serpentine pattern. Latin engraved on the silver ribbon. Sanctimonium vincit semper, which means pure and ever winning. From here, we can see how much the Malfoy family supports the idea of pure blood. After getting in the car, Kronos found that his luggage was neatly placed in the back of the car. And the one driving in front is Dobby the house elf. Kronos wanted Dobby to turn around and take a good look at it, but he knew it was basically impossible. House elf, is a race conquered by wizards in ancient wars. Every child must be trained in servility at birth, and must be a slave who must serve his master from generation to generation. They bear all housework and are bound by their masters. They cannot disobey the master's orders casually. If they disobey, they must punish themselves. For them, their highest right is to obey the orders of their masters. They have to work hard all their lives. Unless the master hands them a piece of clothing, they will be free. Therefore, most owners are very careful and try not to let them get clothes from them. The house elves have no wages and no holidays. They are proud of their work and ashamed of their freedom to wander around. Lucius had finished talking with Horace. He got into the carriage and said to the house elf in front, "Go home, Dobby." 4 flying horses fluttered their wings, and the carriage soared into the air. But Kronos couldn't notice any bumps. If Kronos hadn't seen the surrounding clouds through the car window, he would have thought he was on level ground. Lucius was introducing his family along the way, and the pride on his face spontaneously. It seems that Draco inherited this from him. But after listening to his story, Kronos was also surprised by the long history of the Malfoy family. In the 11th century, Armand Malfoy, one of the earliest Malfoys. In those days, he went to England with William the Conqueror, and through his unknown and suspicious contributions to William the Great, it can be determined by magic, Malfoy obtained an excellent fief in Wiltshire. Armand Malfoy established the Malfoy Manor on this back cover, and his descendants have lived here for the next 10 centuries. Armand Malfoy established the family's belief in the blood of pure-blood wizards. By the time Draco, the Malfoy family has been passed down for 9 centuries. "We're here, Kronos," Draco said next to him. The carriage landed slowly, and the manor in the distance gradually grew bigger. Got close, and Kronos felt the power of the Malfoy family. The idea in my heart was also firmer. Malfoy Manor is a dignified mansion of the Lord, surrounded by well-designed gardens. There are fountains and white peacocks roaming freely, and the exquisite wrought iron gate allows visitors to feel through the smoke when they pass. "Dobby, go and move the guests' luggage to the room upstairs," Lucius commanded in a full voice. Kronos saw the legendary creature clearly. He is basically skinny. They are very small, with ears as big as a bat, protruding eyes the size of a tennis ball, and a relatively long, flat nose. "Yes, master." Dobby seemed to be afraid of Lucius, and his voice was full of fear. Lucius turned his head and smiled at Kronos. "I didn't scare you, Kronos? Low-level creatures like them shouldn't appear in front of guests, but you are my son's friend." "So. I know, Mr. Malfoy." Kronos smiled. "Then let's go in, Draco's mother Narcissa has prepared food and waiting for us," Lucius said with a smile. www.readaloud.com. There is a garden from the gate to the manor. And the vegetation in the garden is very good. Regularly, it seems that someone will trim them every day. Entering the interior of the manor, it is even more luxuriously decorated. Luxurious furniture, marble fireplace, and gilded mirror. The entrance hall is large, with portraits hung on the walls, and almost all stone and floor tiles are covered by gorgeous carpets. When he thought that such a house would be used by Voldemort as the headquarters of the Death Eaters, Kronos felt a pity. Draco's mother Narcissa Draco was waiting for them in the kitchen, and she hugged Draco as soon as she saw him. "I kept chanting baby or something." Cronus looked at the lady from close range. She was not ugly, and she was pale and scary. In the original book, she was an extremely doting Draco person, and in fact she was indeed such a person. Narcissa let go of Draco, and then saw Kronos on the side. "You are Kronos? You are such a handsome boy. I always hear Draco mention you at home." Narcissa hugged Kronos like Draco and smelled her faint fragrance. Kronos somewhat understood why Draco was developed into such a habit. "With such parents, I would walk sideways when I was replaced." The food on the table is very generous, a large plate of fried potatoes and jack potatoes, as well as smoked fish, roast beef, and Dublin prawns. The staple food of Britain can never be separated from potatoes. Since crossing over, Kronos feels that he has eaten more potatoes than in previous lives. Kronos felt that he was covered with sticky starch. Desserts are apple pudding and a Christmas food called gingerbread. Gingerbread is actually pudding into bread and cakes to increase the flavor. But Kronos can't accept a ginger-flavored cake. Chapter 47, Cooperate. At night, Lucius Malfoy's study door was knocked. "Go in." Lucius Malfoy looked at the notes on the table without looking up. "It's Kronos? I thought Dobby came to bring me coffee," Lucius said with a smile. "How is it? Are you used to living here?" "Of course, Aunt Narcissa is kind to me. Just like my mother." Kronos glanced at the diary on the desk. "Haha, if it weren't for Professor Olas to meet you first. I want to accept you as my godson." Lucius pulled Kronos and sat down on the sofa. Kronos smiled, "Although I can't be your godson of Uncle Lucius, we can be closer partners." "Oh." Lucius was obviously interested, and he looked at Kronos interestingly. "What are you going to cooperate with me?" "Kronos. The exact thing is to cooperate with your family of Uncle Lucius, that is, the Malfoy family." Kronos paused, glanced at Lucius opposite, and continued, "Uncle Lucius, you know, too. My original intention of creating the magic circle is to help those who can't use magic or are weak wizards. But I am still a student at Hogwarts after all, so I need someone to help me. Are you asking me to sell the magic circle for you?" Lucius is worthy of being the patriarch of a big family, and he immediately understood what Kronos meant. "Yes, Uncle Lucius. I know the reputation and abilities of the Malfoy family in the wizarding world, and I just like this. So I offer technology, and Uncle Lucius, you get manpower and shops. Let's work together. It can completely take over the magic circle sales industry of the entire British wizarding world." Kronos put forward his own plan. Lucius nodded. He thought this cooperation could be carried out. "How is that divided?" This is the most important thing for Lucius. In the face of money, any relationship is very fragile. "Uncle Lucius, don't worry. Just ask for my relationship with Draco, and I will give you this number." Kronos stretched out 3 fingers grandiosely. 3 to 7 are divided into 3 or 7. "All right. Your kid is pitted on my head." Lucius immediately lifted his crutches to beat Kronos. "Hey, don't fight. The business is not there, it's arbitrarily." Kronos got up and avoided Lucius's stick. 3 or 7 points are too low, I can't agree. At most this number." Lucius stretched out 5 fingers. Kronos also smiled, 5 or 5 points. "Don't even think about it. I'll go find someone else to cooperate." "Uncle Lucius." Lucius was anxious, his voice increased a bit. 55 points is already the limit. You want to take so many dividends if you don't work hard. I have a hat. Kronos pointed to his head. "Uncle Lucius, think about it. As long as you cooperate with me, you will monopolize the magic circle business of the entire British wizarding community. Maybe then, the magic circle products of the entire European wizarding community will be monopolized by you." Lucius lowered his head and thought for a while, then stretched out 4 fingers. 6 or 4 points, you get 40%. This is my biggest concession. Kronos still smiled and shook his head. Why are you still dissatisfied? Why do you want so much money as a kid? Lucius felt that he was mad at Kronos. Who doesn't love that golden Jin Jialong? What's more, 3 or 7 points are for Draco's face. If someone else, I would be 28 points. Kronos lifted his legs. Looks like not buying it. With this arrogant look, Lucius struck Kronos's leg with a scepter. Impossible, Kronos. After all, your magic circle is a magic item like a magic wand. Even if there are many people who bought it a few years ago, how about a few years later? When everyone has a magic circle, it won't be as popular as it was at the beginning. Even in Europe, how many wizards can there be? Wrong. Uncle Lucius! Kronos suddenly yelled, so that the coffee Lucius had brought to his mouth spilled all over him. Uncle Lucius, who told you that my magic circle is the same as a magic wand? First of all, my magic circle is a consumable item. After using it once, it can't be used. He doesn't want the wand to accompany the wizard for life. But, in the Ministry of Magic, didn't you say that as long as the foundation stone, forbidden magic stone, is not broken, can you always use it? Lucius questioned. Kronos showed a fox-like gaze in his eyes, and Lucius looked at him with the feeling of facing an adult. Uncle Lucius, you also said that that was what I said. I can completely make the magic circle a one-time consumable, so that people who need the magic circle will become our constant customers. And we can target different wizards, provide different magic circles. Like those pure-blooded wizard families, we can customize special magic arrays for them and make it a luxury. As for those with average economy, we will build low-level and practical magic arrays in batches. www.readaloud.com, for example, a defensive magic circle that can withstand any spell attack. But you are the only one who draws the magic circle. Do you supply the needs of the entire wizarding world? If it is really like you said, the demand for the entire Europe is huge for a day. Lucius is a businessman, the key issue was seen at a glance. Kronos waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry about that, Uncle Lucius. Dumbledore applied for me as the professor of Hogwarts Magic Circle class a few days ago, and I will choose some talented ones. Students came to help me. As for those specially customized magic circles, I will give you a list in a moment, which lists all the magic circles that I can portray now. Puff. I really want to see Dumbledore's face when he knows this. Lucius laughed. No way. Kronos spread his hands. Dumbledore wants to use my ability, then I have to get paid. Didn't you say that you are for the wizards who can't use magic? Lucius wanted to deliberately disgust Kronos. Kronos glanced at Lucius and said, no way. Reality always destroys my noble character. Ha ha ha. After listening to Kronos, Lucius laughed heartily. Kronos gave him a blank look, and then handed him a drawing. Uncle Lucius, find some alchemists. Follow the above requirements to refine these metals. Kronos, what are you? Lucius asked puzzledly after looking at the drawing. Uncle Lucius, you know. Volume. The mysterious man will come back. So, I need my own army. Kronos looked into Lucius' eyes and said the last purpose of his trip. Chapter 48, Voldemort and Number 039, S Diary. On Tuesday morning, there is more than a week before Hogwarts starts. During one of the few holidays, Kronos painted some basic level 2 magic circles in his room every morning. After the first experience of this thing, the rest is always so handy. In the afternoon, Kronos would play wizard chess with Draco, and occasionally ride on the broomstick to practice the game of catching the golden snitch. Draco's flying skills are indeed very powerful, at least Kronos has never caught the golden snitch. This year I must enter the Slytherin Quidditch team and beat Harry Potter head-on. Kronos heard these words from Draco countless times. While Mr. Lucius has been busy with the sound of the shop in Diagon Alley these days, Kronos felt that this kind of feeling of being a shopkeeper shouldn't be too good. It's just that he seems to be very angry this morning. This Arthur, he has a lot of Muggle items in his own house. I will kick him out of the Ministry of Magic sooner or later. Kronos heard the soft curse in Lucius's mouth. Arthur, that's the father of those Weasley guys. He has red hair and freckles on his face. Draco leaned into Kronos' ear and explained to him. Kronos nodded. His dad works in the office of the Ministry of Magic for the prohibition of Muggle abuse and has been checking things related to black magic recently. Draco didn't care about the black magic at all, and seemed to have some pride. You know, which wizard family with a long history doesn't have a few black magic items handed down? Draco. Narcissa yelled at Draco, then smiled and added a piece of bacon to Kronos' bowl. Thank you, Aunt Narcissa. Kronos smiled. Draco's mother was so kind to him that he always had to take care of him several times during a meal. Children, how is the breakfast? Lucius, who came down from the stairs, looked at Draco and Kronos with a smile on his face. It's great, Uncle Lucius. I think the bacon and the examination room are too salty, Dad. Kronos praised against his will. Then he smiled and took a big bite, although he was already vomiting in his heart. Lucius came down and touched Draco's head. He looked at Kronos and said, if you like, eat more. Pity, I have to go to the secret room. I can't have a delicious breakfast today. Lucius walked to the secret room after speaking. There is a basement under the living room of Draco's house. It was used to imprison people who opposed Voldemort during his conquest of the castle, but now it is used to shelve those items with dark magic. Damn Weasley! Draco murmured from the side. Kronos rolled his eyes when he heard it. Your father used to be Voldemort's #1 younger brother, don't you know? Kronos looked at the study where Lucius had just entered, thinking that he should have taken out the diary as well. A part of Voldemort's soul, a Horcrux, is attached to this diary. When Voldemort was still alive, he gave the diary to Lucius for safekeeping. Lucius was Voldemort's servant before his downfall. He was a Death Eater. Of course, Voldemort had a distrust of others. He didn't tell Lucius what the diary was, but asked him to keep it. After the fall of Voldemort, when Harry was in the 2nd grade, Ron's father happened to be promoted in the Ministry of Magic. During that time Ron's father always raided the dark magic-related items. Lucius was scared. Wanting to clear the relationship with Voldemort as soon as possible, by chance, he threw it to Ginny, which eventually led to the destruction of the diary, Horcrux, which became the first reason why the Malfoy family was left out by Voldemort. It's all such a coincidence. Kronos took a sip of the hot milk that Draco's mother had handed over. Yes, Scott. Kronos. Draco spotted it first. Scott is an owl of the Malfoy family. He is standing at the door with 2 envelopes with the Hogwarts emblem in his mouth. Narcissa walked over and touched its head, and took the 2 letters in its mouth. It's Hogwarts' new book list for this school year. Narcissa opened the letter with his son's name. Kronos, your letter is here, and Dumbledore knows you are here. Thank you, Aunt Narcissa. Kronos took the letter. When he was at Horace's house a month ago, Dumbledore wrote to him, asking him if he needed to prepare books for the students in the Magic Circle class. Kronos' reply was also very simple, I will compile the textbook by myself. Then he handed him to Toothless. I have to say that Yeshaw's flying speed is extremely fast. Toothless Boy flew back at noon. It's just that the little guy is too lazy, it won't work if you don't give it enough food. Kronos opened the envelope, and the letter from Kronos asked him to take the Hogwarts Express train from King's Cross Station on September 1 st. www.readaloud.com. The letter also listed his year. New book list. Curse Standard Course, Level 2 Miranda. Goss Walker, How to Deal with Female Fairies by Gidlow Rockhart. Walking with the Corpse Eater by Guidelow Rockhart. A Holiday with the Witch by Guidelow Rockhart. Travel with Giants by Guidelow Rockhart. A Voyage with Vampires by Guidelow Rockhart. Roaming with the Wolf by Guidelow Rockhart. Days with the Snowman by Guidelow Rockhart. Who is this Guidelow Lockhart? Why should we buy so many books from him? Draco frowned. Hey! A thief who doesn't have the slightest ability and can only plagiarize. Lucius had already come out of the basement, and Kronos heard that every step he took, he heard a ding-bang from his coat pocket. The crash sound. Dumbledore hired him as a professor, and Hogwarts is over. I think it is necessary for me to tell the school director about this and let him leave Hogwarts. Then let Professor Snape be the principal, Dad. Draco added. Children, have you eaten yet? Lucius walked over and put his hands on the shoulders of Kronos and Draco. You can go to Diagon Alley with me and buy these books. Of course, Uncle Lucius. Kronos agreed, his eyes fixed on Lucius' pocket. Kronos is not a person who is waiting to die. Now that he knows the cause of the tragedy, Kronos intends to kill it from the beginning. Chapter 49, The Keen Bookshop. Flood again. Kronos looked at the fireplace in the living room of Malfoy's house. Although it is much cleaner than the fireplace in Horace's house. Kronos, it's much faster to use fluo powder. The carriage is too big to hold it in Diagon Alley. Lucius seemed to see Kronos' hesitation. That's right, Lucius would have used it if it could be a means of transportation like a carriage that can show his identity. Kronos comforted himself in his heart. Then I will come first, then Kronos, Draco, you will be the last. Lucius grabbed a handful of fluo powder and entered the fireplace. Let's go to Knockoff Alley first, Kronos. After saying this, a group of green flames popped up in the fireplace, and Lucius disappeared. Come on, boy. Narcissa handed the bag with fluo powder to Kronos. I have to say that the Malfoy family has rules everywhere. They divide the fluo powder into a person's usable portion and put them in bulk in the bag. Turnover Alley. Kronos yelled, and then disappeared with a bang. Rotate, rotate, or rotate. The body is constantly rotating, and the whistling in his ears is deafening. Kronos feels that he has bumped at least 10 body parts. When his face touched the cold ground, he knew he had arrived. Kronos will never use fluo fans. I must make a teleportation magic circle to cancel this fluo fan. Kronos secretly determined in his heart. Get up, Kronos. Where you stay will block others from coming out. Lucius pulled Kronos up. Sure enough, Draco walked out of the fireplace hunched over in a while. Kronos wanted to ask how he managed to avoid dizziness. But he was a little embarrassed to speak. But Draco said he said it. It feels so good, it feels like riding a flying broomstick. Draco had a look of excitement, and it seemed that he preferred to use fluo powder to drive the road compared to a carriage. Well, if it's because I don't have a talent for flying, then I will admit it. Kronos started to comfort himself again in his heart. Kronos began to look at the shop they were in. The room was very dark, even though the sun outside was strong. Kronos found that the skylights above the store were round, which was undesirable with ordinary square skylights. Maybe it is blocking the penetration of sunlight. Looking at the shop, a shriveled hand on a cushion is placed in a glass box, a pair of blood-stained playing cards and a glass eyeball that always stares at people. The scary mask on the wall seemed to be staring at people. On the counter were piles of various human bones, as well as strings of rusty, long, pointed instruments hanging from the ceiling. Lucius walked through the store hall, shook the bell on the counter, then turned to Draco and said, "Don't mess with the things here, Draco." Malfoy just wanted to reach out to touch the glass eyeball. He stopped his hand and said, "I thought you were going to buy me a present." "I said I bought you a broomstick for the game, I haven't forgotten it." Lucius beat the counter table rhythmically with his finger. "As soon as you buy a team of broomsticks, you are really rich." Draco complained in his heart, he didn't understand the world of tyrants. At this time, a man bent over and appeared in front of the counter. He was repeatedly combing the greasy hair hanging on his face with his hands. "Mr. Malfoy, it is a great honor for you to visit the shop again. Mr. Borkin's voice and his hair are greasy. I'm so happy my dear little Master Malfoy is here too, it's so fascinating to belong." When he saw Kronos, he paused and opened his eyes wide. He quickly stepped forward and took Kronos' hand, Merlin's beard. "I finally saw you, Mr. Great Magister." Mr. Borkin's hands were so powerful that it took Kronos a lot of energy to break free from his hands. "Okay, Mr. Borkin. I'm here to sell things today." Malfoy pulled Mr. Borkin aside. Coronas knew that the person in front of him was Karaktaku's Bach, and this shop was the largest shop in Knockdown Alley Bokenbach. The things in this store are so attractive, almost everything hides unknowable dangerous power. For those who can open such a store, the level of the owner must not be weak. It specializes in the sale of black magic objects, some of which are very dangerous. The owner Mr. Borkin sells them and also collects all kinds of strange and evil things. Many years ago, Tom Riddle worked as a clerk at Bogenbach, so he had the opportunity to approach many items with specific capabilities. As a clerk, he discovered that Hepzibah Smith had two priceless treasures, the golden cup of Hufflepuff and the particularly precious locket that originally belonged to Salazar Slytherin. Tom murdered Smith and blamed the house elf Hauchi, stole two treasures and resigned and disappeared. "Come to sell things." The smile on Mr. Borgin's face withered little by little. www.readaloud.com. You may have heard that the Ministry of Magic is conducting surprise inspections recently, Lucius said. I took out a roll of parchment from my clothes pocket and unfolded it for Mr. Borgin. "I have hidden some inconvenient items at home. I don't want to be found out by the Ministry of Magic." Their conversation did not arouse Kronos' interest in the slightest. His eyes were attracted by a beautiful opal necklace on the counter. The card read, "Warning, don't touch it, cursed 19 muggles have died for possession of this thing so far. Dear Mr. Magister, is there anything you like?" Mr. Borkin asked closer. "No, I just take a look. You know, most of your stuff here is very interesting." Kronos shook his head. Mr. Borkin made a ha with his shriveled voice. It makes people think he is laughing. "Dear Mr. Magister, if you have something you like, I can sell it to you at an appropriate price." Borgin said, "Of course, if you have something you want to sell, such as the magic circle you made yourself." "What? I am also willing to buy." "Enough, Mr. Borkin. Our cooperation is not over yet." Lucius pulled Mr. Borkin over. He didn't want Kronos to have a second partner besides himself. He turned his head and said to Draco, "You go to the Lihen bookstore and buy the new books from this school district. I'll go over and pay for you in a while. Bring Kronos with Draco." Draco took Kronos and walked out. He didn't feel like staying in this strange ghost place at all. Kronos looked back at the shop, and Mr. Borkin bowed to him. Chapter 50, Diagon Alley. Draco was obviously not the first time in Knockoff Alley. He took Kronos through the winding alleys until they came to the bright sunlight. Kronos saw a familiar white marble building from a distance, Gringotts Bank. When Kronos came to Diagon Alley last time, he took money from Horace and had not been to Gringotts. This time he needs to go to Gringotts Bank to open an account to store his income. There are 2 gates in Gillen Pavilion. The first door is a shiny bronze door. At the door stands a fairy guard in a scarlet and gold uniform, bowing to them when they are alone. The second door is silver, and the following text is engraved on the door. "Please come in, stranger, but you have to be careful. Enter, stranger, but take heed. What is the end of insatiable greed? A foot awaits Thesanof grid. Blindly ask for, get for nothing, Fort Hosuho take, but do no turn. Will be punished most severely, must pay most dear lion their turn. So if you want to take it from our underground vault, so I fi who seek beneath our floors. A piece of wealth that never belonged to you, a treasure that was never yours. Thief, you have been warned, thief, you have been warned, beware. Be careful not to invite treasure, but evil. Offending Marathan treasurethera. Entered the spacious marble hall through the second silver door. About 100 or so fairies were sitting behind the long counter and hurriedly registering on the big ledger. Some use a balance to weigh coins, and some use eyepieces to detect gems. Kronos came to the front desk, and the goblin on it was obviously very old. A few hairs, maybe hairs, on the top of the head have turned white. Hello, I need to open a vault of my own in Gringotts. Kronos pressed the bell on the front desk. To open the vault, you need to deposit 30 gold gallons in advance. The goblin said without looking up, he was dealing with a lot of bills. Pop! Kronos threw the bag containing 30 jinjialong on the table. When he was awarded the Merlin medal, Kronos even got a lot of jinjialong. So 30 jinjialong Kronos really didn't care. Hearing the collision of gold coins in the bag, the eyes that were dealing with the bill raised his head and cut off at Kronos. It took out a piece of parchment in the cabinet next to it and gave it to Kronos. Kronos probably took a look at some ordinary information sheets such as names, addresses, and jobs. Kronos wrote the professor of Hogwarts Magic Circle class on the work column. The goblin just took a look at it and threw the list aside. Then he turned around and shouted to a goblin next to him, "Rose, number 232, Common Vault." The goblin threw a piece of what barely looked like a key to Kronos. The vault is located hundreds of kilometers underground in London. Pass through the door of the hall and enter the narrow stone corridor. There is a small railway below. The goblin named Rose took Kronos on a small cart driving through the maze of winding corridors. There is also an underground lake on the way, covered with huge stalactites and stalagmites. Ordinary customers use a small golden key to open the vault door after arriving at the designated vault, while the important vault is guarded by the fire dragon, and must be led by a fairy, and can pass through with the jingle film. Kronos is just an ordinary customer, and the vault is not very big. Kronos also only symbolically deposited the 30 gold gallons he used to open an account. "I'm going to the Quidditch boutique. My father should have been waiting for me there. Kronos, how about you?" Draco couldn't help but buy his new broomstick. At that time, Kronos found that he had been fidgeting. The last two people agreed to meet at Lihen bookstore. "You go first. I'm going to buy a new cauldron." Kronos refused Draco. His crucible had already been broken in the last semester because of a failure in the potions class, and Snape gave Kronos a look at it. //Scaldron shop, //Scaldron shop. This is the nearest shop to the Broken Cauldron bar. This shop sells crucibles of various models and materials. There is a gleaming sign outside the store and it says, "Cauldrons, Crucible. All sizes, all sizes. Copper, brass, pewter, silver, pure copper, brass, tin, silver. Self-stirring, automatic stirring. Adjustable." Kronos finally chose a brass crucible that can be stirred automatically. When he came out, there was still a witch in the store bargaining for a cauldron of 3 gold gallons. "Well, I need to buy some potions." Kronos touched his pocket, and the money left in it was enough for him to buy all the remaining things. "That's it." Kronos looked up at the sign hanging at the door. "Slug and Amp, Jigger's Apothecary, Slug and Amp, Jigger's Apothecary." This potion material pharmacy is a charming place filled with all kinds of interesting things. On the ground are rows of barrels of sticky material, and against the wall are various jars of powder and herbs. www.readwn.com. Bundles of feathers, fangs, and claws are hanging from the ceiling. The whole pharmacy smells very unpleasant. It smells like a mixture of rotten eggs and rotten vegetables. In the end, Kronos bought some dried toad skins and the stems and leaves of the dragon beard, these are the potion raw materials needed in the second grade. Kronos. As Kronos was walking towards Lihen bookstore, a voice stopped him. Harry, Hermione. It's been a long time. Kronos thought they should be at Lihen bookstore at this time. Kronos also carefully discovered that Harry's face and wizard's robe had some unearthed pot ashes. Looking at the direction they came, he should have just come out of Knockdown Alley. Of course it was a long time no see, when we learned from Professor McGonagall that you were taken away by Dumbledore. We thought you did something wrong. Hermione said angrily. What can I make, a little wizard who has not graduated, so much that Dumbledore finds me himself. Kronos thought it was a little funny. You are not a little wizard, you are now a famous wizard in the wizarding world. Kronos felt her sour when she said this. Kronos had no choice but to smile helplessly. Your 2 months have been truly spectacular. The Daily Prophet published your report for a week as soon as it was connected. They said you were the most outstanding genius in the magical world, and they said you were the 4th after Dumbledore and the mysterious man. A legendary wizard. But some wizards think. Hermione paused here. What do you think? Kronos asked. Because you go to school in Slytherin, some wizards think you will be the next Dark Lord. Hermione said afterwards, only Kronos and Harry could hear her low voice. Chapter 51, Guidro Lockhart. Then do you think I will become a dark monster like a mysterious man? Kronos suddenly approached Hermione, staring into her eyes. Hey! Hermione was frightened by Kronos' sudden movements. Then, as if thinking of something, he lowered his head after a. Harry saw Hermione blush, he didn't understand why. It was just fine just now, how come it suddenly became like this? Kronos spread his hands and sighed. No way, sometimes being too handsome is a problem. That group of people can't see that others are better than them, so they slander others behind their backs. Kronos didn't care what others thought of him. Harry, are you here with the Weasleys? Kronos asked. Harry nodded, it's just that we got lost. I think they found you. Kronos laughed. Harry and Hermione looked around and found that Ron, Fred, George, Posey and Mr. Weasley were squeezing out of the crowd and running towards them. Harry, Mr. Weasley said, panting, we have been praying that you don't go beyond the distance of a stove. He wiped his sweaty bald head. Molly was worried to death. Well, she found it too. Which fireplace did you go to? Ron asked. Cronus, are you here too? Ron found Cronus standing on the side. Oh, my God! Are you Kronos Slughorn? Mr. Weasley said happily, I saw you that day, at the Ministry of Magic. It was the day of the Magic Circle press conference, and I stood there. It's on the opposite side of your left. Just as Kronos was about to open his mouth, he saw Mrs. Weasley hurriedly running towards this side. The handbag he was carrying in one hand shook violently, and the little red-haired girl should be Ginny being held by Weasley's other hand. The little girl was obviously struggling to follow. Oh, Harry, oh, honey, you can go wherever you go. She hugged Harry, and then started counting his children with her fingers. When she saw Kronos, she behaved exactly like Mr. Weasley. She yelled excitedly, then hugged Kronos again. Mom likes him now. Ron whispered in Harry's ear. But he is indeed better than us. Ron. Harry said very seriously, as if to explain a fact. You don't know, Harry. Mom mentions Kronos at home every day, and I always compare with him. Ron said. I'm going to the Lihen bookstore to buy this semester's final book, Mrs. Weasley. Kronos finally broke free of her embrace. Kronos's passion for this kind of maternal love was very unacceptable. Oh, what a good boy. He is so good, but he still works so hard. Then he turned his head and said to Ron, you are in the same grade as Kronos, you have to study with him. Look. Ron looked at Harry with an expression that I was right. Harry could only smile helplessly. He had no parents since he was born, so he didn't understand Ron's troubles. Lihen Bookstore is on the right-hand side of Mrs. Morgan's robe shop. This is a large wizarding bookstore full of bookcases that reach the ceiling. Lihen Bookstore sells basic wizarding books, but it may also be the only bookstore that provides learning textbooks for Hogwarts students, even though Hogwarts courses require more books than they can sell. Lihen Bookstore is holding a temporary book signing event at the moment, and they are surprised to find that a large group of people are surrounding the door of the bookstore, desperately trying to squeeze in. The banner on the front glass window explains this strange phenomenon well. Guide Lo Lockhart will autograph and sell his autobiography The Magical Me today. We have a chance to see him today. The demeanor. We can see him in person. Hermione screamed. I mean, the books he wrote almost fill up our book list. They squeezed a tunnel with their bodies. A long line has stretched gently to the back of the bookstore. There, Guide Lo Lockhart is signing his autobiography. They each took a copy of How to Deal with Female Fairies and squeezed into the position where the Weasleys and Grinzo couple stood in the line. Kronos regrets coming here, staying here is a waste of time. He really didn't understand why Dumbledore would hire such a guy as a professor of defense against the dark arts class. But for the diary, Kronos could only bear it. The team was slowly advancing, and Kronos finally saw this wizard like a star. Gidro Lockhart wore a magic robe woven from blue forget-me-nots, the color matched the color of his eyes. His top-pointed wizard hat sat triumphantly on the wavy hair. A short, grumpy man is holding a black camera and shooting from left to right. www.readaloud.com. After every dazzling flash, the camera always emits a burst of purple smoke. It's boring. Kronos yawned, and Gidro Lockhart heard it. He looked up and saw Kronos. He jumped up from his seat and shouted, "Isn't this the famous Magister, Kronos?" The people around voluntarily gave up a clearing, when the witches saw the face of Kronos. They all yelled like Mrs. Weasley, and some even fainted. "It's amazing," Ron said, looking at the crazy witches. Lockhart glanced dissatisfiedly at the group of witches, and then rushed forward and grabbed Kronos' arm. I wanted to pull him upside down, but Kronos didn't like it very much. In the end Lockhart had to beckon, and the short man ran up to him. He quickly moved the shutter at Kronos and Lockhart. "Ladies and gentlemen." Lockhart waved his hand, motioning for the scene to be quiet. He continued. "Our Mr. Magister will not only own my new book The Magical Me, but it is also unimaginable. In fact, he and their classmates will get the real and magical me. Yes, gentlemen, ladies, I'm honored and proud to announce here that in September of this year, I will take up my post at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as their new teacher for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class." There was a burst of applause among the crowd, and Kronos found that Hermione's hands were all red. Kronos hurriedly passed through the crowd and came to the youngest daughter of the Weasley family, Ginny. She is holding her newly bought cauldron. And 1 foot of Draco and his father has also entered the Lihen bookstore. Chapter 52, The Disappearing Diary. "You are already here, Kronos." Draco saw Kronos standing next to Ginny. "What do you think of my newly bought flying broom? Lightwheel 2001, the latest model. It's better than Porter's," Draco said, raising his newly bought flying broom. "Cut!" Ron snorted disdainfully. He had already reached the door with Harry and the others. "Weasley." Draco frowned slightly. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you go to the second-hand bookstore with your parents? Only what you need is there." Ron flushed, and he threw the book into Ginny's cauldron. This makes Kronos very upset. Ron rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush towards Malfoy. Kronos saw Harry and Hermione pulling Ron's clothes tightly. "Don't do that, Draco." It was Lucius, and he put a hand on Draco's shoulder. His eyes scanned Harry's people, and then his gaze fell on Ginny. He reached into Ginny's crucible and found an old and torn Transformation Beginner's Guide in the new and smooth Lockhart's book. The love of my parents is so great. They are for this broken book. I am afraid they will be hungry next month. Lucius threw the book back into Ginny's cauldron. Kronos saw it, and Lucius clamped a black note in the book. Malfoy, stay away from my daughter. Mr. Weasley yelled, and squeezed towards Fred and George. What are you doing here? Oh, yo, it's Arthur Voisley. Mr. Malfoy stood there. His hands were on Draco's shoulders, and his face was mocking others. I heard that the Ministry of Magic is very busy right now, said Mr. Malfoy. Those raids, I hope they pay you overtime, right? Yes, it's very irritating. Kronos felt that Malfoy's temper was completely attributable to his father. Oh, let me. What happened here? A nasty voice sounded, and Lockhart was squeezing to the front with a crowd from behind. Can you tell me what happened here? Mr. Weasley. Lockhart raised his blonde curly hair and said with a foul face. Lucius glanced at Lockhart in disgust, then began to mock Mr. Weasley again. I thought you were depraved, Arthur Weasley. Not only did you hang out with a bunch of muggles. He looked at Hermione's parents, you also bluffed with this liar. The last sentence was too low. Hart said. Bang! Only Mr. Weasley hit the bridge of the nose with a straight punch, and Lucius backed straight and knocked over the bookshelf on the left of the door. The books above are scattered all over the floor. It's Ron's father, the father and the son have a temper. There is no ink to be able to do it. Kronos murmured in his heart. Lucius has blood on his nose, and Kronos guesses that the bridge of his nose was interrupted. Dang! Ginny's crucible flew out. Lucius rushed towards Mr. Weasley. Hit him into another bookshelf. Dozens of thick magic books cracking all fell on their heads, Fred and George cheering on them, Dad, beat him, and Mrs. Weasley's screams, Arthur, don't fight, the crowd ran away, knocking down many bookshelves. Gentlemen, please stop hitting, an assistant shouted, and then he shouted in an octave higher voice, break it, there, gentlemen, by the way, smash. And Lockhart, who was still standing on the side, had already run away. Cronus watched with gusto. The two wizards didn't use magic wands, and they only relied on hand-to-hand combat. It's interesting to think about it. Kronos felt someone pull the corner of his clothes again, and he looked back. Organize them quickly, Kronos. Hermione said and pointed her finger inside. Hermione's parents were already terrified, and Mr. Granger was holding the trembling Mrs. Granger. Kronos blinked, he hadn't seen enough. But he still took out his wand and pointed at the two hugging each other, left and right separation. The two were separated directly by an invisible force. Who said that men don't pull their hair in fights? Mr. Lucius's originally soft golden hair was found to have been caught by Mr. Weasley and flew. And Mr. Weasley seemed to take advantage of the hairstyle, and his Mediterranean hairstyle was not destroyed at all. Kronos pressed his lips tightly, which was so funny. Hey, today is in front of the child. I will let you go, Arthur. Lucius adjusted his clothes, turned his head casually and said to Kronos, let's go, Draco, Coro North. Mr. Lucius. Please be with me for a while. My book is still in it. Kronos said vaguely. Lucius glanced at Kronos, we are waiting for you where we come. Then he led Draco out of the Lihen bookstore. Your name is Ginny, right? Kronos came to Ginny. www.readaloud.com. Can I exchange my book for yours? Kronos, you. Mr. Weasley looked at Kronos in confusion. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Weasley. Kronos interrupted him. I'm sorry for what Mr. Malfoy did just now. He was wrong before. He broke Ginny's textbook. So I want to apologize for Mr. Malfoy as you guys. And compensate Ginny for a new set of textbooks. Kronos, you don't need to be like this. It's all Malfoy's fault, and we won't hate you. Mr. Weasley said. Kronos shook his head, then turned his gaze to Ginny. Ginny, are you willing to accept my apology? Ginny lowered her head quickly, he didn't dare to look at Kronos. I do. It took a long time before Kronos heard Ginny's small voice. Thank you, Ginny. You are such an understanding girl. Kronos handed the new book in his hand to Ginny. Then, see you at Hogwarts. Kronos held Ginny's old book in his arms and waved to Harry, the Weasleys and the Hermiones. What a nice boy! Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, looking at Kronos's back. Hermione's parents nodded in sympathy. An aside, at the corner at the end of Diagon Alley. No. How come? Still not. Kronos rummaged through Ginny's books, but failed to find the Black Diary of Voldemort. Kronos even burned all the books with a blazing fire curse, but it has been a long time since there is no shadow of the diary. How is it possible? Kronos looked at the dust in front of him, he didn't know what was wrong. Chapter 53, New Semester. Kronos felt that the plot had been changed by him, because his appearance was supposed to be in Ginny's diary but disappeared out of thin air. This makes Kronos feel very uncomfortable. It is precisely because he knows the plot that he can do everything successfully. On the last night of the summer vacation, Aunt Narcissa made a sumptuous dinner, all of which Kronos likes to eat, the food Aunt Narcissa thinks Kronos likes to eat. Kronos sat by the fireplace, and the flames were not too big and small, making Kronos warm. After dinner, Lucius called Kronos to his room. I have found a shop in Diagon Alley, and it is under renovation now. Lucius handed Kronos a parchment. Above is the map of Diagon Alley, the location of the shop is circled in red. The location is not bad, just across the street from the Madame Morkengown specialty store. Kronos nodded, it doesn't have to be so luxurious. Our products don't need to rely on the quality of service and the environment to attract customers. Lucius smiled, but still said, you don't have to worry about it, just like I said before. I will provide manpower and resources, and you will provide technology. The cost of decoration will not be shared on your head. Kronos nodded, he knew why Lucius did it. Those so-called nobles still like to enjoy material luxury very much. These are the magic arrays that I have portrayed this month. The bases made of parchment are all one-off. I have attached a list to you in it. It is clearly written on it. The bag with the unmarked stretching curse was thrown on the table. Lucius took the strap and opened it to take a look. Nodded. Then, it's okay. I'll go back to bed first. Uncle Lucius, school will start tomorrow. Kronos stretched as he said. Kronos. Lucius stopped Kronos, who was about to leave. Kronos looked at him and found that he had stood up and walked to Kronos's side. The drawing you gave me last time, I found a fairy to make it for you. Lucius took out a small black bag from his pocket and handed it to Kronos. Thank you, Uncle Lucius. Kronos overturned the bag in his hand, and there was a crisp metal crash. Wait, Kronos. Lucius stopped him again. What else? Uncle Lucius. Kronos was a little sleepy. Lucius pursed his lips, then looked around. He lowered his voice and said to Kronos, God, will the mysterious man really come back? I said it very clearly last time. Sometimes you should also feel the pain of the black mark on your left arm. When he heard the dark mark, Lucius's pupils shrank visibly. This subtle change was seen by Kronos. So, Uncle Lucius. Consider what I said, I am not the same as the Dark Lord. Kronos left the study directly, not intending to listen to Lucius. Because he is really sleepy. The next morning, Aunt Narcissa came to Kronos and Draco's room to wake them up. Breakfast is a bacon, sandwich, and a glass of milk. The English meal is so simple and nutritious. The carriage outside the door with the Malfoy family splendor printed on it has been waiting outside the door, and Dobby the house elf is loading his and Malfoy's luggage into the carriage. Kronos had always suspected that the carriage had also been cast the invisible stretching curse, until he saw himself and Draco's 4 large boxes loaded into the car before he confirmed his conjecture. At the door, Aunt Narcissa helped them organize their clothes one by one. Then he hugged them tightly in his arms. This made Kronos once again felt the brilliance of motherhood. After getting in the car, Kronos and Draco sat in the back row. Lucius sat in the front row. He has to go to work after he has sent Kronos to the station. And the house elf Dobby still didn't even think about driving outside. Looking at its back, Kronos knew that Harry and Ron were miserable. The carriage leaped into the sky, and the Malfoy Manor was getting smaller and smaller. But Kronos could still see Aunt Narcissa looking at them from below. "Mom, it's always like this," Draco said. "She will stand outside the door and look at us until she can't see us." The carriage drove fast and steady. Flying over London, Kronos didn't worry about being seen by the Muggles on the ground. Even the second-hand Ford cars of the Weasleys can be invisible, so how come these 2 carriages are missing? In a short while, they arrived at King's Cross Station, and the huge carriage stopped on the side of the street. The Muggles passing by seemed to see nothing, and circled by the carriage. "Okay, kids. I'll take you in," Lucius said. www.readaloud.com. Mainly 3 of the 4 big boxes are Draco's. If Lucius didn't help him in, Draco wouldn't be able to take it. "Call, call, call." Toothless Aberdeen shaking Kronos of the box, "It just woke up." "Toothless, this little guy sleeps so badly every morning that he can't wake him up at all." "No way," Kronos had to put it in the box and take it away. "Be quiet, Toothless. Wait a while and let you out." Kronos patted the box. Toothless boy could understand what Kronos said, and soon became quiet. Kronos and Draco crossed the Muggle-shielded wall, with the 9 3/4 stop sign written on them, and appeared above Kronos' head. "Mom, you see." "Kronos. Kronos? Oh, my goodness. It's really him. He is the famous Magister. Too young. Really, too young." Kronos once again saw the strength of the Daily Prophet, as soon as he appeared on the platform. Almost all wizards recognized him, and many parents even wanted to come forward to talk to Kronos. But when they saw Ulysses behind Kronos, they gave up this plan. There is an exception in everything, and Lucius is quickly surrounded by several seeming parents. It looks like Crabbe and Gore's father, they were all colleagues before. The relationship must be very good. Crabbe's father glanced at Crabbe. Crabbe soon came to Kronos and took the suitcase in his hand. This made our little master very upset. He glanced at Gore, who was still standing next to him, and found that he was standing next to his father watching Kronos giggly. This made Draco very upset. Chapter 54, Daphne Greengrass. Kronos smiled and walked to Draco's side. After taking over the heavy suitcase in his hand, "This place is full of Aunt Narcissa's love for him. What's in it? Why is it so heavy?" Kronos looked at Draco in confusion. "It's a cotton suit." Draco scratched his nose a little embarrassedly. Obviously he could pick it up when he went back for the Halloween holiday. But his mother hadn't let him take it now. Kronos smiled. In his previous life, he had experienced there is a kind of cold that makes mom think you are cold. It seems that all parents are the same in the world. "Okay, let's go quickly." Kronos beckoned. They didn't come too early. The carriages in front have been occupied, and they still need to carry these boxes for a long way. But the reality is always unexpected. Kronos was recognized by the students and parents around him before he walked a few steps. They all wanted to get to know the famous Mr. Magister. Some of them even want to take you Kronos over the box. But how can this kind of good thing get the hands of other college students? Soon a large number of Slytherin students took the suitcase in Kronos's hand, and Kronos looked back at Draco. It was discovered that his box had also been taken by a 4th grade Slytherin senior. There was even a 5th grade senior who wanted to the box in Crab's hand, and they were blushing with quarrel. And our little master has never seen such a posture. He is now like a well-behaved boy standing next to Kronos. In the end, a magical scene appeared in the entire station. Kronos walked ahead, followed by a large number of Slytherin students behind and on both sides. They squeezed the students in the way for Kronos, which made many students glared, but when they faced the fierce Slytherin students, they lowered their heads. Soon they came to the back of the station, where Kronos saw the Weasleys, Hermione, and her parents. "Ah, Mr. Slughorn! Long time no see, how are you?" Mr. Weasley stretched out his right hand. "I'm fine, Mr. Weasley." Kronos also extended his right hand. At this moment Hermione squeezed into the crowd and came to Kronos. There was just a hint of anxiety on her face. "Kronos, have you seen Harry and Ron?" Hermione asked about the whereabouts of his best friend before she could stand still, and almost fell on Kronos. The girl in Slytherin next to Kronos roared. "Harry and Ron?" Kronos pretended not to know anything. "Aren't they supposed to be with you? How would I know where they are? We were originally together, but they disappeared when we entered the station." Hermione stomped anxiously. "Mrs. Weasley has already gone out to look for it, and I want to go. But the train will leave soon." Kronos was impressed by the friendship between them, so he comforted, "Don't worry, they are just having some trouble. You will see it at Hogwarts." "Do you know where they are?" Hermione asked. "Who knows? Maybe it's not necessarily flying in the sky," Kronos said, pointing to the sky with his right finger instead. Then Hermione, who lost her face in doubt, got on the train. As Hermione said, the train was about to leave. As soon as Kronos stepped on the train, he heard a roar of siren. Kronos was still walking forward. They said that they had left a compartment for Kronos in front. Along the way, all the students leaned out to greet Kronos, and many of them reserved seats and wanted to invite Kronos to sit with them. Before Kronos could reply, the Slytherin student behind him had already amicably refused for him. Now, in their hearts, the famous Magister, Kronos, belongs to their Slytherin. The location they were looking for was really far forward, only 3 compartments away from the driver's cab. The first 3 Kronos knew that they were reserved for the prefects of each college. If Kronos rushed in, maybe he could still see Percy and his girlfriend kissing each other. Kronos vaguely remembered that Posy's girlfriend was Ravenclaw's prefect, named Penelope Crivart. Both of them happened to be in the 6th grade, the age of the first love. Kronos was finally interrupted by a quarrel. The senior Slytherin sister was fighting for the position in the same interval with Kronos. Unfortunately, Crabbe and Gore were kicked out of the game. I have to say that girls are really powerful creatures, except for Malfoy, all the girls sitting opposite Kronos. The 2 senior Kronos didn't know each other. But another Kronos confirmation was that it was Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin student in the same class as them. There are not many descriptions of her in the original book, except that her sister Astoria Greengrass finally married Draco. www.readaloud.com. Kronos knew him because she was really beautiful. Slytherin has 2 appearances in charge, and the male representative is Kronos Slughorn. The female representative is Daphne Greengrass. She has beautiful hair, scattered around her body, like a small brown waterfall. The waves are undulating and golden. Her eyes, big and dark, with gleaming eyes, very moving. There is also a nose bridge that is far stronger than the average European. Most importantly, after she laughed, there are pear-like dimples on both sides of the mouth. Don't ask how Kronos knew, she was staring at Kronos and smiling at the moment. He is different from the other 2 girls. The 2 senior girls both lowered their heads. After looking up at Kronos from time to time, they quickly lowered their heads and rubbed the corners of their clothes. Daphne Greengrass did stare at Kronos, making Kronos a little embarrassed. In fact, Kronos thinks they are quite destined. Daphne green grass is named after Daphne, the laurel goddess in Greek mythology. And Kronos slughorn is even more powerful. His name comes from the super primitive in ancient Greek mythology, the of time and space. Kronos, ancient Greek, Cairo, New Omicron. English, Kronos/Kronos, is an ultra-primitive in ancient Greek mythology. The highest worshipped by Orpheusism, one of the three main sects, is indescribable in nature. Coming manifests as the first cause and root time, creating chaos and order. His power is unique, higher than everything, existed before the beginning, and created chaos and order in everything. Cronus liked him the most in his previous life, so when he came into this world, he named himself Cronus. Chapter 55, Fled. Call. Call, call. Toothless Aberdeen Kronos' arms stretched, it lay in the arms of sleep Kronos very comfortable. This little guy is different from other magical species at all, he seems to like to stay very much. In layman's terms, it is the house by Kronos' side. Is it a dragon? Daphne asked, pointing to the toothless boy in Kronos' arms. Kronos nodded. Really? It's not a European dragon, right? I've never seen anything like it in my dragon farm. Daphne made an exaggerated gesture with her hands when she said it. She had never seen such a small dragon. The green grass family where Daphne belongs is also an ancient 28th pure-blood family. So Kronos believes Daphne's words, she has a dragon farm. Oh, yes, it is not. Kronos said, the quasi-group said it is not the dragon of this world either. Kronos saw Daphne's eyes full of small stars, which made him extremely comfortable. Who doesn't like to have a little beautiful girl as his fan? Don't tell me, let me guess. Daphne reached out and blocked Kronos' mouth just about to open. Daphne put her hand on her chin and meditated for a while and said, you are a legendary magister in the wizarding world, so it must be a creature you created with a magic circle. You are so amazing, you can actually create life. Daphne looked very excited. The girl in Huaichun is always like that, thinking of the Prince Charming in her own mind omnipotent. You are so smart. Kronos smiled bitterly, but I don't have the power of the Creator, that's God's ability. I just summoned it by connecting another void through the magic circle. Really? Daphne was not disappointed as she imagined, but was even more excited. Besides us? Is there really another Earth? There should be. Kronos gave an ambiguous answer. If not, how did I cross over? Kronos felt a little melancholy, and he began to think back to the past life bit by bit. Although it is also very good here, Kronos always has an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Daphne is a very considerate girl, she keenly sensed the depression of Kronos, and did not speak. Just looking at Kronos quietly. He looked at the fast-passing scenery outside the window, and she looked at him who was looking out the window. That's it, quietly, quietly, until... Sister! A tender call interrupted them. Kronos heard the reputation, and stood outside the door a little girl who looked a little similar to Daphne. Blonde curly hair, long eyelashes, and cute dimples, just like his sister. Compared with her sister, the little girl's face looked paler. What's wrong? Astoria. Daphne took his sister's hand and looked at her tenderly. Give me money. Astoria stretched out her tender little hand in front of her sister. I'm going to buy chocolate frogs and BB strange flavored beans. There was indeed a cart passing here just now, but Kronos was not in the mood to eat. So I didn't pay attention. It seemed that the carts were all behind. Kronos seemed to think of something, then glanced at Draco. Draco was lowering his head to play with his wand. You go with him, Draco. Kronos said to Malfoy. Aang? But, why? I don't want to eat anything. Draco asked puzzledly. I just believe it if I want to eat it. Kronos has a school-dominant aura. But what should I buy? Draco asked. You can just buy the same one as her. All right, go. Kronos waved impatiently. Looked at the backs of Draco and Astoria. Kronos secretly cheered for it in his heart. After all, this is a problem that concerns the life of a good friend of his own. After that, Kronos's complexion changed again. In his memory, the Greengrass family inherited a curse carried by blood. This curse appeared in Astoria. Caused her weak physique. Childbirth will do a lot of harm to her body. That's my sister, Astoria Greengrass. Daphne looked at Kronos interestingly. She is in first grade at Hogwarts this year. Ang, is it? I mean, your sister is really like you. Kronos was a little embarrassed when he was seen. No matter how thick-skinned Kronos was, he couldn't stand this moment of death. Thank you. I also think you are very handsome, especially your eyes. People can't see enough. Daphne stared at Kronos' eyes without shy. Hey? Oh. Kronos, a virgin from 2 generations, was picked up by a 12-year-old girl. The roots of his ears turned red. Excuse me, have you seen Harry and Ron? Thank God. Kronos loved Hermione, who suddenly appeared at the door. www.readaloud.com. Kronos hurriedly stood up. What's the matter? Are they missing? I'll go find it with you. Var. After speaking, Kronos left the compartment as if escaping. The atmosphere just now was really embarrassing, and he felt it became difficult for him to breathe there. Kronos, who is now outside, gasped for breath. Hermione looked confused. What's wrong with you, Kronos? Is it hot inside? Your ears are red. I'm fine. Kronos touched his hot cheek with his cold hand. Aren't you going to find Harry and Ron? Let's go together. Kronos pushed Hermione impatiently. Hey, the carriages in the back have been searched. Hermione stopped Kronos, who was walking back. There are only the 3 prefects' compartments left. Oh, then Harry and Ron weren't found. The 3 front rooms are the prefects' compartments, so you don't need to look at them. Kronos asked knowingly. How is it possible? Only the last 3 are left, maybe they are hiding in them doing something bad. You boys are always willing to do some deductions. Hermione slammed Kronos away. She opened the first room, and inside was Gemma Farley, the prefect of Slytherin. He was the only one inside, and Slytherin had never been so popular in the eyes of the other 3 houses. I'm sorry. After Hermione apologized, she closed the door. Look, I said it. They are not there. If I were you, Hermione, I would stick my head out of the window and look for them in the sky. Kronos pointed at it. Chapter 56, Hogwarts Grade 2. Hermione looked at Kronos like a neuropathy. She ignored Kronos and went straight to the second compartment. Pop. Inside the door this time is Hufflepuff's prefect Gabriel Truman, transliteration. He was sitting there in a daze. I'm sorry. Kronos said this for Hermione, and then he closed the door. Hey, hey, hey. Kronos hurriedly stood in front of Hermione. She had put a hand on the doorknob of the last compartment just now. What's the matter with you, Kronos? Hermione's tone was already a bit angry, and her 2 best friends were gone. Even if he doesn't help to find it, he has been making trouble here all the time. You think about it, Hermione. Kronos looked at her solemnly and said, even if you open this door, you won't get what you want. Get off. Hermione slammed Kronos away. With a click, Hermione opened the door. Excuse me, I'm looking for... Ah! Ah! Hermione was interrupted by a high-decibel scream before she could finish her words. She was so scared that she also yelled. Posy and Pinello, who had been hugging each other in the prefect's compartment, immediately separated. Kronos saw that the faintly interesting crystal water droplets between them were shaking Kronos's eyes. Hermione yelled first, then covered her face and ran back. Cronus, you didn't see anything? You didn't see anything, right? Right. Posey came to Cronus. Don't worry, Prefect Posey. I didn't see anything. But, Hermione. Kronos didn't continue, but pointed her finger in the direction where Hermione was leaving. Posey nodded, and then walked to the carriage behind. Pinello Crivard in the compartment also buried his head deeply in his knees. The scream just now attracted many students from other compartments. They poked their heads and looked at Kronos. Kronos intimately closed the compartment door for Pinello, and then evacuated all the onlookers. After such a disturbance, Kronos's heart also relaxed a lot. He thought Hermione would listen to him more in the future. Kronos returned to his cubicle. Draco had returned from shopping. What happened outside just now? He asked. Daphne also looked to Kronos. It's nothing, just a mouse ran over from the carriage. Kronos casually made up a lie. I hate mice too. Daphne nodded in sympathy. Speaking of mice, the Weasley named Ron has a pet mouse. Only they have such a dirty pet. Kronos really admired Draco. He could think of Harry and Ron in everything. Time passed quickly, and it was completely dark outside. Kronos felt that the speed of the train had slowed down. It's almost here, we should change our clothes. Kronos got up, then looked at Daphne and said, then, ladies first. Kronos always hears people say that girls are troublesome, and he always doesn't take it seriously. It wasn't until Daphne and the others changed their clothes for 30 minutes that Kronos deeply agreed with what the friend said. Compared with girls, boys are much faster. Kronos and Draco took off their coats directly, and then put on a shirt with the Slytherin logo. The wizard's robe was put on the outside, and the whole process took less than a minute. Finally, the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, and people scrambled to get off the train. The owl was calling, the cat was meowing, and Neville's toad quacked under his hat. The small platform was cold and the icy rain and sand was falling. Please go here for first-year students. A familiar voice rang, and Kronos turned around to see the outline of Hagrid. He was on the other side of the platform, greeting those frightened new students, carefully to help them cross the lake. Kronos is no longer a newborn, and there is no longer a need to cross the lake in the traditional way. Kronos followed the crowd on the rough muddy road, where there were at least 100 carriages waiting for other students. Daphne also speculated that these cars were drawn by invisible horses. When people climbed onto a car and closed the door, the groom let it sway out. Kronos thinks Daphne is very smart, she can guess that something invisible is pulling the carriage. And Kronos must have known that Yetchi was pulling the cart. Yetchi is a surprisingly magical creature, only those who have seen death can see them. For this reason, Yetchi was once considered a symbol of inauspiciousness. It is said that it will bring various terrible disasters to people who see them. www.readaloud.com. Yetchi is actually a kind of Pegasus, with a tall body. It is rugged, completely dark, with a dragon head and horse body, and a pair of broad wings on its back, allowing it to fly at high speed in the air. Kronos saw descriptions of them in Newt's Commanders. Where are the wonderful species? They have no flesh on their bodies, their black fur is tightly attached to the skeleton, and every bone is clearly visible. Their heads are very similar to those of dragons, their eyes without pupils are white, staring intently. Wings emerged from the bulge between the shoulder bones, big, black, and tough wings, which seemed to belong to a huge bat. Yetchi is absolutely smart and very useful. Once tamed, he will never leave his master. Yetchi has an amazing sense of direction. As long as they tell them where they want to go, they will take the passengers to the destination. Yetchi can fly in the air at an astonishing speed. The work of these night skies raised by Hogwarts is mainly to pull the carriage for the school. And from a history of Hogwarts School, it can be known that the night skies raised by Hogwarts developed from the first male and 5 female night skies. The name of the first night skier born in the woods he is called Weevu, and is most loved by Hagrid. They are listed as dangerous by the Ministry of Magic, but in Hagrid's view, as long as they don't provoke them, they won't attack humans. The carriage passed a brilliant and ingenious iron gate, and on the stone pillars on both sides of the gate were winged golden pigs. Kronos watched the turrets and towers getting closer and closer to them. Finally, the carriage came to a swaying stop, and Kronos, Draco, and Daphne got out of the carriage. Ding! It was detected that the host has been promoted to 2nd grade at Hogwarts. The magic value increases by 2 points. Get 3 free draws. Chapter 57, Magic Circle Class Professor. Kronos was startled when he heard the electronic sound that still didn't have the slightest emotion. He almost forgot that he had a system. If you are coming out, I almost forgot about you. Kronos began to complain to the system in his heart. There was still a moment of silence in reply, and the system was still so cold. Kronos actually had a feeling of hateful, let it pretend. Kronos and they stepped onto the stone steps and entered the castle. Pass through the majestic oak door and enter the spacious and deep foyer. There was a burning torch, and there was a magnificent marble staircase leading upstairs. On the right, the auditorium door is open. Kronos led the Slytherin crowd into it. It seemed that he was the prefect of Slytherin. Kronos also glanced at the Gryffindor end, not knowing that it was the candle light. For some other reason, Kronos felt Hermione blushed. He was far away from Posey, and Hermione would rather be next to the Slytherin student behind than approaching the front. This is a world of pointed black hats. Every long table is full of students. Their faces were illuminated by thousands of candles. The candle was hanging above the table. Professor Flitwick walked into the hall with an old hat and a 3-legged stool. Obviously it was him this time to carry out the sorting ceremony. Kronos. Dumbledore's voice came from above. Kronos stood up. He didn't know what Dumbledore was asking for him. Oh, there you are. Dumbledore saw Kronos. Come on, boy. Your seat is there, next to your dean. Dumbledore pointed to the position on the left-hand side of Professor Snape. What's up? Kronos sat next to Professor Snape with a look of disgust, and the students in the audience began to whisper. Hello, Professor Slughorn. Snape's faint voice rang in Kronos' ears. Don't be like this, Professor Snape. I'm still your student. Snape is really an old yin and yang, and you just talk about yin and yang. Hearing Kronos rolled his eyes. The following sorting ceremony has already begun, and the sorting hat has already begun to sing ballads. That was 1,000 years ago. I have just been woven into shape. There are 4 famous wizards. Their names have been passed down to this day. The brave Gryffindor, from a barren swamp. The beautiful Ravenclaw, from the peaceful riverside. The benevolent Hufflepuff, from the open valley. The shrewd Slytherin came from that quagmire. They share a dream, a wish. Also had a bold plan. To cultivate young wizards into talents. Hogwarts School was founded like this. These 4 great wizards. Everyone builds his own academy. They are on the students they teach. The talents valued by different ideas. Gryffindor thinks, the bravest man should receive the highest reward. Ravenclaw thinks that the smartest mind is always the most promising. Hufflepuff feels that the most diligent is the most qualified to enter the college. Slytherin who desires power. I like the ambitious teenagers the most. The 4 great wizards have been alive. Personally selected the proud disciples. But when they sleep in Juquin. How to select talents among students. Gryffindor figured out a way. He took me off his head. The big 4 have injected my thoughts into me. From then on, I will select and evaluate. Okay, buckle me on my head well. I've never seen it before. I want to take a look at your mind. Determine which college you belong to. The sorting hat sings different songs every year, and Kronos suspects that it will work all year. This time, there must be enough time to think about the New Year's songs. The branching ceremony has begun, and Professor Flavie is already taking the name according to the list. Kronos was not interested. The system's card drawing interface has emerged in his mind. Let's get started. System. Kronos took a deep breath. Every time he draws a card, he has a feeling of gambling, and which card he can draw depends on God's will. The required cards began to be scrambled, flipped, and finally 3 cards popped out. The first card, the Falling Ice and Rocks. An ice elemental spell card that consumes a little magic value. The effect is just like its name. It summons a pile of ice cones to attack the enemy. A range-shaped attack card. Kronos thinks it's okay, it consumes a little mana. He is still acceptable. The second card, Hellfire Flames. Since this card consumes up to 3 points of mana, Kronos knows that its power is not small. This is a regular fire spell card that can summon a kind of fierce fire, a flame that cannot be extinguished. Kronos felt that it was not very useful, and he could release it once with his current mana value. If he couldn't destroy the enemy, he couldn't stop cooking. Look at the third card again. Nether Snake Yanlei. Seeing the name Kronos, I don't want to look anymore, it looks like a demon card. Kronos can't use a demon card now. www.readaloud.com. He can't touch anything that is life-threatening. After he finished drawing 3 cards, the sorting ceremony was over. Professor Flitwick walked out of the hall with the shabby sorting cap. At this moment Mr. Filch walked to Professor Snape's side and leaned down to whisper to him. Kronos vaguely heard the words, "Car, hit the willow." Then Professor Snape snorted and walked out of the hall. Amen. Professor Snape drew a cross on his chest to pray for Harry and Ron. Although he would not be expelled, he had the handle in the hands of Professor Snape. That is the most painful. At this time Dumbledore stood up. Dumbledore, despite his advanced age, still gave the impression of energetic energy. He has a beard, grey hair a few feet long, a very hooked nose, and he wears half-moon glasses. He is considered the most powerful wizard today. Welcome to you, Dumbledore said, with the candle light shining on his beard. Welcome back to Hogwarts in the new school year. I have a few things to say. I hope to be enriched by your dinner. Speak before you attract. We will welcome our 2 new professors with the warmest applause. Dumbledore said. First of all, Guydro Lockhart. He will be our Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts this semester. Kronos found out that Gilder Lockhart was on his far right. There was intermittent applause from below, but this did not affect Professor Lockhart in the slightest. He still stood up happily and waved to the students below. Then the next one. Dumbledore continued, according to the Ministry of Magic, our Magister, Mr. Cronus Slughorn, promised me to be a professor of the Magic Circle at Hogwarts. Chapter 58, Great Person. The students below were stunned, and they stared at Kronos above. Kronos felt a little embarrassed, but he stood up and bowed before everyone. Wow! The applause from below suddenly burst, and all the Slytherin students stood up and applauded. Fred and George even stood on the table and whistled. They seemed to like new things. Of course not everyone is as happy as the Slytherin students. Just like Hermione, she looked at Kronos incredulously with her mouth open. Hey, Hermione! What happened here? Yet? Also, what is Kronos doing standing on it? Harry and Ron didn't know when they had entered the hall. They looked at the people celebrating around, and looked at Hermione in confusion. Hermione gave them an angry look. She didn't want to pay attention to the boys who disappeared at every turn. Quiet! 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 Dumbledore shouted a lot before quieting the boiling students. I understand your happiness at the moment, when Kronos is you and me. My mood is the same as you. Dumbledore said, but, because Kronos is still Hogwarts' second-grade student. so the magic circle course he teaches will be listed as an elective course. Moreover, this elective course needs to be selected by Professor Slughorn to take it. Is he crazy? Ron looked at Hermione beside him in disbelief. How he wished Hermione to tell him it was fake. If you can also make something as deep as the magic circle, then you can stand on it too. After Hermione glared at him, she ignored him. Okay. Well, let's move now. Dumbledore said that countless delicacies appeared on the table, and there was butterbeer in the teacher's quilt. It's a pity that there is apple juice in the quilt of Kronos. Dumbledore is always so careful, said Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to Kronos. Kronos's face twitched, and he said, yes. Dumbledore is such a careful man. Although the European cuisine is rich, there are only a few of them over and over again. After taking a few bites, Kronos felt tired. After eating dessert after dinner, Dumbledore took the Hogwarts students to sing the school song as usual. Kronos was glad that he was sitting on the top at the moment, or he would sing the Scherzo Hogwarts school song with the students below. Mr. Filch. Dumbledore beckoned to Filch at the door. You take our new professor, Mr. Slughorn. Go to his office. Dumbledore said. Yes, Principal. Filch replied respectfully. Professor Slughorn, come with me. I'll take you to your office. Filch bowed to Kronos. Filch respected Kronos all the way. Professor Slughorn on the left and Professor Slughorn on the right called. With his slightly paralyzed expression, Kronos heard goosebumps all over his body. Mr. Filch. Kronos stopped Filch, who was leading the way. He continued, Mr. Filch, if you respect me so much because of my status as a professor, that's not necessary. Although I am a professor, I am still a student here. Filch looked back at Kronos, and Kronos was surprised to find that there were tears in Filch's eyes. Borrowing the reflections from the candles in the surrounding corridors, Kronos finally knew what light was in his eyes. Professor Slughorn. He cried out crying, You are so great. You are a great wizard like Dumbledore. Kronos was dumbfounded. What did he do? Why is it as great as Dumbledore? I know, we all know. Know what? Kronos was more and more confused by Filch. The original intention of your creation of the magic circle is for our group of dumb cannons that cannot use magic. Filch's voice was so full of emotion that Kronos even thought he was such a noble person. He. Kronos squeezed out 2 chuckles in embarrassment. Don't do this, Mr. Filch. I just did what I could. Kronos had no choice but to continue Filch's words. I know, Professor Slughorn. Filch wiped the tears from his eyes. You are such a person, like Dumbledore, a great wizard. Okay. I see. Mr. Filch, if we don't go to my office again, it will be curfew time. Kronos pointed to the big clock hanging above the corridor and said. Yes, you are right. Professor Slughorn. Led by Filch www.readaloud.com, Kronos finally came to his office. His office is on the 3rd floor, on the same floor as Professor Snape's. The office is not very big, a bookshelf is placed on the right-hand side of the door. Opposite the door is a desk, and on the left-hand side of the desk is a window. Through the window, you can just see the view of the Black Lake. At this moment, the Black Lake at night is shimmering under the shining of the moon, and it is really beautiful. Then there was nothing on the bare walls all around. Kronos wanted to post some photos of himself, just like Gydro Lockhart's office. But after thinking about it, I don't seem to have any photos to hang. There was a fireplace behind the table, but it was also sealed by Dumbledore. Dumbledore is such a careful man. Kronos murmured in his heart. Kronos looked at Filch, who was still standing in the doorway. He said to him, Mr. Filch, can you please do me a favor? Of course, Professor Slughorn. I am willing to help you. He said respectfully. Cronus smiled. Can you help me get a piece of writing paper, a quill pen and its ink? Of course. Professor Slughorn. Filch turned his head and left after speaking. After a while he took a large stack of paper, 2 quill pens and 4 or 5 bottles of ink. Thank you, Mr. Filch. Go back and rest. Yes, Professor Slughorn. Filch was gone, and he closed the door gently when he went out. Kronos began to prepare questions. His purpose of asking for paper was to prepare for the selection of the Magic Circle class. The questions are not difficult, they are all simple junior high school math and geometry questions. Geometry is indispensable if you want to draw a good magic circle. Chapter 59, Slytherin Who Dozed and Number 039, T. No Math. On the second day, Kronos walked into the auditorium with a yawn. He had been writing papers in his office last night. Although he didn't need to write in his own hand, but with more than 300 papers, Kronos felt that his lips were going to be worn out. Under the enchanted ceiling of the auditorium, it is cloudy grey today. On the long tables of the 4 colleges are bowls of porridge, plates of pickled herring, hills of bread and plates eggs and bacon. Kronos! Draco yelled as he sat at the long Slytherin table. Next to it are Crabbe and Gore, A&D. Daphne. Awesome, Kronos! As soon as Kronos sat down, Draco touched him excitedly. What's so great? Kronos grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. He was so hungry. Of course you have become a professor. Koro, oh, no. Now we should call you Professor Slughorn. Draco said that he stood up and made a solemn bow to Kronos. Bow. It made everyone around him laugh. Kronos gave him an angry look. Come on, Draco. You can just call me Kronos as usual. Why? Draco screamed out of voice. I mean, we already have 2 professors in Slytherin. I've already figured out how to deduct the points of those idiots in Gryffindor. You don't know, Kronos. After you were away last semester, the Gryffindor group. I know everything. Kronos reached out and interrupted Draco. Draco, don't always target others. You'd better improve your own strength when you have that time. Kronos said. I have asked Mr. Filch, the administrator, to distribute test papers at the entrance of the auditorium. If you listen to me well, get one later. Kronos patted Draco on the shoulder. Really? Can we take one too? Daphne asked happily. Of course, all students at Hogwarts can take my class. As long as they pass my test. Kronos's expression was a little dark-bellied. He wrote completely muggle math and geometry problems, which can be said to be magical. There is no key at all. If they stole the car, I wouldn't be surprised if they expelled you from school. If you let me catch you, you'll be pretty. I don't think you've ever thought that Mom and Dad would find out if the car is gone. How will I worry? Mrs. Weasley's huge voice filled the entire auditorium, shaking the dust off the ceiling. The plates and spoons on the shaking table rattled loudly, and the echo from the 4 stone walls was deafening. And Coronas just drank the milk in the quilt as his mouth. The loud sound directly scared him to spit out the milk in his mouth. Ha ha ha! Crabbe and Gore clapped and laughed. Kronos raised his head and glared at them. I'm not laughing at you. Professor Slughorn. Kronos' eyes scared Crabbe and Gore and shook their heads and waved their hands. I know. Kronos said. Let's go. We should go to class. What is our first class? Kronos pulled Draco up and walked outside. When they passed the entrance of the auditorium, they saw Filch handing out test papers there, and many students were already surrounded by them. When Filch saw Kronos and the others, a smile appeared on his paralyzed face. Draco and the others were disgusted for a while. Kronos gave Draco a bad look and motioned for him to get the paper quickly. Draco glanced at Crabbe, and Crabbe returned with 4 papers in the end. Why are there 4? Kronos asked puzzledly. Because I need one too. Daphne's brisk voice answered Kronos' questions. Kronos looked at Daphne. He didn't know when Daphne's relationship with Draco was so good. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Kronos left the castle with them. Draco's timetable told Kronos that the first class was a herbal medicine class with the students of Ravenclaw. They walked across the vegetable field to the greenhouse, where various magical plants were cultivated. A lot of students were greeting Kronos along the way, and Kronos found that some of them had already got the papers. But judging from their ugly faces, they didn't think of the answer to the paper. When they were far from the greenhouse, they saw many classmates standing outside. It looked like he was waiting for Professor Sprout. When Kronos approached, they found out that they were there with a paper and bowed their heads and thought. The students of Ravenclaw think they are very smart. Daphne made a sound there at the right time, solving Kronos' doubts. Kronos nodded. www.readaloud.com. The students of Ravenclaw came to think that all students except them were stupid. But your question is really strange. Daphne continued, can you tell me the sum of the inner angles of the triangle? What is the inner angle sum? What is the degree? Daphne's string of questions asked Kronos dumbfounded, and he looked at Draco and other Slytherin students. They found that they were all looking at Kronos, waiting for Kronos to solve his doubts. Broke in. Kronos thought of a bad idea. Slytherin students like Daphne and Draco are all from the ancient family of pure-blood wizards. Basically, they will not be exposed to Muggle mathematics, let alone geometry in mathematics. In contrast, Hufflepuff's wizards of mixed blood and pure Muggle origin are better. That's it, Slytherin is going to destroy the group. If Professor Snape knew that none of his students had passed the test. Kronos couldn't help thinking of Snape's old bat face. There was a shiver. Professor Sprout has already arrived, and she strode across the lawn, followed by Guidrow Lockhart. There were many bandages on Professor Sprout's arms, and Kronos knew that they had been prepared to help Harry break the beating willow. Professor Sprout is a short witch with a certain patched hat on his floating hair, and a lot of mud stuck to his clothes. If she hadn't been a professor, Draco would have mocked Kronos. Looking at Guidrow Lockhart. He was spotless from beginning to end, in a flowing turquoise robe, and his shining blonde hair was wearing a turquoise hat with gold rims on the top. Chapter 60, Professor Lockhart. Hi, everyone. Lockhart greeted the students in line with a smile. I just showed Professor Sprout the Huban Willow treatment method. But I don't want you to think that I am more knowledgeable in herbal medicine than Professor Sprout. I just happened to encounter it during my travels. Some of these rare plants. No students took care of him at all, they all looked down on the papers produced by Kronos. But he didn't seem to care at all, he set his gaze on Kronos. Then he said to Professor Sprout, Professor Sprout, I want to find Professor Slughorn. Do you mind? Kronos could see that Professor Sprout was very concerned. But he looked at Kronos and said, of course, if Professor Slughorn doesn't recommend it. Kronos spread his hands and motioned to himself that it didn't matter. He really wanted to see what Lockhart was trying to find himself. If it was to help him write back letters to those brain-dead fans, Kronos wouldn't mind using his new magic circle as a target. Professor Slughorn. Lockhart moved his face forward, his big white teeth gleaming in the sun. What's the matter with you? Professor Lockhart. Kronos stepped back disgustingly. In the previous scene, he thought Lockhart's front teeth were bigger than Hermione's. Hey! Lockhart let out a smirk, and Kronos took a step back in fright. Professor Slughorn, you are such a great wizard, oh no. Magister, Lockhart said. Kronos didn't speak up. He still doesn't know what Lockhart is going to do. You and I have a great reputation in the wizarding world. Lockhart put a hand on Kronos's left shoulder. And we all teach at Hogwarts, the best wizarding school in Europe. He continued. So. He paused. So. Kronos asked after his words. So if we are together, we will certainly occupy the front page of the Daily Prophet for a long time. So I hope you can help me with this paper. After finishing speaking, Lockhart took out a copy of Kronos' compiled last night papers. Kronos understood after a glance, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He said to Lockhart, "What? Professor Lockhart also wants to learn Magic Circle with me." "Of course," Lockhart said bluntly. "Who doesn't want to learn such wonderful and magical things in the Magic Circle? I mean, I am very talented in magic. But your paper is really like magic." As he said, Lockhart pointed his finger at the geometric problem on the paper. "The meaning is obvious, just let Kronos tell him the answer." "Sorry, Professor Lockhart." Kronos shook his head and refused. "Every topic on the paper was written carefully by me. If you can't even do this kind of topic, then I advise you to give up. You don't have that talent." After talking about Kronos, he walked into the third greenhouse without looking back, and left Lockhart to stand alone in embarrassment. Professor Sprout is standing behind a bench in the middle of the greenhouse in the greenhouse. "Sorry Professor Sprout, I was delayed for some time. I hope I haven't missed too many classes." Kronos walked into the greenhouse and said apologetically. "Oh, of course not. You came here just right, Kronos. I just finished my theory and I'm about to put it into practice. There are also earmuffs we left for you." Professor Sprout pointed out refers to the pink earmuffs on the bench. Kronos showed a weird look after seeing the color of the earmuffs. "That Lockhart guy, what are you doing?" Draco asked impatiently as soon as Kronos stood beside him. "He wants to learn the magic circle from me. But he can't answer the answer on the paper. So he wants to take a shortcut from me." Kronos didn't save Lockhart any face. "He's really shameless." Draco's angry face flushed on the side, and his eyes showed contempt. "You know, he is a liar. Just like your father said." Kronos said. Draco nodded empathetically. Kronos." Daphne on the side suddenly said. "Hey? What's the matter?" Kronos asked without looking up. He was focusing on the unsightly flower pot in front of him. He knew that the Mandela was in it, and this guy was a good thing. "The topic on your paper is really weird. I have never seen such a topic. It has nothing to do with magic at all." Daphne finished speaking. Draco and others nodded frantically. "Oh? Really? I know." Kronos still replied, "He has already brought pink earmuffs www.readaloud.com. He can't wait to be the legendary Mandela has come to change pots." Professor Sprout in the middle of the greenhouse took out a big pot under the table, stuffed the Mandela grass in it, and buried his head with black, damp soil and fertilizer, leaving only small clusters of leaves. Professor Sprout patted the dirt on his hands, made a thumb-up gesture, and then took off his earplugs. "Since our Monday lawn is a seedling, their cry will not be fatal," she said calmly, as if she just watered the begonias just now. "However, they will make you feel unconscious within a few hours. I think you don't want to finish the class on the first day of school? Okay, now put on your earplugs and start working. When you have to pack your things after class, I will remind you. Every 4 people take a plate. There are a lot of flower discs, soil and fertilizer in these bags. Watch out for this Takara plant, it will bite." As she said, she took a picture of the crimson barbed plant and let it retract into the long tentacles that slowly climbed onto her shoulders. Originally, Kronos, Draco and Crabgiggle would make up enough for 4 people. But Daphne's sudden joining kicked Gore directly. Crab also took the initiative to go to other groups with him for his good brother. At the end of the Cronus group was another Slytherin girl. "Hi. Hello, Professor Slughorn." The new girl was a little shy, and Kronos smiled back at her. It made Daphne look at the girl frequently, and she was so frightened that she didn't dare to get started. The time for a class is always fast, when Professor Sprout said that the get out of class is over. Kronos was sweating profusely like other classmates, his back was sore, and his body was muddy.